Everyone's gazes were drawn over to the old man once he spoke. In truth, just now, quite a few people had been secretly observing and estimating him. The reason he drew so much attention was that he was clearly only a third-step nether passage expert, but was able to fight against the stone race's leader. Furthermore, seeing the dozens of cuts on the stone race's leader's body, they were even more suspicious about his identity. "Is your distinguished self the master of the heaven-splitting battle sect?" asked the Dongfeng family's head. "Yes, it's me. Someone bullied my family's children and I came out to support them," the old man coldly said. "I don't like wasting words. No one in this world is qualified to judge us men. If you don't like it, then let's fight." The old man didn't like this leader of the Dongfeng family. Without distinguishing between right and wrong, he had first raised criticisms of Long Chen, irritating the old man. In the old man's eyes, none of Long Chen's actions were wrong. In fact, when he saw Long Chen actually choose to not wipe away the mechanism sect's women and children, even sparing some of their experts, he felt greater admiration for Long Chen's daring. The reason people exterminated their enemies down to the roots was because they were afraid of those people seeking vengeance later. But true experts weren't afraid of that. At that time, if Long Chen had killed those people, or even just stood by as he allowed it to happen, the old man would have felt a bit disappointed. So Long Chen's actions were particularly to the old man's liking. For someone to criticize, Long Chen's actions immediately provoked him. Everyone, let me first say something. Now really isn't the time for internal strife. Fighting amongst ourselves will only weaken the martial heaven continent's power. Every bit of power is precious. Every bit we lose means more danger. If you have the power, then why not unite against outsiders? Advised the middle-aged man from the Nangong family. Senior, these people are different from normal people. They think that they're the smartest, that they're the most important to the continent, as if the continent won't be able to survive without them. Thinking me weak, some of them wanted to kill me. Today, I destroyed the mechanism sect and came for vengeance against the stone race to show the other dog-eyed people that I, Long Chen, am not a weakling. If they want to come to me, then we'll see just who should be afraid of the other. I don't have much, but I have a group of fearless, hot-blooded brothers who will accompany me and anyone else who wants to fight to the death, said Long Chen coldly. Long Chen had observed that the people who had come here were people of great status from the supreme powers that had flowed down from the ancient era. Many of them were definitely looking down on him. His words were precisely for those people. It wasn't important if they wanted to look down on him, but if they provoked him, then they couldn't blame him for being vicious. If he couldn't establish his own reputation and prestige here, he would only find greater troubles awaiting him in the future. He would never get the time to properly cultivate and upgrade himself. Although he was just a life-star disciple, his words were powerful. Even in the face of so many powerful and ancient experts, he was still domineering and mighty. Beideng Rushwang sighed inside. Long Chen had more sides to him than the scoundrel she had taken him for at the beginning. However, compared to this domineering Long Chen, she preferred the teasing, slippery fellow she knew. That Long Chen felt more relaxed and real. "This little fellow's very good. Girl, you should think it over." The old woman beside Beideng Rushwang smiled as she looked at Long Chen, whispering to Beideng Rushwang. "Grandma, you've been fooled by him. This fellow is a shameless scoundrel," said Beideng Rushwang. "Nonsense, these old eyes of mine have seen the whole world. When have I ever been fooled? With just a glance, I can tell he cares deeply about relationships. He's someone worthy of others entrusting their lives to," said the old woman. This old woman was the current head of the Beideng family and could be considered an ancient monster from head to toe. Even though Beideng Rushwang was a supreme genius who had been sealed for thousands of years, she still called her grandma. "Since you know he cares about relationships, why ask me to consider anything? He already has women in his home, to the point that his home is almost bursting. What would I go over for?" said Beideng Rushwang irritably. "Foolish girl, even if he already has many women, isn't there still a difference between them?" The old woman smiled. "Grandma, stop or I'll get angry. It's very normal for men to have wives and concubines. As long as two people get along, why bother so much? Let me tell you, don't think that just because you have a nice face and a good body that you'll be set. This temper of yours isn't attractive. Be careful of having that girl from the Nangong family getting ahead of you here." "Who cares? If she wants him, she can have him," Beideng Rushwang scoffed. As the two of them stealthily conversed, the middle-aged man from the Nangong family said, "This matter was just a misunderstanding from start to end. At the very start, The mechanism sect's disciples misjudged Brother Long and were disrespectful to him, causing him to kill them in his anger. There's nothing to say about that. It was Zhao Wuji who was petty, and adding on the mechanism sect's unreasonable nature, which I'm sure everyone knows about, this matter can't be completely blamed on Long Chen. As for the stone race, their enmity with Long Chen just stemmed from some friendship between certain sides and isn't so deep. Part of the heavenly Taos is a natural competition, and it's difficult to avoid all conflicts. The stone race sent people to assist the mechanism sect's sneak attack on the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, and Long Chen counterattacked. There's really no way to say who was right or wrong in this matter. Bullshit, Long Chen took one of my eyes and has yet to return it. That is an insult to the stone race. He started it, raged Shi Lingfeng. The middle-aged man from the Nangong family frowned irritably. He was the younger brother of the current family head of the Nangong family, and his status was actually no different than the family head. For Shi Lingfeng to shout at him like this was irritating. Lingfeng, don't be rude to your seniors. Hurry and apologize, shouted the golden leader of the stone race. Although the stone race was tyrannical, that middle-aged man was from the everlasting families. They couldn't randomly offend him. Furthermore, the experts that had rushed over here were from the human race. The stone race already had quite some enmity between them and the human race. If they offended all the people here, that definitely wouldn't be a good thing for the stone race. The stone race had originally thought that the great era meant that it was finally their time to shine, but Long Chen's arrival had caused that confidence of theirs to shatter. Just that small force he had brought had made them powerless to resist. If Nangong Zuyu hadn't interfered at the last moment, Shi Lingfeng would have been killed. The only way the race leader could have saved Shi Lingfeng was if he used that final trump card, but now wasn't the time to do that. If they did, the stone race would lose their chance to truly rise to prominence. So even though so many powerful experts had come to the stone race, the race leader was still enduring. My apologies. Shi Lingfeng made his apology very unwillingly. It's fine. We're just talking, so let's not bring emotions into it. We came here not to watch, but to resolve any conflicts that exist. If your stone race thinks that my words are biased toward any side, then I won't bother wasting the effort, said the middle-aged man. Senior, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful to you, but Long Chen went too far. How can I simply endure the enmity of having my eye stolen? Demanded Shi Lingfeng. Now you think of that enmity. When you provoked and insulted me during the auction, weren't you feeling happy about it? Then you suddenly sneak attacked me during my battle against Zhao Wuji. Weren't you happy then too? What, after I took your eye you no longer felt happy? There's no way for me to talk sense with an idiot like you. We can pick up fighting right now if you want, sneered Long Chen. This stone idiot only remembered that Long Chen took his eye, but completely forgot about all the things he had done to provoke that action. During the auction, he had insulted Nangong Zuyu, but she possessed great self-restraint and ignored him, causing him to then directly provoke Long Chen. Those matters had long since been forgotten by him, so all he remembered was that Long Chen had taken his eye and deserved death. At this time, the old woman from the Baiting family finally spoke. To build up favors and grudges is to cultivate. The cycle of karma is never-ending. As for your personal enmities, none of us want to interfere with them because we don't wish to waste the effort on something impossible. Rather than asking you to resolve your enmities, I would ask if it's possible for you to push back settling those enmities until after the Dark Era. Every expert's power will be necessary to face the Dark Era. Is this proposal of mine acceptable? Naturally, you can refuse and we won't force it. We'll just watch as you fight to the death. Family head Baiting is correct. Our Nangong family believes the same thing. I trust that the Dongfeng family is the same. The middle-aged man turned to the Dongfeng family's head. The Dongfeng family's head smiled lightly. Of course, we hope that the martial heaven continent can be peaceful, even if it's just temporary. When it comes to conflict, why isn't it possible to endure it a bit? We're all life forms of the martial heaven continent and should care for the continent's survival. Although his words were rather neutral, Long Chen heard a different tone within them, one that seemed to be saying Long Chen was intentionally causing trouble. Long Chen looked at him curiously. Hadn't this old man acted like a good person last time? Why was he targeting him now? Long Chen looked from the Dongfeng family to the Nangong family and the Baiting family, and seemed to have grasped something. Chapter 21-26 The Stone Race's Trump Card. Since even the seniors from the Nangong family and the Baiting family have spoken, then I naturally have to give you this face. I can temporarily put aside the grudge of the stone race sneak attacking the cloud chasing heaven swallowing sparrow race. However, this matter will not just end here. I will not allow my people to suffer a loss, said Long Chen lightly. Hearing that, Nangong Zuyu smiled and sighed with relief. Seeing that reaction, Beideng Rushwang narrowed her eyes. Could it be that Nangong Zuyu really did have that kind of intention toward Long Chen? Junior brother Long Chen is truly a wise person. The middle-aged man from the Nangong family smiled. Since everyone has given their advice, my stone race won't be rude. This matter can be set aside. We'll settle it later, said the leader of the stone race. Everyone nodded inside. This result was within their expectations. The stone race's relationship with the human race wasn't very good. Quite a lot of conflicts had happened between both sides throughout history, and although the major powers hadn't had direct confrontations with them, the stone race's conduct had irritated them. Long Chen, hand over my eye, shouted Shi Lingfeng. It'd be best if you left those kinds of words for bedtime. Long Chen shook his head. What is that supposed to mean? Demanded Shi Lingfeng. It means that at night I'll treat it as sleep talking, said Long Chen indifferently. You, Shi Lingfeng was enraged, but if Long Chen refused to hand it over, he had no way to force him either. Everyone, you can do as you please. My stone race won't be accompanying you. The stone race's leader returned to the stone forest, not wanting to spend any more time with these human experts. Shi Lingfeng glared at Long Chen, before also being persuaded to leave by his fellow stone race experts. After the stone race's experts left, the Dongfeng family's head said a few words of farewell to everyone before also leaving. In Long Chen's view, these three everlasting families only had a surface level of courtesy for each other. It seemed that their relationship was not very good. Young friend Long Chen, how about coming to my Beiding family as a guest for a few days? Rushwang can play with you. Youngsters like you can exchange pointers and grow together. The old woman from the Beiding family smiled amicably at Long Chen. The other experts stared. What was this? Had the Beiding family decided that Long Chen was to their taste and wanted a new son-in-law? Grandma, Beiding Rushwang didn't expect her grandmother to say such a thing. She wasn't prepared at all. There's actually such a good thing, Long Chen smiled brightly. If you dare to come, I'll kill you, threatened Beiding Rushwang upon seeing Long Chen return to his scoundrel form. Sigh, it's still the same words. I simply cannot give my heart to you, sighed Long Chen. Who wants it? Bastard, if you keep talking, I'll throttle you. Beiding Rushwang really looked like she might bite Long Chen like this. I just finished preparing the Peak Dao transformation dragon saliva, but since you're so generous I can only thank you. I'll repay your kindness one day. Long Chen cupped his fists. Long Chen, you're too shameless. Beiding Rushwang hadn't expected Long Chen to actually have a con hidden within his words. Back then, she and Nangong Zuyu had each loaned Long Chen 50 drops of Peak Dao transformation dragon saliva, which was why Long Chen had been able to buy the moon and star refining furnace. Those 50 drops weren't much to them, but having this debt conned out, and adding Long Chen's exaggerated grateful expression, Beiding Rushwang really wanted to give him a beating. How had such a shameless person been born in this world? As for the others, they were mystified by what was going on. Only Nangong Zuyu covered her mouth, holding back a laugh. Haha, it's nice to be young. Long Chen, you can come to my Beiding family whenever you want. For now, I have things to handle at home. The old woman from the Beiding family smiled and left. Senior, take care, said Long Chen hastily. Beiding Rushwang held the arm of the old woman as they left. She didn't forget to glare at Long Chen before leaving, raising a fist at him. From start to end, the Beiding family's people hadn't said anything to the Nangong family's people. It seemed that the enmity between the two families wasn't so easy to resolve. The others also began to leave. Only then did Nangong Zuyu send a message to Long Chen. Be careful. Slumbering beneath the stone race's land is Shi Changsheng's heroic spirit. The family head even suspects that Shi Changsheng hasn't fully died. If you had killed Shi Lingfeng, you might have forced the stone race to awaken Shi Changsheng. Only then did Long Chen understand why Nangong Zuyu had stopped him. That had almost caused a misunderstanding between the two of them. Many thanks for your warning. I'll remember this favor. There's no need for thanks. Just don't con me out of my Peak Dao transformation dragon saliva. I can't compare to Fairy Rushwang and am very poor. Nangong Zuyu actually teased Long Chen. Cough, I definitely won't, but my pocket's been rather tight lately, so please be generous and extend the deadline. Long Chen awkwardly coughed. He wasn't really conning Beiding Rushwang. It was just a joke. Junior brother Long Chen, with so many supreme geniuses rising, it really isn't a good idea to make too many enemies. During the chi flow eruption, if others reject you, you won't be able to absorb any of the chi flow, so take care, said the middle-aged man from the Nangong family. Many thanks for the warning, this junior will remember it. Long Chen cupped his fists. The middle-aged man nodded. To the old man he cupped his fists and said, goodbye. Nangong Zuyu also said her goodbyes to Long Chen before leaving. Boss, I really admire you. Just how did you do it? Xuanhuan looked at Long Chen worshipfully. Do what? Asked Long Chen. How did you manage to seduce both the Beiding and Nangong family's heavenly fairies? Scram, don't you see that I haven't managed to seduce them? I mean, I never tried to seduce them. Little brat, I'm warning you, don't even try whispering this matter in Wan'er's ears, warned Long Chen. Xuanhuan sometimes didn't think through what he was saying, implicating Long Chen. Ha ha ha, Gu Yang and the others laughed. There had been many times when they were drinking that Xuanhuan drank too much and got a loose tongue. He had implicated Long Chen several times. Long Chen looked over the stone forest. Shi Changsheng's heroic spirit. Furthermore, it wasn't even confirmed if Shi Changsheng was alive or dead. That was a bit troublesome. Let's go. Xia Chen took out a flying boat and they all got on. With all his materials spent, they could only use a flying boat to travel. On the flying boat, the old man called over Long Chen for a private conversation, asking him what Nangong Zuyu had said. Long Chen repeated her exact words. The old man nodded. There truly is something terrifying beneath the stone race. I sensed it when you were beating Xiling Feng. There were fluctuations of something sealed, but the stone race isn't capable of such a formation. They must have had the mechanism sex help. If what is sealed is Shi Changsheng's heroic spirit, then this matter is a disaster. Is that Shi Changsheng really so powerful? Asked Long Chen. Although his title of emperor was self-given, and he can't truly be ranked amongst the three emperors, he has that level of power. He's an existence that surpasses your imagination. It's just unclear how much spirituality his heroic spirit has retained. Perhaps they are waiting for Xiling Feng to absorb the world's chi flow before having the heroic spirit possess him, having it undergo a form of reincarnation, said the old man heavily. He can actually reincarnate? Asked Long Chen, feeling shocked. This reincarnation isn't the reincarnation you're thinking of. It can be considered a form of extended inheritance. It will bestow all the divine abilities of Shi Changsheng to Xiling Feng. Don't underestimate that inheritance. Someone who could be called emperor has to have heaven-shaking divine abilities. Once mastered, the user might topple heaven and earth, warned the old man. HMPH, then I'm not afraid of him. Even if he masters the Stone Emperor's abilities, the Dragonblood Legion and I will cut him down, said Long Chen confidently. As long as he refined enough 100-flower Dao resonation pills, the Dragonblood Legion would become fully awakened Empyreans. With divine items, powerful armor, and a grand formation linking them together, who could compete with them? Then good. That flame lotus of yours was very powerful, but remember, the 9 forms of split the heavens are even stronger than you imagine. If you have time, you should focus on it and it won't disappoint you. The 9 forms of split the heavens emulate the saying, no one thing, no 10,000 things. In truth, your current mastery of the 8th form of split the heavens is inferior to Bao Buping and Chang Hao. It's just that your will is much stronger than theirs, making it stronger. However, you don't cultivate the battle god sacred canon. Your cultivation technique is different, so I can't teach you some things. You'll have to figure them out yourself, said the old man. Long Chen cultivated the 9-star Hegemon body art, and although when he used split the heavens he used the same acupuncture points, the foundation was different. The heaven-splitting battle sex battle god sacred canon was a set with the 9 forms of split the heavens, so the old man didn't know how to teach Long Chen certain things. They quickly arrived at a city. Stepping off the flying boat, they obediently stepped onto a transportation formation. Not long after, huge waves soared in the martial heaven continent as explosive news spread. Chapter 21-27 Huge Gains. The malignant tumor of the cultivation world that couldn't be removed for countless years known, as the mechanism sect had actually been destroyed by Long Chen. This news quickly spread, and people didn't dare to believe it. But as time passed, information came of disciples of the mechanism sect running in every direction, confirming this news. A sect with countless years of history, a sect that had survived countless powerful enemies, a sect with unquestionable power and foundation, a nightmare of other sects, had been destroyed. Countless experts ran over to the rumored entrance to the mechanism sect's minor world. Seeing a giant hole in the mountain range where that location had been, they finally believed it. There was still a remnant aura of destruction hanging in the air, the result of the laws of the world being broken. It was a mark left behind by the collapse of a minor world. Long Chen is truly heaven-defying. He even managed to destroy an ancient sect like the mechanism sect. I heard that he didn't do it alone. The entire Dragonblood Legion came out, and even the sect leader of the heaven-splitting battle sect joined in personally. As an expert of the current era, Long Chen can still look down on the sects of the ancient era. With one blow, he directly destroys one of them, truly domineering. Apparently, after destroying the mechanism sect, he even went to the stone race, and if it weren't for the mediation of the everlasting families, the stone race would have also been destroyed. All those sects and people from the ancient era look down on us. Good thing we're not inferior. We have Long Chen. Who cares about those monsters of the ancient era? He can still destroy them with a wave of his hand. Countless people were discussing the destruction of the mechanism sect, and how Long Chen had then charged over to the stone race. After all, the mechanism sect had a very well-known reputation in the cultivation world. Except for the everlasting families and a few other terrifying powers, the mechanism sect would be vicious to anyone, threatening to destroy a sect with just a word, and then following through if they wanted to. They always destroyed those sects to the last. The power and domineering nature that Long Chen had shown by destroying the mechanism sect and attacking the stone race shook even some of the sects of the ancient era. They had always thought that, when compared to them, Long Chen was someone who lacked any foundation and couldn't truly compete with them. In the end, geniuses required more than talent. Without the powerful support of a sect, without a huge amount of resources poured into them, even a genius could become useless. However, Long Chen's thunderous strike had startled those sects, making them realize that they had underestimated him. Other than Long Chen, there was another person who shook the continent, and that was the heaven-splitting battle sect's old man. As more of the mechanism sect's disciples fled, more information was dug up regarding how the old man had slain the patriarch of the mechanism sect. Even a fourth-step nether passage expert had been slain by one powerful blow from the old man. However, the mechanism sect's patriarch had been bedeviled, causing his power to drop, which made people question the old man's true power. But then he had displayed an equivalent power to the stone race's leader, showing he had the power of a fourth-step nether passage expert. In fact, he had even been a bit stronger, and had fought evenly against the stone race's leader immediately after killing the mechanism sect's patriarch. Furthermore, when they learned that he had only recently broken through to the nether passage realm but was rapidly climbing through it, his speed stunned people. Just from the old man's power, the heaven-splitting battle sect went from an ordinary sect to the equivalent of a supreme power, an existence that could compare with the sects of the ancient era. No one could look down on them any longer. Through this battle, one old man and one young man had their names shake the 5 regions, becoming the topics of discussion of countless experts. However, at the same time as Long Chen's name shook the continent, a merciless slaughter was happening. Long Chen had disdained killing some of the weaker members of the mechanism sect, but just because he wasn't willing to do it didn't mean that others weren't. The mechanism sect had made enemies of the rest of the world. Many ancient powers had enmity with them. The mechanism sect had been vile, killing people as they pleased, and no one knew just how many sects' female disciples had been touched by their toxic hands. However, the majority of those sects had chosen to endure it, not daring to say anything. As a result, when the mechanism sect was destroyed, their chance for vengeance came. A large number of sects on the continent participated in the hunt for the mechanism sect's leftovers. Those people from the mechanism sect that Long Chen had let go were unable to hide from the continent's hunt. Some vicious people didn't even let off the families of the disciples. A slaughter occurred on the continent. Although Long Chen had also expected such a thing, he hadn't thought that the mechanism sect had made so many enemies for themselves. The accumulated hatred that had been suppressed for so many years was truly terrifying when it burst forth. However, Long Chen also didn't go out to stop them or kill the people from the mechanism sect. He had already been merciful. The evils that people did would always return to make them pay. Although there had been some unexpected things in the stone race, they had essentially pulled off their goal this time. They had shown their might and made plenty of profit. Even the reserved Xia Chen was singing off-key and dancing wildly with Gu Ran, as if they couldn't express their own joy without messing around for a bit. The old man returned to the heaven-splitting battle sect. Before he left, Long Chen told him to pick out a group of experts as he was preparing to refine another batch of 100 flower Dao resonation pills. Long Chen wanted to make the Dragonblood Legion and the heaven-splitting battle sect into places of monstrous geniuses to face future battles. Whether it was against the continent's heavenly geniuses or against the upcoming Dark Era, it didn't matter. He had to accumulate some trump cards. Upon returning to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, Long Chen had Zia Chen take inventory of their profits. Zia Chen directly pulled out a mountain of spirit crystals, spirit stones, and various materials. The giant plaza was stacked full of those, leaving people with nowhere to stand. Even though Long Chen had been prepared mentally about how rich the mechanism sect was, he didn't expect them to have accumulated so much profit. "We're rich, we're rich," Xuanhuan cried out, diving into the mountain of spirit crystals, looking like he wanted to drown within them. "Boss, these are just the spirit crystals, spirit stones, and materials for forging and formations. There are also many completed and semi-completed products, including armor and weapons. There are also the weapons and armor of the dead we collected from the battlefield and their spatial rings. Just looking through them will take a long time. Boss, we really did get rich," said Zia Chen emotionally. The feeling of going from poor to rich made it so that even Zia Chen couldn't control his emotions. He had never dreamed of being able to use so many precious materials. He also wanted to go for a swim amongst them like Xuanhuan. Speaking of spatial rings, I forgot this. Long Chen tossed out the mechanism sect's patriarch spatial ring and 2 sets of armor. Zia Chen looked inside the spatial ring and cried out, "Xuanhuan, get over here. There's a complete explanation of the mechanism sect's arts here." Where? Xuanhuan shot over. Seeing a massive beast hides in Zia Chen's arms, Xuanhuan's eyes almost popped out. Those were precisely what he wanted the most. "Wait a second, let me see that piece." Long Chen suddenly pointed to a particular beast hide in the pile. It was unknown where this beast hide came from, but it was extremely tough. The complicated marks written on it were dizzying. However, Long Chen wasn't attracted to those confusing marks. Instead, he was drawn to a symbol in the bottom right corner. This mark, Long Chen's heart pounded. He remembered this mark. He had seen it on a flying boat once. When he had accompanied the old man to the netherworld, he had encountered a curious woman who said she was Zai Kaienkian of the All-Devil Starfield. He had then ended up entering purgatory with her, barely managing to escape. He had never forgotten that amazing flying boat of hers that was able to fly over the 9 springs and was even immune to the death spirit water. He still remembered there had been a mark on the flying boat. He had asked Zai Kaienkian about it, and she had told him that it was the symbol of the sect that had made the flying boat. After it was sold off, people could bring it back to them for repairs in the future. Now he saw the same mark on the bottom right corner of this beast hide. Is this to say that the mechanism sect was linked to the All-Devil Starfield? Long Chen was stunned. Regretfully, the Patriarch and Zhao Wuji were dead, and the higher-ups had been killed. The remaining people were too low-level to know a secret like this. "Alright, there's no need to be perfect with the stock inventory. Just get a general estimate so that you don't waste time," said Long Chen. "Xuanhuan, Zia Chen, work hard. Now you have plenty of materials and resources. The rest will be up to you." "Boss, don't worry, we won't disappoint you," swore Zia Chen and Xuanhuan. With these materials, they had even better options for the Dragonblood Warriors' equipment. They immediately got to work. "Healing sisters, I'll be needing your help to refine pills now. It'll be hard on you, but this time, I'm preparing to make everyone here an awakened Empyrean." All the Dragonblood warriors erupted in cheers. The Dragonblood Legion was going to topple this world. Chapter 21-28 The High Priest's Letter. The outside world was still turbulent due to the news that the mechanism sect had been destroyed by Long Chen. As for the survivors, they were being hunted down, becoming a popular discussion point. Some people thought that this was too cruel. Killing their experts was one thing, but they weren't even letting off the women and children. There were also others who thought that the mechanism sect was evil to the core, and everyone related to them should be killed. Certain experts with deep enmity for the mechanism sect didn't even care about the questions of the rest of the world, and swore to kill everyone from the mechanism sect, no matter what. It was at this point that Long Chen finally said something. Evil did not pass through blood. Only evil convictions were passed down. Evil was evil, and there was no need to give evil a high-sounding cover. With just this, the sects crazily hunting down the mechanism sects families came to a stop. After a short while, they retreated. With just this, the mechanism sects women and children escaped a calamity. Long Chen's meaning was clear. Just because the parents were bad didn't mean that the children would be bad too. That was simply the result of the environment. Blood was not what passed down evil, it was the evil beliefs that were passed down generation after generation. The mechanism sect was just a sect. They didn't believe in God, so there was no evil bloodline to speak of. As for saying that evil was evil, and that there was no need to give evil a high-sounding cover, that was about the killers only doing it to vent their anger. They were killing powerless and innocent people to vent. That was actually just a coward's conduct. If you really were a man, then you wouldn't have been a turtle hiding in its shell. You would have gotten revenge on the mechanism sect from the start. That time had now passed, and what they were doing now was not vengeance but venting, so there was no need to cover up their actions with their excuses. A coward was just a coward. As a result, those sects finally stopped. None of them were strong enough to refuse to acknowledge Long Chen's power, even if they didn't acknowledge his words. If they really were strong enough, they wouldn't have been too afraid to get vengeance on the mechanism sect. Considering that Long Chen was strong enough to destroy the mechanism sect, none of those sects dared to offend him. The slaughter throughout the continent came to a stop, and the innocent women and children finally managed to survive and grow on the continent. When years passed and people asked those descendants whether or not they hated Long Chen, they shook their heads, saying that they were only grateful to Long Chen for letting them survive. The reason that Long Chen had made his declaration was because he didn't want to see innocent people get killed, but another reason was because he disliked seeing cowards acting tough and dignified. After saying what he said, Long Chen stopped caring about what was happening outside. He also didn't care if the mechanism sect's people were grateful to him or if they hated him. Since he dared to let them live, it meant he wasn't afraid of their vengeance. With the healing warriors, Long Chen went into seclusion to refine pills. As wood cultivators, the healing warriors possessed powerful spiritual strength. Although they couldn't compare to Meng Qi and Chu Yao, that was all right. He just needed their spiritual strength as a foundation. After refining over 1,100 flower Dao resonation pills, he was already more than familiar with the process, and the moon and star refining furnace had also memorized this pill refinement, making all future refinements of it much easier and faster. Long Chen's seclusion lasted half a month, and he refined over 14,100 flower Dao resonation pills. Even with the support of 50 healing warriors, Long Chen felt dizzy, like he would vomit. Although the majority of spiritual strength had come from others for his refinements, he still couldn't bear it. As for the healing warriors, even though they had taken turns helping Long Chen, they also couldn't continue any longer. Some were about to faint. Coming out of seclusion, he distributed the pills, keeping a few and also sending some to the old man. After coming out of seclusion, he saw an unexpected figure had come to look for him. "Fatty, how are you here?" It was actually Tu Qiansheng. The current Fatty Tu had already broken through to the Nether Passage realm. His body had also gotten fatter. "What, now you're too famous to meet me?" Tu Qiansheng sat in a seat. The chair groaned, and for the first time Long Chen felt some sympathy for a chair. "What fame? I wasn't able to destroy the stone race, and I wasn't even able to get the corpses of the dead," said Long Chen helplessly. As he spoke, he took out a scarlet blood spirit fish and began cooking it. Seeing that, Tu Qiansheng took out a wine jug. "Long Chen, you were pretty badass this time. Even with Shi Changsheng's heroic spirit in the stone race's ancestral land, you dared to charge right to their door. When it comes to bravery, I really have to admire you," said Tu Qiansheng. "Are you trying to insult me? If I knew that Shi Changsheng's heroic spirit was alive, would I have dared to go?" said Long Chen. But he still toasted with Tu Qiansheng gulping down his wine. He immediately started coughing. "Damn it, this wine is too intense. It's no different from lava, but it's addictive." Long Chen felt like he was about to exhale smoke, and it was like a current of lava was flowing into his stomach. That heat rapidly spread throughout this body, igniting his spiritual yuan. Long Chen was both startled and delighted. Tu Qiansheng's realm had once more improved. Even his wine Dao had changed. This wine was actually able to stimulate a person's will and solidify their Dao heart. "Haha, if I didn't bring out something decent, would I dare to come drink with you?" laughed Tu Qiansheng. "Ah, such fine wine. I really must insist on keeping a few thousand jars of it to let my brothers taste it, praised Long Chen. A few thousand jars. Are you planning on bathing in it? I can't make that much, and also, just how much of my wine have you conned from me since we met? What have you given me? Demanded Tu Qiansheng scornfully. Didn't I give you a piece of good fortune back then? Laughed Long Chen. What good fortune? You were conning me into helping you fight some people from the ancient races. After conning me into fighting, you actually say that I'm the one who owes you a debt. When it comes to shamelessness, no one can compare to you. Tu Qiansheng's lips curled. In the Grand Xia ancient nation, Long Chen had been threatened by the ancient races, and when he had left the city, he had brought along Tu Qiansheng to fight them. What are you talking about? If you hadn't had that chance to vent your emotions, would your heart have become clear enough for you to suddenly break through your bottleneck? Isn't that good fortune? Said Long Chen. Tu Qiansheng didn't know how to reply to that. In that way, it truly was good fortune because he wouldn't have made his breakthrough without it, but he refused to admit it. Long Chen had conned him, and his breakthrough had come from his own hard work. It was what he wanted to say, but he couldn't say it. I can't talk with you. I have plenty of wine, but if you want to take it, it'll be up to your own abilities. I came prepared today, so I refuse to believe I can't beat you. An hour later, Tu Qiansheng furiously slammed the table, breaking it. Haha, you have no talent in this regard. Long Chen laughed. Even after an hour, Tu Qiansheng hadn't beaten him in any drinking game, driving him crazy. Fuck this, I'm not playing any longer. Here, take this. Tu Qiansheng tossed Long Chen a spatial ring filled with hundreds of jugs of wine. Seeing Tu Qiansheng was about to leave, Long Chen hastily said, Wait, it's normal to win some and lose some. Why get angry? I refuse to believe I can't beat you. Just wait, after I train for another half-year, I'll come back for revenge. Tu Qiansheng patted his butt at him in goodbye. Hey, did you only come here to bet wine with me? Asked Long Chen. Tu Qiansheng clapped his forehead. Ah, I forgot. This is the letter the high priest asked me to hand to you. All right, I'm leaving. This was depressing. Tu Qiansheng directly left, not even giving Long Chen a chance to send him off. Long Chen smiled and felt like maybe he had gone a bit too far. Tu Qiansheng had come to give him a letter and treat him to wine, but he had made him angry by beating him too much. Tu Qiansheng was just garbage at the finger-guessing drinking game. It was hard for Long Chen to even let him win, and if he really did something like that, Tu Qiansheng would definitely be enraged. Tu Qiansheng cared about face, and if Long Chen let him win, that would be an insult, so Long Chen also felt helpless about it. Looking at the broken table, Long Chen laughed. Tu Qiansheng never concealed his emotions. Long Chen opened the high priest's letter. There was nothing written, it was just a map. It was a map of the martial heaven continent. Startled, he looked at a spot that was marked. Seeing that mark, Long Chen's heart shook. Someone had written flow onto that spot. Could it be? This is the location of the Chi Flow eruption. Chapter 21, 29 Pill Valley Sinister Scheme. Seeing that flow character, Long Chen truly jumped. Just how had the high priest figured out the location of the Chi Flow eruption? Wasn't it said that the Chi Flow eruption's time and place were up to the heavens, that no one could know before it happened? That was why the entire continent was silent, with no one daring to make a move despite knowing that the Chi Flow eruption was imminent. Long Chen continued staring at the map, and then his expression changed. Why would it be there? The flow character was precisely where the entrance to the yin-yang world was. How is this possible? If the Chi Flow eruption occurs there, if all that energy gathered and burst forth there, wouldn't the seal also be broken? If that happened, the yin-yang world's blood race would be able to charge into the continent. Long Chen was grave. Although the sovereigns were supreme existences, their seals had been worn down by the passing of countless years. It was difficult to say whether this seal would be able to endure such a blow. Long Chen carefully looked at the flow character. Suddenly, the flow character floated off the map, transforming into an image. Strands of blood chi gathered from the image into a neat chain that tore through the earth before vanishing. Following that, the earth shook, and the sun and moon went under the shadow. The entire world transformed into primal chaos. The image vanished. The map in Long Chen's hand ignited into a burst of flames, turning into nothingness as if it had never existed. The gathering of blood chi like the gathering of chi flow. Could it be? Long Chen's eyes flickered. He suddenly thought of the strange energy that had tried to extract a trace of his blood when he had left the Brahma secret realm. When Long Chen had sensed it, he had rejected it. At that time, he had been curious about it but didn't know what it was. This message from the high priest made him think of that energy that had tried to extract a trace of blood from every person leaving. There had been a million geniuses to enter the Brahma secret realm. They represented practically the entire continent's chi flow. Extracting a trace of blood from every one of those people, Long Chen thought of a possibility. Had Pill Valley used the Brahma secret realm to extract their blood in order to make the chi flow eruption occur ahead of time, and even at a certain location? What was their goal in controlling the time and location? Long Chen shivered. Pill Valley seemed to be up to something exceedingly dangerous. With a thought, Long Chen looked into the spatial ring that Tu Qiansheng had given him. Within the mass of wine jugs, he saw 3 smaller jugs that were only the size of a fist. Long Chen took out those jugs and saw that they were also filled with wine. He drank a gulp. The 3-moon jasper flower wine. The jasper flower bloomed in the 3rd month, and after being gathered, it needed to be dried for 3 months before being used in winemaking. It then required to be brewed for 3 months to be fully merged into the wine. Due to that, it was called the 3-moon jasper flower wine. Amongst wines, very few had such a name. Is this an indication that the chi flow eruption will occur 3 months from now? Long Chen guessed what the high priest was trying to subtly indicate to him. The chi flow eruption was related to the future of the world. Even the high priest could only give him the vaguest of warnings to avoid karma. Just what is Pill Valley doing? Long Chen sighed. Perhaps the high priest had sensed something, but this matter was too important for him to say directly. He could only hope Long Chen could see through his clues. Long Chen needed to quickly raise his power. He then took a deep breath. He had to be properly prepared before the chi flow eruption. "Boss, you called me?" Gu Yang asked. "Yes. Tell everyone to stop cultivating and focus on stabilizing their current realm. Since the chi flow eruption is about to come, we should prepare to advance then," said Long Chen. In the Dongfeng family, Nangong Zuyu had stealthily told Long Chen that it was best to stop raising his cultivation base at this time. By advancing during the chi flow eruption, it would make his realm much more stable and strengthen him further. Since Long Chen hadn't known when the chi flow eruption would occur, he hadn't allowed the Dragon Blood warriors to stop advancing. But now that he knew the date, he could let everyone take a pause there and focus on stabilizing their current realm. At this time, Long Chen realized why all the supreme geniuses he had encountered during the gathering were at the first heaven stage of Life Star. They were all waiting for the chi flow eruption. All the Dragon Blood warriors had now consumed their 100 flower Dao resonation pills. They were in the midst of awakening their manifestations, so he didn't disturb them. He simply told Gu Yang not to let his guard down and beware of a sneak attack. Although they had just destroyed the mechanism sect, and that should intimidate their enemies, it was best to be careful with the complicated and twisted relationships between the ancient sects. Long Chen sat on a transportation formation and went to the Huiyun sect's headquarters. "Brother Long, congratulations on being the brightest star in the sky," congratulated Zhang Wenlong when Long Chen walked in. "Who's the brightest star, and why bother congratulating them?" said Long Chen with a smile. Zhang Wenlong was startled and then shook his head. "Brother Long is still the same as ever." Long Chen laughed. "I won't waste your time. Is there any progress on the things I asked you to gather?" "The things you wanted are too rare. I've investigated all the millions of storehouses of the Huiyun sect and only found 7 of them. As for the heavenly underworld vermilion fruit that you wanted top priority on, there's no information on it. I'm truly sorry," said Zhang Wenlong. Long Chen had given Zhang Wenlong a list of medicinal ingredients that he wanted, with the heavenly underworld vermilion fruit being the most important. However, the Huiyun sect was unable to find it. In fact, they didn't even have a record of it. 7 is not bad, don't mind it. Long Chen was disappointed, but he didn't let it show. He knew Zhang Wenlong was very meticulous, especially when it came to business. If he couldn't find it, then there was nothing that could be done. Looking at the 7 ingredients that Zhang Wenlong had found, he was surprised. 3 of them were the main ingredients in other pills. He now had 3 new 11th tier pills he could refine. "Brother Zhang, is there something weighing on your heart?" asked Long Chen upon examining Zhang Wenlong closely. "The Huiyun sect has encountered a competitor," sighed Zhang Wenlong. "You refer to the Dongfeng family?" asked Long Chen. "Yes. They've already established 5 auction houses throughout the Central Plains, 1 in each region. All their wares are top treasures of shocking value, and they even use underworld spirit beads as the currency. Many of our high-end clients have been drawn over to them. It's a grievous blow to us. Although we also have some precious treasures to take out, if we don't take in any new stock, we won't be able to keep it up. Furthermore, Pill Valley has started selling a limited number of top-grade 11th tier pills. They're selling them in contractual groups. Contractual groups, what is that supposed to mean? If you want to buy an 11th tier pill, you have to buy a certain number of their other pills, said Xuanhuan. Isn't that basically bullying? Before buying the honey, you have to buy some crap first. Long Chen's jaw dropped. Pill Valley was even more shameless than he had thought. Just how had they managed that? Although that truly is the case, they have the power to do it. They also have an option where you don't need to buy the pills immediately, but you must sign a long-term contract with Pill Valley to only buy pills from them. Those sects are bound to Pill Valley in the future. Many of the sects doing business with us are starting to waver. Although Pill Valley's actions are overbearing, the attraction of 11th tier pills is too great. It is said that after the Brahma secret realm, Pill Valley obtained many secret formulas for 11th tier pills, and they even say they will have an unending supply of them in the future. That's why the Hegemon sect is in trouble right now. They have the 11th tier pills. It won't be long before all our clients will be taken by Pill Valley. Zheng Wenlong sighed helplessly. You want 11th tier pill formulas? I have some, said Long Chen. Zheng Wenlong fell from his chair. Staring in shock at Long Chen, he stuttered. Brother Long, are you sure you're not joking? Why would I lie? You forget I also entered the Brahma secret realm. I also have some of Pill Valley's 11th tier pills. It might not be all of them, but it should be enough for you. Here, I'll write them down. Long Chen took out some writing utensils and quickly filled up several pages of pill formulas. He wrote down hundreds of them. Heavens, so many. Long Chen, I really don't know how to thank you. Zheng Wenlong didn't understand these pill formulas, but he knew that Long Chen had just given him something that would drive other alchemists crazy. He didn't know what to say. You're too courteous. Helping you is helping me. If Pill Valley gets stronger, it won't be good for me, said Long Chen with a smile. Long Chen, sit for a while. I have to alert the sect master. Zheng Wenlong vanished. Chapter 21, 30 A Go-Between. Reporting to the sect master, I have an urgent matter to discuss. Within a palace, Zheng Wenlong was still bowing deeply toward a certain person. That person wasn't very tall, and he was a bit slim and rather ordinary-looking. That person was the sect master, Ma Ryan. Ma Ryan was seated lotus-style. He smiled at the excited Zheng Wenlong. A chance to turn things for the better. Yes, just now. Ma Ryan waved his hand, interrupting Zheng Wenlong. I already said that everything is up to you. There's no need to report anything to me. Wenlong, as a businessman, you must have foresight and a sharp sense for opportunities and risks. In this regard, you still have many faults. When the signs of the Chi Flow eruption occurred, you were entirely capable of predicting the current predicament. At that time, you didn't take any measures to prepare, instead waiting and seeing. Sometimes opportunities ended up slipping right out of your hand, because you decided to wait and see. Disciple is truly lacking, said Zheng Wenlong. Ma Ryan had left the entire Hegemon sect to him, while even the assistant sect masters like Hua Mingsheng were starting to pass on their responsibilities and special authorities to him. As a result, Zheng Wenlong felt like a mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. He didn't dare to make any mistakes. In truth, there's nothing for us to teach you about the business Tao. You just aren't confident enough. Due to your lack of confidence, you've let certain opportunities escape. When the Dongfeng family announced the gathering, you already saw the problem, but you didn't dare to make a move. That was because you had no assurance that you would succeed. You were afraid of failure, but you forgot that when it comes to business, safety and profit do not go together. Without risks, there are no rewards. If you fail, you gain experience. If you succeed, you gain confidence. But you just watched, letting one opportunity after another slip through your hands. Yes, disciple lacks confidence. The pressure is immense. Zheng Wenlong was starting to sweat. The sect master sounded very disappointed in him. Being too cautious and not having enough daring won't allow you to achieve greatness. I handed the Hegemon sect to you not so that the sect could stay in its current position. I want you to make the Hegemon sect bloom on an unprecedented scale. I want you to achieve more than any past sect master. Mingxing and the others, as well as myself, are old, and our thinking is rigid. Such a thing is difficult to change. That's why we've left all the decisions in your hands. Although you're young, although you lack experience, although you aren't steady enough, have you not thought about your own advantages over us? If you act as we would, will your accomplishments be able to surpass ours? It is because we have seen our own shortcomings that we've left the Hegemon sect to you. Sometimes a shortcoming can be the best thing for someone. You can walk a path that is completely different from ours. Failure isn't frightening. What is frightening is being so afraid of failure that you can't take the necessary steps forward. Youngsters should dare to charge forward. You haven't met the standards of a businessman, but you have met the standards of a friend, or you wouldn't have Long Chen supporting you. Child, the business Tao is not so simple as buying and selling. It goes much deeper than that. In the same way, the wealth god is not an unscrupulous businessman only caring about profit. Take it slow, and one day you will understand the essence of the wealth god. Ma Ryan stood up and patted Zheng Wenlong's shoulders. Zheng Wenlong took a deep breath and promised, "Many thanks for your pointers. Disciple knows what he must do." The current Zheng Wenlong looked like he had been freed of a great weight. Ma Ryan smiled. "Go then." Zheng Wenlong had just left when Hua Mingxing appeared in the room. Looking at Zheng Wenlong's back, he said, "This era is theirs." Zheng Wenlong's fate might already be fully tied with Long Chen's. Ma Ryan smiled slightly. From the day they first met, that was already fated to be. Zheng Wenlong's future depends on Long Chen. "You've also bound the Huyun sect's future to Long Chen," said Hua Mingxing. "Life is a gamble. We've reached the final stage, so we have to make our choice. It's about time. Mingxing, gather our secret forces. These days of peace won't last much longer. We have to be prepared. If the Dongfeng family and Pill Valley think that they can devour our Huyun sect, they are thinking too simply. Businessmen always need to remember to have a trick up their sleeves," said Ma Ryan. Hua Mingxing nodded, his figure fading from the room. "Long Chen, you can leave these pill formulas with me. As for their value, there's no way to estimate it. I can only pay you back slowly," said Zheng Wenlong. Originally, he had gone to ask Ma Ryan about what kind of price he should pay for these pill formulas. After all, 11th tier pill formulas were priceless treasures, especially at this time for the Huyun sect. However, friends were friends and money was money. They couldn't be mixed. He would need to see the true value of these pill formulas in action before paying Long Chen back. Ma Ryan had allowed him to do things according to his own style. "That's easy to decide. I fully trust the Huyun sect, so let me just ask whether or not you have anyone on your side who can refine 11th tier pills," said Long Chen. "There won't be any problem in that regard. I'll tell you the truth. Countless years ago, we began secretly raising our own alchemists. They've been hidden all this time. Let me put it to you this way, in this entire world, the only ones who know about this matter are the sect master and the assistant sect masters, and then you and I," said Zheng Wenlong. Long Chen nodded. As expected, the Huyun sect's foundation was far deeper than they showed. The power that they had revealed was just the tip of the iceberg. Refining 11th tier pills shouldn't be a problem, but refining top-grade 11th tier pills will need luck. But as soon as we refine some, we'll have the power to contend with Pill Valley. At the very least, we'll show people our power. That way our clients won't leave us," said Zheng Wenlong. As long as those sects didn't get bound to Pill Valley, things would be easy to handle. He already sent these pill formulas out through secret channels, making sure to get as much of a head start on refining these pills as possible. They needed to shake things up, or the outside world would think that the Huyun sect couldn't fight back. Long Chen nodded. Refining the 11th tier pills shouldn't be too difficult. The reason the pills that Long Chen had refined had been so difficult was because those pills had come from the pill's sovereign memories and had much higher requirements. As for these pill formulas that had come from the Brahma Divine Palace, Long Chen didn't care about them. He didn't feel that their effects were good enough, so he didn't waste his time on them. These pills should be refinable by other alchemists. If 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 alchemists were to attempt refining these pills, then sooner or later, they would be able to refine a top-grade pill. Furthermore, it was best for them to start with the easier pills. Once they could refine those, they could try their hand at more difficult 11th tier pill formulas. Amongst alchemists, there was also a way to work together and have multiple alchemists refine the same furnace of pills. By combining their spiritual strengths, they could increase the chances of successful refinements. So Zheng Wenlong wasn't worried about not being able to refine the pills. "Brother Wenlong, have you contacted the Nangong family and the Beiding family? Is there any chance of working with them?" asked Long Chen. "I've asked and they were both very polite, but it seems they don't really care about working with us." Zheng Wenlong shook his head. As soon as they had appeared, Zheng Wenlong had made contact with most of the ancient sects and powers, and while they gave him face by taking a meeting with him, they all tacitly declined any kind of collaboration. Most likely, They felt that there wasn't anything they wanted from this declined era. You should make another trip to those two families. Ask for Beideng Rushwang and Nangong Zuyu. Say that you are my friend and they'll definitely see you, said Long Chen after thinking about it. Zheng Wenlong bitterly smiled. I've heard about your accomplishments in that regard, but even if they grant me a meeting, there's no point if they don't want a collaboration. This is different than before. Your timing was off before. If you go now it might work, said Long Chen. Zheng Wenlong had been too early before. The Dongfeng family's gathering hadn't taken place yet, so it was natural for them to refuse. But now, the Dongfeng family's auction houses had spread throughout the Central Plains, and they were gathering things that they wanted. At the stone race, Long Chen had seen that the everlasting families did not get along. The Nangong and Beiding families were not on the same side as the Dongfeng family. At this time, if Long Chen were to act as a go-between, the chances of success would be much higher. As long as the Nangong and Beiding families were to form a collaboration with the Huyun sect, then everything would become easier to handle. Just by waving the signboard of those two families, it would draw other powers to them. If even the two everlasting families were working together, why would anyone hesitate? When Long Chen explained that, Zheng Wenlong clapped his forehead. No wonder Ma Ryan said that he had missed many opportunities. He hadn't even thought of this. Delightedly, Zheng Wenlong prepared to set off. Long Chen also left, going to the original devil race's territory. He didn't know how wild it was or how much stronger Yue Zioqian had gotten. Chapter 21, 31 Phoenix Blood Immortal Gold. When Long Chen stealthily approached the entrance to the original devil race's world, he found that the formation had been greatly changed. It had become even more concealed. He had to go through dozens of transportation formations, each one with more safeguards and people guarding them. Seeing Long Chen, the original devil race's disciples bowed. From their weary expressions, he could see that the original devil race had probably been targeted. Yue Zioqian's mother was waiting for him as soon as he entered the skyscraping world. Greetings, race leader, Long Chen hastily bowed. Yue Zioqian's mother said, family doesn't need to be so courteous. If it was anyone else, then he didn't need to be courteous. But this was Yue Zioqian's mother, his future mother-in-law, so he naturally had to be courteous. Although that was what he thought in his head, he put on a very obedient expression. Race leader during the gathering of past and present heroes. Long Chen sighed, ashamed that he hadn't managed to protect those disciples of the original devil race. Things had happened too quickly, and before he could even come out with a plan, that disciple had used a secret art to kill himself and his companions. Every time Long Chen thought about it, he felt responsible. That was why Long Chen had felt such hatred for Zhao Wuji and even stripped off his skin in front of everyone. Yue Zioqian's mother shook her head. It was my fault. You told me to pull back all the disciples, but since you said to go slow to avoid drawing suspicion, I wanted to reduce our losses as much as possible. The disciples were putting away everything within our secret strongholds, which slowed them down. If they had just abandoned some of the less important things, this probably wouldn't have happened. I almost implicated you. Actually, Yue Zioqian's mother had done very well. Some resources that the strongholds on the continent had gathered weren't useful in the skyscraping world, so getting rid of them for resources that they did need was good. It was just that there were too many members of the original devil race, and some had been noticed. It's not your fault either. Going slow was correct to avoid suspicion, said Long Chen. Yue Zioqian's mother could only shake her head with a smile. Walking alongside Long Chen, she said, you don't need to comfort me. A mistake is a mistake. The fortunate thing is that you weren't implicated. If Long Chen's relationship with the original devil race became public, then there would be nowhere for Long Chen to rest within the martial heaven continent. That wouldn't be enough to implicate me anyway. Without proof, they can't do anything to me. After cultivating for so many years, I've learned the martial heaven continent's rules. As long as your fist is big enough, whatever you say is right. But if your fist is small, then even if everyone knows you're wrongly accused, no one will defend you. They'll be more than happy to condemn you if it benefits them. The cultivation world is just like that, so I destroyed the mechanism sect to show the world that my fist isn't small. I also wanted to eliminate the stone race, but their fist is still bigger than mine, so since others interfered, I didn't mind letting this matter go for now, said Long Chen. He had thought that he was going to beat some kittens, only to find that there was a slumbering tiger in their lair. Just thinking about it irritated him. The stone race's foundation is truly frightening. In his day, Shi Changsheng stood at the peak. Although he couldn't become an emperor, he had the power to challenge the emperors. The stone race are unique lifeforms, but because they cannot become empyreans, Shi Changsheng wasn't able to reach that level. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the 3 emperors but the 4 emperors, said Yue Zioqian's mother. She actually had quite a bit of knowledge about the stone race. Race leader between sovereigns, emperors, and gods, which one is stronger? Why is it still unclear? Long Chen couldn't help asking. Yue Zioqian's mother smiled. Emperors have the ability to challenge sovereigns, but it's just the ability to challenge them. Sovereigns are the ones who truly stand at the peak, suppressing all others with a wave of their hands. As for whether they are as strong as gods, there's no way for me to say. Once you reach that level, you will naturally know. Since she refused to say, Long Chen couldn't force her. Everything about sovereigns and gods was taboo and could not be spoken about casually. The stronger the expert, the more they felt that taboo. This was why Beideng Rushuang and Nangong Zuyu were so grateful that Long Chen had told them everything he knew about Sovereign Yun Shang and his conversation with him. That kind of thing would be a huge secret to anyone else. They might not have said anything, but they remembered that favor. How has the original devil race been lately? Asked Long Chen. The ancient powers that have come out recently have sent their disciples throughout every corner of the martial heaven continent in search of the location of the Chi Flow eruption. Hence, we had to strengthen our defenses to avoid anyone finding the entrance to the skyscraping world. As for our interior, things are progressing very well. We've made many new discoveries in our exploration of the other world, and we've found 3 new rare ore deposits. We've yet to confirm the exact size of the deposit, or decide on a location to start excavating though. Good. I've handed over all my resources to the Huyun sect to handle, so you can also send your things to the Huyun sect to trade directly for what the original devil race needs. What kind of ore deposit is it? They're all extremely rare divine ores, but one of them in particular is the legendary Phoenix Blood Immortal Gold. Phoenix Blood Immortal Gold. Long Chen was shocked. That was truly a legendary material. It was said that when a phoenix died, this kind of ore had a chance to form when its blood merged into the earth. The phoenix had a chance of nirvanic rebirth after dying. If it succeeded in being reborn, the nirvanic flames of its revival would impart the ore with the phoenix's spirituality, making it extremely valuable. We have confirmed its phoenix blood immortal gold, but we don't know its exact purity yet. We're still investigating. All right, I'll have Gu Ran come over to take a look. He should know, said Long Chen. He could also conveniently get started on a plan for extracting and purifying it. As a forging master, he was proficient not just in the forging process, but in all matters relating to it, including material extraction and purification. We've reached the entrance to the other world. Zioqian is currently cultivating inside. It's about time for her to come out so you youngsters can chat amongst yourselves. Yue Zioqian's mother smiled. Only now did Long Chen realize that they had been walking to the spatial gate. It had been a long time since he had come here, and the spatial gate had been completely transformed. The spatial gate was larger and much more stable. The barrier to that world had been fully opened. There were golden runes holding open the very tough channel. Quite the investment. Long Chen knew that the potential of this world was immense. The original devil race was hoping that its resources could allow them to soar. Long Chen entered this foreign world on his own. It was no longer as desolate as it had been when he had first come. There were some towing buildings present. The original devil race was transforming this place into their second encampment. Many disciples were cultivating here or busy at work. Long Chen saw quite a few people busy with handling the ores they were extracting. When those disciples saw Long Chen, they solemnly bowed to him. Everything the original devil race had now was thanks to Long Chen, so they were filled with gratitude toward him. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, the sacred daughter is currently at the floating cloud cliff located in the southwest. A disciple pointed him in the right direction when asked about Yue Zioqian. Long Chen followed that person's directions. After an hour, he finally reached a tall mountain. There was a steep cliff on this mountain that pierced into the clouds like a sharp blade. Clouds lingered around the sharp peak, and a figure was quietly sitting there. She was like a flawless jade statue. Her long hair rippled to her waist. She currently had her hands in special seals, and runes were floating around her. A sacred chanting filled the air around her. As soon as Long Chen got close, Yue Zioqian opened her eyes. They shone brightly like 2 stars, and a sweet smile appeared on her lips. Like a fairy descending from the heavens, Yue Zioqian floated down into his embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around him. her fragrance filling his heart. Long Chen held onto her closely. He rarely got to be with Yue Xiaoqian due to her identity. She was always cultivating alone for him. Long Chen, let's never part again, all right. Yue Xiaoqian held on tightly, her voice quivering. Her feelings for him were real, but she had always been forced to restrain herself and focus on cultivating so that she didn't harm him. Being forced to stay away from him and cultivate alone had been a bitter experience, and her tears poured out now, out of her control, as if unleashing all that bitterness. All right, let's never part again. I have the power to protect you. Long Chen nodded. Once the Dragonblood Legion soared, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Thank you, Yue Xiaoqian smiled, her tear-stained face still as beautiful as ever. Unable to stop himself, Long Chen leaned down and gave her a kiss. Chapter 21:32 Exploring the Wilds. Long Chen, we can't. Yue Xiaoqian suddenly pushed Long Chen away because his hands had started to wander. Yue Xiaoqian was red in the face, but she did her best to stay cool-headed, pulling away from Long Chen's devil claws. I lost control a bit. Long Chen was also a bit red. It was only supposed to be a hug and kiss, but then his hands had started moving. Yue Xiaoqian was as red as an apple. She looked down, tidying her clothes. Stealthily looking up and seeing Long Chen's embarrassed expression, she quietly said, Big sisters Meng Qi and Chu Yao knew you first. I can't. Yue Xiaoqian meant that she couldn't let Long Chen touch her like that, or she would be letting down her big sisters. Although they were all cultivators, and having multiple women sharing a husband wasn't rare, the cultivation world did care about the matter of bigger or smaller. If Yue Xiaoqian did do something secretly with Long Chen, that would definitely create a fracture with the others. That was also why, despite having opportunities, Meng Qi, Tang Wan'er, and Chu Yao also hadn't done anything. Although amongst cultivators, the ranking of bigger or smaller wasn't taken too seriously, there were still some taboo things. I'm the one letting you down. Long Chen was immediately ashamed. Long Chen, don't talk that way, cried Yue Xiaoqian. She thought that he was blaming himself for not giving her an exact place amongst those rankings of bigger to smaller. In truth, what he was ashamed about was how Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, and Yue Xiaoqian had managed to resist temptation due to their sisterly promise, while he had ended up losing his virginity. Just thinking about it angered him. However, whenever he thought about that, he also had to force himself to remain cool, as two perfectly beautiful bodies appeared in his mind. Yue Xiaoqian and the one who looked the exact same as her. The relationships between them and himself could be described as melodramatic. When he thought about that matter, he felt like his head was about to split open. He was deeply worried for Leng Yuyan but also worried for himself. Leng Yuyan was just a clone of a god, but after what he had done to that god, would that god take vengeance? How is Wilda? Long Chen took a deep breath and pushed those matters aside. Wilda's doing very well. He goes hunting every day, and we have people keeping an eye on him to make sure he doesn't get lost again. Let's go see him. It's been a while since I went to see him. Yue Xiaoqian wrapped an arm around Long Chen's elbow, smiling sweetly once more. Although nothing substantial occurred between them just now, after that kiss, Yue Xiaoqian became more cheerful. Xiaoqian, you can return with me this time. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others miss you. The cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race's territory is already established, and no one will make things hard on you there, said Long Chen. Even if I left the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race's territory, it would be fine. I've already mastered the profound spirit Tao scripture. I can disguise myself perfectly, and even my power as a member of the original devil race. I've managed to merge that power with the heavenly Tao energy, so no one would be able to tell my identity. Yue Xiaoqian smiled brightly. Really? That scripture's pretty amazing. Long Chen was startled. He hadn't expected the scripture to also possess such a power. Then can others cultivate that scripture as well? Yue Xiaoqian shook her head. No, the profound spirit Tao scripture is special. I did my best to teach it to others, but they were unable to comprehend it. Later, my mother told me that this scripture can only be passed on through inheritances. I could only learn it because the senior in that immortal cave blessed me, giving me that inheritance. My mother said that this scripture can only be possessed by one person at any time. If I did pass it on, I wouldn't be able to cultivate it any longer. That's too bad, but now the two of us can go anywhere together. Long Chen was happy that Yue Xiaoqian no longer needed to hide herself on the continent. Seeing that he looked even happier than she was, Yue Xiaoqian leaned against his shoulder, smiling. The two of them were walking when they heard an angry roar in the distance. That roar had just rung out before a loud bang cut it off. The roar faded away. Long Chen immediately rushed over in that direction. After passing 2 mountains, he saw a bear lying on the ground, its head crushed. A river of blood flowed out of it. That was a 12th rank magical beast, and it was still emitting a powerful pressure. Its black fur was shiny, and it actually had scales on its legs. This was an ancient species with immense power. In front of the bear was Wilda. He was squatting down, preparing a stove. That stove was a divine item that Xuanhuan had made for him. This stove didn't need Wilda to control it with his spiritual yuan. It was powered by spirit crystals. Wilda was clumsily packing one spirit crystal after another in the outer notches of the stove. The stove began unleashing a powerful flame. Wilda tossed the bear onto the stove. The stove unleashed a wave of runes that made the bear shrink until it was just a few feet long. It began to spin on top of the stove. Wilda squatted by the stove, waiting with anticipation. He was even drooling. Long Chen couldn't help laughing, feeling a burst of warmth. This brother of his remained the same pure child as when he had first met him. Wilda, is that enough for you to eat? Long Chen walked over. Due to how focused Wilda was on the meat, he hadn't noticed Long Chen and Yue Zioqian. Hearing that voice, Wilda's whole body shook. Big brother Long. Wilda cried and charged out, hugging Long Chen. The earth shook intensely. Although Long Chen had been prepared, he was still squeezed so tightly that his chest hurt. Wilda's power had grown once more. His physical strength was alarming. If it was Gu Yang getting hugged, he would cough up blood. Someone else would simply be crushed. Brother Long, I missed you. Why did you only come now? Wilda was sobbing, large tears squeezing out of his eyes. Last time he had been lost, he had thought that he might never see Long Chen again. These days, he saw disciples of the original devil race all the time, but never his big brother Long. He was starting to get worried that those disciples had gotten lost like him, and that he wouldn't see Long Chen again. Good brother, it was my fault. This time I'll bring you out to play. How are your rations? Have you prepared enough? Asked Long Chen. There aren't as many magical beasts anymore. Sometimes I have to run very far just to find one, but the brothers and sisters of the original devil race won't let me go any farther. I've only managed to stock up 2 months of rations. Take a look, brother Long. Wilda handed Long Chen his spatial ring. Long Chen checked inside it and gasped. There were hundreds of magical beasts inside, with every single one being a 12th rank magical beast. Seeing so many of them was shocking. Furthermore, he saw that these magical beasts were not ordinary 12th rank magical beasts, but especially powerful ones amongst 12th rank magical beasts. Some of them could match 3rd step nether passage experts. These magical beasts had all been killed by Wilda. Long Chen couldn't help gasping because he saw that these magical beasts had been killed in just one blow. To store up more, I've been saving them, not eating too much. Since you're here though, we can eat too, said Wilda. Long Chen laughed. Was this fellow treating him, but how much could he eat? He couldn't help feeling sorry for this big oaf. He knew that Wilda hated being hungry more than anything else. To store up food, he was going hungry. That was the worst for him. Although Long Chen suspected the celebratory feast today was more for filling his stomach than treating him and Yue Zioqian, Long Chen happily accepted it. Long Chen picked out a scorpion. The meat inside a scorpion's pincers was the best. Just one pincer was as big as a boat. Long Chen and Yue Zioqian couldn't possibly eat that much, but to give Wilda an excuse to eat, they definitely had to eat some. Long Chen also cooked up some of his scarlet blood spirit fish. He directly used the inverse Tao water spirit flame to finish the cooking very quickly. As for Wilda, he didn't care about flavor. As long as the meat had energy in it, he gulped it down. The speed at which he ate was frightening. Long Chen and Yue Zioqian hadn't even finished one fish before the scorpion was finished. There were still bones left from the bear, but Wilda even ate the scorpion's carapace. After eating, Wilda wiped his mouth, looking like he wanted to eat more. Long Chen and Yue Zioqian were speechless. After they finished eating, Long Chen stood up. Let's go. We'll go investigate deeper and see if we can find some more food for Wilda. Yue Zioqian's expression changed. Isn't that too dangerous? Chapter 21, 33 Earth Cavern Tree Demon. This world was a wild land filled with a shocking number of powerful magical beasts. Some terrifying auras had been coming from the depths of the wilderness when the Dragonblood Legion had gone out in search of Wilda. They had then drawn a danger line that no one was supposed to pass. Later, Yue Zioqian's mother had also come over, and warned the original devil race's disciples not to go any deeper for fear of provoking those terrifying existences. As for what actually lay in the depths of the wilderness, Yue Zioqian's mother hadn't said. She only said that as long as they didn't step beyond that line, the original devil race would be safe. Now though Long Chen wanted to cross that line, Yue Zioqian was naturally worried. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided forever. Knowing what it is earlier so that we can prepare isn't a bad thing. Furthermore, whatever is beyond there must know about the original devil race's movements by now. It doesn't make sense that it would ignore you. We have to go check, said Long Chen. Seeing her hesitation, he held Yue Zioqian's hand. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't go too far. Since Long Chen truly wished to go, and Wilda was hopping with excitement, Yue Zioqian could only accompany them. However, before going, she sent a message to her mother and then set up a quick transportation formation at the line. If they didn't go too far, they could activate a formation disk to return here. The only requirement was that they had to have a chance to activate the formation disk. Long Chen and Yue Zioqian suppressed their auras so that they wouldn't be sensed so easily. As for Wilda, he didn't have a cultivator's aura anyway. As long as he wasn't in a battle state, his blood chi naturally hid itself. That seemed to be a kind of instinct, because keeping his aura inside reduced the amount of energy he was burning. Careful! Long Chen suddenly pulled back Yue Zioqian and Wilda, and in that exact moment, a tree root appeared out of the earth, snapping shut like a noose where the three of them had been. What is this? Wilda curiously pulled on the root, and as a result, the earth exploded, with millions of roots shooting at the three of them. Wilda, don't resist, said Long Chen suddenly. He took out an ordinary sword and slashed the roots, but the roots were too tough to break. Boom! Suddenly, the world around them darkened. They were enveloped by the roots and pulled into the earth. It's an earth cavern tree demon, said Yue Zioqian. The earth cavern tree demon was actually classified as a magical beast, but of a vegetative kind. It was split into two portions, the tree portion and the root portion. The tree portion could disguise itself as any precious tree and emit various auras to attract other creatures. When those creatures got close, they would fall into its trap. The three of them were now bound by its roots and sucked underground like prey. Listening to Long Chen, Wilda pretended to struggle, only to find that a blue rune flickered on the roots whenever he applied force, and the roots would expand so that he couldn't apply any power. This earth cavern tree demon is a 12th rank magical beast. Long Chen, are you confident? Messaged Yue Zioqian. Yue Zioqian knew that this earth cavern tree demon was extremely powerful and crafty. After its roots pulled its prey underground, it would form a tight net around it and crush it. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Long Chen gestured to be at ease. He also pretended to struggle. Boom! Golden roots suddenly appeared around them when they reached a certain depth. These golden roots had sharp points, and when Long Chen's sword slashed onto them, metallic sparks flew. Long Chen used his sword to protect them, forcing back the golden roots. Although he couldn't break them, the golden roots were also unable to harm him. As time passed, more golden roots appeared and the space around them shrank. The pressure grew greater. Zioqian, help! Shouted Long Chen. Yue Zioqian nodded and formed hand seals. Runes flew out, enveloping the three of them in a barrier that blocked the golden roots. In response, the golden vines tightened around the barrier, trying to crush it. But Yue Zioqian's barrier was extremely tough. Brother Long, what are you doing? Wilda stared. He still didn't know why Long Chen was making it so troublesome. Why didn't he just let him kill it with a smash of his club? Long Chen gestured to be quiet. The tree roots persevered for an incense stick's worth of time. Then they seemed to lose patience. The golden roots vanished, and a giant mouth suddenly devoured the entire barrier. I was waiting for this. Long Chen suddenly smiled and had Yue Zioqian release her barrier. A lightning spear appeared in his hand, and he threw it out. When the barrier dissipated, Long Chen and the others found themselves within a sticky pool of foul-smelling liquid. Long Chen's lightning spear instantly blew that liquid apart. The space they were in shook. Zioqian, help me extract the demon heart. I'll draw its attention. Wilda, you come with me. Long Chen transmitted instructions to the other two. Lightning wings spread on his back and he flew forward. Green liquid arrows shot at Long Chen from every direction. Do you think you can corrode Thunder Force? Long Chen smiled mockingly, continuing to charge forward with Wilda. Boom! A large hole appeared ahead. Long Chen and Wilda were pulled toward the hole. Long Chen resisted the suction. Now that you've invited the devil in, don't think that you can send him out. The Earth Cavern Tree Demon had sensed something wrong and was trying to expel them. Although they were underground, Long Chen saw a giant monstrous figure made entirely of roots. Those roots shot toward them like swords, but Long Chen threw a lightning spear forward. The spear exploded, blowing apart the roots. The lightning then transformed into chains that bound the Earth Cavern Tree Demon's body. You think you can bait me with a fake? How could it be so easy to escape? Long Chen pulled on the lightning chains, and just like that, he tore his way above ground again. Let me smash it to death. Seeing the trapped tree demon, Wilder raised his club. Wilder, don't hit it. Long Chen hastily stopped him. The Earth Cavern Tree Demon struggled intensely, but Long Chen's lightning chains were too strong for it to escape. The surrounding earth was destroyed. Suddenly, its body shook one final time before it stopped struggling. It began to shrink and wither. Its body split open, and Yue Xiaoqian walked out. She held a foot-long rhombus-shaped object. That object was blood-red and also emitted a bloody air. Some strange runes were flickering on top of it, and it was almost possible to hear an unwilling roar. I didn't fail your expectations, said Yue Xiaoqian with a smile. This was the demonic heart of the Earth Cavern Tree Demon. Vegetative magical beasts didn't have crystal cores. This demonic heart was where all its energy was gathered, and once taken, it would instantly die. The Earth Cavern Tree Demon had been very crafty, and as soon as it had sensed the danger, it had tried to flee underground. Since it only attacked creatures weaker than it, practically no one had ever seen its demonic heart. But Long Chen refused to let it escape. The reason he knew about the demonic heart was because one of the ingredients in the pill formulas he knew involved its demonic heart. A 12th rank Earth Cavern Tree Demon's demonic heart was very precious and could merge into many kinds of medicinal pills. If it was used as a main ingredient, he knew 3 formulas. If it was used as a supplementary ingredient, it had even more uses. Long Chen took out the moon and star refining furnace right there and started refining the demonic heart. The demonic heart continued to struggle, but it quickly melted into a drop of blood liquid. Long Chen put that liquid away and smiled. Just this one drop of blood made the risk worth it. Yue Xiaoqian also smiled, as she knew about this Earth Cavern Tree Demon. It was very difficult to kill one. Wilder, keep going forward. Long Chen indicated for Wilder to pick a path. That was his habit. Unless he was alone, he would always let someone else pick which direction to go. To be able to run into a rare Earth Cavern Tree Demon like this was definitely Wilder's luck. Long Chen was benefiting from that. He had always been very confident in his bad luck. Although Wilder didn't quite understand, he simply followed Long Chen's instructions. The 3 of them went deeper and deeper. As they got deeper, Long Chen felt a heart-palpitating sensation. Yue Xiaoqian sensed the same thing. Only Wilder didn't feel anything. Long Chen, we've gone too far. Any further, and we'll be beyond the range of the transportation formation, warned Yue Xiaoqian. Any further and the formation disk she had prepared would be useless. Just at that moment, a furious roar rang out. Although it came from a great distance, the divine pressure that came with it made Yue Xiaoqian and Long Chen's hair stand on end. Chapter 21, 34. Once more seeing the winged devil race. A roar rang out like crashing waves, resounding with such power it shook their very souls. This was definitely not the roar of an ordinary 12th rank magical beast. Only a magical beast at the peak of the 12th rank could do such a thing, an existence with power on par with a 4th step nether passage expert. Long Chen had exchanged blows with the mechanism sex patriarch, and although the patriarch had been bedeviled at that time, Long Chen still remembered that pressure clearly. Following the first roar, countless others rang out. What's going on? Is a beast tide about to occur? Yue Xiaoqian's expression changed. If a beast tide occurred now, it would be trouble. The original devil race hadn't made any preparations against it. It doesn't sound like it, so let's not randomly guess. Xiaoqian, send a message to the race leader to immediately retreat from this world. We have to go deeper and see what's going on, said Long Chen. Yue Xiaoqian immediately activated one of the original devil race's secret arts used for sending distress signals. Runes shot out of her, speeding away toward the entrance to this world. They would pass on the information they knew. Long Chen, this is too dangerous. We're only 3 people, said Yue Xiaoqian. Don't worry, I have the Azure Dragon's essence blood. If I activate the dragon might, these magical beasts will be suppressed. Plus, I have other trump cards. I'm confident in being able to protect us. Whatever is in the depths of this wilderness must know about our mining. We have to understand why it knows but still ignores us. The sooner the better. Since Long Chen was so confident, Yue Zioqian stopped trying to change his mind, and the three of them moved toward the sounds. After just an incense stick's worth of time, the ground began to incessantly shake. The roaring appeared once more, and rays of divine light exploded over the horizon. "There's a fight, let's speed up." Flabbergasted, Long Chen shot forward. The three of them quickly reached a region where astral winds raged, lifting up waves of earth and sending boulders flying through the air. The further they went, the greater the pressure grew. Yue Zioqian felt like there was a boulder pressing down on her, and like she would be torn apart. Long Chen blocked the pressure with his own body, standing in front of Yue Zioqian to help alleviate some of it. Yue Zioqian's physical body wasn't her strong point, and to conceal their auras, they couldn't circulate their spiritual yuan to protect themselves. Long Chen and Wilda could ignore this pressure with just their physical bodies, and with Long Chen in front, Yue Zioqian managed to endure. They were now continuing forward blind, as thick dust whirled around them. Bang! Long Chen smashed apart a boulder that had been hurtling toward them. He told Wilda to follow from behind because Wilda's spiritual strength was weak, and he wouldn't be able to sense some dangers in time. By this time, they had reached the edge of the battlefield, so luck wasn't as necessary. Boom! A powerful explosion sent a huge wave of earth collapsing over the three of them. Long Chen protected Yue Zioqian as they were devoured. When the three of them climbed out of the earth, they saw a giant corpse lying on the ground in front of them. It was so huge that they couldn't tell what it was while being so close. However, even a dead magical beast could emit a terrifying pressure. The three of them climbed up its giant body. When they managed to see its head, Yue Zioqian gasped. "It's an ancient species, the blue-eyed golden toad." This corpse that was bigger than a mountain was a toad, but it only had 3 legs and its body was covered in golden scales. As for its head, it had been pierced by something. Half of its body was buried in the earth, and its stomach was pointed to the sky. Hearing what it was, Long Chen jumped. He hastily ran over to the hole in its head and managed to luckily find a crystal core. "The heavens have blessed me." Long Chen was incredibly excited by this find. It was also a treasure for refining pills. There are 4 blood runes on the crystal core, meaning this blue-eyed golden toad had reached the peak of the 12th rank, comparable to a 4th-step nether passage expert, said Yue Zioqian. She was shocked. A magical beast on the level of a 4th-step nether passage expert had been slain. Just what kind of terrifying existence could do that? Suddenly, another furious roar rang out, and chi waves crashed down on them like a tsunami. The corpse they were on was blown into the distance. Damn, just what level of battle is this? Long Chen was stunned. The pressure coming from that fight shook his heart. "Zioqian, how about you go back first? I can go see what it is with Wilda." "No, I'll come with you. I can sense a devilish air. We have to go together to see what it is," said Yue Zioqian. Seeing that she was determined, Long Chen nodded. He put away the corpse of the blue-eyed golden frog and continued onward. Boom! A giant elephant tusk slammed into the ground. It had been flying toward them, and if Long Chen hadn't sensed it, it might have pierced the 3 of them. The heavenly Killing barbarian elephant's tusk. It's another peak 12th rank magical beast. Yue Zioqian recognized the origin of this tusk. The tusk was as white as jade and still emitted a powerful pressure. Runes continued to swirl around it, telling them just how terrifying it was, but even something as terrifying as it had been crushed. Long Chen grabbed the tusk and put it away, his heartbeat quickening. There was probably an immense battle going on, and the danger probably exceeded what he had expected. The roars of magical beasts shook their ears. There was another sound mixed in with them, a sound that made it feel like needles were stabbing into their ears, causing their heads to hurt. "This is the winged devil ghost cry. It's a divine ability of the winged devil race." Yue Zioqian's expression suddenly changed. "The winged devil race, the same as the corpses we found in the Geolai secret realm?" asked Long Chen. "Yes, the winged devil race is the oldest of the devil races and possesses the most varieties. There are many branches amongst the winged devil race, and the ones we saw in the Geolai secret realm are of the weakest variety. They can't compare to the current winged devils here," whispered Yue Zioqian. The 3 of them crawled on top of a stone mountain. The land here had been wrecked, leaving behind only some tougher minerals. All the dirt had been blasted away. These stones were all extremely tough to be able to still be standing here. Long Chen, Yue Ziokian and Wilda hid behind them as they stealthily stuck their heads out. Seeing the sight before them, Long Chen couldn't help gasping. Giant magical beasts were fighting on this battlefield, battling against countless monstrous humanoid figures with wings. Those monstrous figures were 300 meters tall, with pointed ears and teeth. Their hands and feet were sharp claws. They were members of the winged devil race. Long Chen had seen other winged devils in Devil Spirit Mountain, but they were of a different breed. The ones he had seen then weren't as large, and while in terms of shape the difference wasn't too great, the auras they had possessed were completely different from these ones. Looking into the distance, Long Chen saw a giant hole in the center of the battlefield. Countless winged devils were pouring out of that hole in an endless tide. Suddenly, the sky dimmed. A giant figure flipped and then was torn in two in the sky, unleashing a rain of blood. Because it had been too fast, they couldn't see what magical beast it was, but based on its aura, it had to be a peak 12th rank magical beast. Long Chen looked at the side of the magical beasts. He saw a golden horned drake that seemed to be commanding the magical beasts. It was currently fighting a winged devil covered in blood runes. That particular winged devil held a large trident. With each swing, heaven and earth were torn apart. The spatial laws of the world were destroyed in front of it. "It's the winged devil king race," said Yue Ziokian, blanching. The blood-colored winged devil blocked a claw from the golden horned drake. An array of sword lights suddenly shot out of its forehead, piercing through the head of another magical beast. Long Chen suddenly realized that the blue-eyed golden toad had also been killed by this move. It was a one-shot killer, one that came without any warning. The golden horned drake roared. Opening its mouth, a wave of dragon breath roared out. Golden flames set the world on fire. However, that blood-colored winged devil sneered. Spreading its wings, it formed a barrier that blocked the dragon breath. "Why would the winged devil race attack this place?" asked Long Chen. Yue Ziokian looked at the blood-colored winged devil gravely. The winged devil is an ancient devil race. Traces of them are spread throughout all of history. Their various species inhabit the entire cosmos and are like cockroaches with a strong life force. Wherever there is life, they will go there, breaking the barriers between worlds to undergo slaughters. The souls of the life forms they kill are absorbed to strengthen them, which is why slaughter is the only way for them to survive. Since they're attacking this place, it probably means that this world's dark era has come in advance. "This world also has a dark era?" asked Long Chen, startled. He had thought that it was just the martial heaven continent. "The dark era can spread throughout the entire cosmos. It's just a matter of which world it strikes first. This world is also within the domain of the dark era," answered Yue Ziokian. Boom! The golden horned drake and the blood-colored winged devil clashed once again. One of the drake's claws was split open, and golden blood flowed out. It had been injured. "I just noticed. That golden horned drake's blood chi seems to be lacking. What's going on?" asked Long Chen curiously. "She's pregnant and looks to be about to give birth," said Yue Ziokian. Suddenly, the golden horned drake was blown back, crashing into a stone mountain. The mountain crumbled. A mass of blood flew out, and a small golden drake appeared in the sky. Chapter 21, 35 Joining Hands to Kill. "It's been born." Seeing that little drake flying out, Yue Ziokian let out a startled cry. The birth of this drake represented the death of its mother. Magical beasts needed to have the ability to survive bad conditions. For magical beasts, being pregnant was one of their most dangerous moments. If other magical beasts were to set their sights on them during that time, they might be easily killed. That was why higher-tier magical beasts had a divine ability to have the fetus die within them if they were in crisis. As long as the fetus had not been born, it could be reabsorbed for a burst of power. But this golden horned drake refused to do so even in the face of such a terrifying enemy. It had given birth, causing its power to sharply drop. The blood-colored winged devil's eyes brightened upon seeing the little drake, and blue saliva actually dripped out of its mouth. It charged directly toward it. The adult golden horned drake immediately blocked its path, but in its weakened state, it was instantly blown away. Just as the winged devil was about to reach the little drake, a giant claw came crashing down from the sky at it. Boom! The winged devil was sent flying. Another giant golden horned drake had appeared. That golden horned drake had just forced back the winged devil when blood splashed from its back. A trident was stabbing into its back, tearing through its scales. Two other tridents appeared at the same time, but before they could attack, the golden horned drake roared. Its scales lit up and its tail whipped through the air, shattering the void. Three figures appeared within that shattered space, and Long Chen and Yue Zioqian couldn't help but gasp. Those three were also experts of the winged devil king race. This golden horned drake had been fighting the three of them, and seeing his mate and child in danger, it had come to assist. The price for that was taking a trident in its back. The void rumbled. More golden horned drakes appeared, but at the same time, more winged devils appeared. Only now did Long Chen notice that there was another entrance far in the distance. Another army of winged devils was pouring out of there. Those winged devils weren't part of the winged devil king race, but their auras were definitely above average. Furthermore, their numbers were appalling. As for the golden horned drake that had come to save its mate and child, it was clearly the king of the magical beasts here. On its own, it managed to hold back four of the winged devil king race's experts. However, it was clearly at an immense disadvantage against the four of them. It was injured time and time again. The surrounding magical beasts slaughtered the winged devils charging out of the openings, but there was an endless tide of them. Curiously, there were only 12th rank magical beasts present. After pondering it for a moment, Long Chen concluded that in this battle, only other 12th rank magical beasts could ignore the pressure of high-ranking magical beasts. Magical beasts at the 11th rank and below wouldn't be able to help due to the pressure of their own comrades. Moreover, there had to be over 10,000 12th rank magical beasts here. They were like bashing mountains, but for every winged devil they killed, another appeared. On the other hand, if they showed any weakness, the winged devils would immediately pounce on them. Even these powerful 12th rank magical beasts were dying one by one. Countless winged devils flocked toward the mother drake and the child drake, looking hungry. The mother was quickly covered in wounds, while the king of the drakes was held back by those four blood-colored winged devils. One of the winged devils managed to stab its claw and rip off a chunk of its flesh. That was no light wound. Long Chen, what do we do? Yue Zioqian bit her lip, feeling moved by the mother protecting its child. Although these magical beasts aren't our friends, they aren't necessarily our enemies. But the winged devils are definitely our enemies. We have to take action. Once the mother dies, the king drake will go crazy and also won't be able to last much longer. The rest will collapse not long after. Zioqian, tell your mother to send reinforcement immediately. Wilda, follow my directions. The winged devil king race is too powerful. We'll need to work together to handle them. Long Chen rushed off the mountain, going straight toward the battlefield. Yue Zioqian immediately activated her secret art again, sending runes flying back toward the skyscraping world. Sister Zioqian, what do I do? Asked Wilda, lost. Don't rush. Long Chen will tell you in a bit, said Yue Zioqian with a smile. Without instructions, Wilda felt uneasy, afraid he might do something to bring trouble. The battle was growing bloodier. More magical beasts were dying, even as they brought down more winged devils. Corpses piled up and rivers of blood flowed. The mother drake was surrounded by countless winged devils. It was covered in wounds to protect its child, but with hundreds of winged devils attacking, it was finally knocked away. Like wolves, those winged devils pounced on the child drake. Both the mother and father roared, but they were unable to stop it. Starfall. A giant flame sphere exploded amongst the winged evils, blasting them to bits. Long Chen appeared beside the child drake, and with a wave of his hand, he sent it floating toward its mother. Raging flames devour the heavens. With him at the center, Long Chen unleashed a wave of fire, enveloping all the surrounding winged devils. The stronger ones were able to suppress the flames, but the weaker ones were unable to resist the inverse Tao water spirit flame and were incinerated. The entire battlefield was thrown into chaos by Long Chen's arrival. The mother drake stared at Long Chen, stunned, not knowing what to do. Damnable human race, die. One of the four blood-colored winged devils attacking the Drake King turned to Long Chen. It actually spoke the same language. The little winged devil race also dares to say big words in front of me. I'll kill you with a single slash of my blade. Long Chen raised Evil Moon. He took 8 steps in the air, and with each step his aura grew, split the heavens 8. The winged devil snorted, and devil chi surged out of its trident. It seemed to be using some technique. Devil suppressing seal. Suddenly, a ray of divine light shot out of the sky and struck that winged devil. It let out a cry, and its whole body began to emit smoke as if it was burning. Just at that moment, Long Chen's attack crashed down. Clenching its teeth, the winged devil raised its trident. Boom! The trident was sent flying, and one of its arms shattered. Long Chen's saber had slashed onto its head. However, its head was surprisingly tough, and Long Chen's attack only left a dent on it. Its head was actually just as tough as a divine item. The winged devil tried to retreat, but the light shining out of the mark on Yue Xiaoqian's forehead followed it, and it was like sunlight shining onto a snowman. The wings on its back began to show signs of melting. The winged devil flew away from Long Chen, but it didn't notice that in the direction it was flying was a large stone mountain, and on it was a large figure. Wilda smashed his club at the back of the winged devil's head. Boom! In other regards, Wilda might be lacking, but this one attack of his was perfect. Since he didn't release any aura, no one could sense his existence, making it a solid strike. The winged devil's head split open but didn't explode. When Wilda pulled back his club, the winged devil's head collapsed. A crystal appeared where its forehead was. A runic sword struck that crystal. Blood splashed as it was sent flying out of the winged devil's body. The winged devil's body shuddered, and all its life force vanished. As for that crystal, it fell into Yue Xiaoqian's hand. Haha, nice work. Long Chen rested Evil Moon on his shoulder. With the three of them working together, they had managed to eliminate one of those blood-colored winged devils. That sense of accomplishment was exhilarating. Chapter 21, 36 Devil Suppressing Divine Seal. Yue Xiaoqian almost cried out in excitement upon obtaining the crystal. The divine seal of the original devil race had an innate devil-suppressing effect, and this power could be upgraded. However, the requirement for upgrading this power was absorbing the essence of devil cores. This was the special ability bestowed upon them by the heir of the 9 stars. In the Geoli secret realm, the winged devils were very low level, and their crystal cores were impure. But the crystal core she was holding right now was of such high purity that she might be able to directly advance her divine seal upon absorbing its energy. Watch out! Long Chen suddenly shouted, grabbing Yue Xiaoqian and pulling her away. With his lightning wings, he sped away. The other 3 blood-colored winged devils had abandoned the Drake King and were rushing over in their direction. More accurately, they were coming for Yue Xiaoqian. Holding Yue Xiaoqian, Long Chen managed to dodge the attacks of the first 2, but he couldn't dodge the third. Pushing Yue Xiaoqian back, he blocked the winged devil with his saber, but the winged devil's trident sent him flying back. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Now he truly experienced just how powerful those blood-colored winged devils were. Receiving that trident was like being smashed by a star. The devil chi within that trident had actually invaded Long Chen's body, making him feel like millions of needles were piercing him. You dare to hit my brother Long? Wilda immediately went wild. Transforming into a 300-meter giant, he smashed his club at the winged devil that had injured Long Chen. Boom! The webbing between Wilda's forefinger and thumb split open, causing fresh blood to flow. But the winged devil was also forced back several steps. At this moment, the Drake King rushed over. It had decided that Long Chen and the others were here to help, so it went after the other two blood-colored winged devils. Xiaoqian, continue. We'll work together to eliminate another one of them. Long Chen wiped off some blood from his mouth. With a cold snort, he swung his saber at the winged devil. Yue Xiaoqian's devil seal reappeared on her forehead and unleashed a bright light at the winged devil. But this time, a blood-colored light barrier appeared in front of it, blocking Yue Xiaoqian's light. The barrier began to burn, but it was able to remain standing. Long Chen, it has the blood of kings, and my divine seal is too weak to suppress it without some time, transmitted Yue Xiaoqian. Without any opportunity to cultivate her divine seal, its power was not high enough. The reason she had been able to suppress the first one was because it hadn't been on guard. That's fine, we'll just have to go all out. Long Chen took a deep breath as he summoned the Azure Dragon battle armor. Boom! Long Chen was sent flying back even though the winged devil had just blocked Wilda's club and dealt with Yue Xiaoqian's light. However, this time, the winged devil was also knocked back, flipping through the air. Xiaoqian, just keep this up. With your divine seal present, it has to expend some of its power to resist it. We do have some chance of killing it, shouted Long Chen. Just now, he had found that the winged devil's power wasn't as ferocious as before, allowing him to see some hope. Long Chen and Wilda joined forces, starting an intense fight with the winged devil. Long Chen was shocked to find Wilda's power had grown even more terrifying. Just the power of Wilda's physical body had surpassed his. After transforming into a giant, his power was actually on par with the winged devil. Furthermore, the winged devil's devil chi was unable to invade his body. He had a natural resistance to it. The original devil race's energy was special, and it was a kind of power that wasn't within the laws of the martial heaven continent, but even they needed to expend some spiritual yuan to resist the invasion of the devil chi. Only Wilder was able to completely ignore it. His bone club whistled through the air. It was like it was as heavy as a star, unleashing immense power with each strike. His wild strikes almost caught Long Chen in between them, making Long Chen speechless. He had wanted to fight alongside Wilder, but Wilder didn't know how to cooperate. He was just blindly swinging his club. Long Chen had no choice but to switch to being a support. Since Wilder didn't know how to work together, there was a chance that Long Chen might injure him if he tried using one of his powerful techniques. However, Long Chen also didn't specialize in long-range support, and Wilder's fight with the winged devil was too fast. He couldn't help him much. I'll have to switch targets. Long Chen finally decided to leave. Wilder seemed to be a match for the winged devil, so Long Chen went to the other battlefield. Split the heavens 8. Long Chen immediately unleashed a full-strength attack. One of the winged devils had just been knocked back by the Drake King, and Long Chen's saber smashed toward it. The winged devil had yet to stabilize before being struck by this attack, so it was blown into the distance. As for Long Chen, he had to deal with the invasion of the devil chi once more, and his arm bled from the impact. With a snort, Long Chen covered himself in lightning. The invasion of the devil chi immediately weakened. Wild Lightning Soul Battle Spear. The winged devil let out a sharp shriek. Devil chi surged out of its body. An ray of light shot out of its forehead, piercing straight through the lightning spear Long Chen had summoned. Upon seeing that light, Long Chen's lightning wings flapped, and he forcibly twisted to the side. The light pierced straight through his lightning spear and shot right past his body. This was an attack that even a peak 12th rank magical beast wasn't able to survive. He had seen it in action and had always been on guard against it. Starfall. A large flame sphere shot toward the winged devil and exploded, setting it on fire. But even the terrifying inverse Tao water spirit flame was quickly suppressed by its devil chi. Just at this moment, an even stronger explosion occurred nearby. The Drake King had torn its opponent into pieces now that it was 1 against 1. The Drake King seemed to have noticed that this was its chance and had gone all out to kill the other winged devil. But it had been heavily injured by the winged devil's final blow. Its trident had nearly gone through the Drake King's body. The Drake King immediately went to support Long Chen after stabilizing its condition. A giant claw came crashing down from the sky. Now Long Chen also experienced just how terrifying the Drake King's power was. Boom! The winged devil was unable to block the Drake King on its own. With just one attack, its arm was torn off. Long Chen grabbed that chance to slash the winged devil in the neck. Black blood splashed as a large head flew into the air. A tail whipped over, blowing the head to bits. The Drake King was actually able to cooperate with Long Chen very well. Long Chen reached out and grabbed the crystal from its head. After killing 2 of the blood-colored winged devils, the Drake King let out a roar that shook the world. The magical beasts fighting the other winged devils also roared. The Drake King seemed to be trying to raise their morale. The Drake King shot into motion, going for its next target, but just as it raised its claw, it paused. That was because Wilder's fight with the other blood-colored winged devil had reached a tough spot. Both sides were equally matched, and they were locked in such close combat that it was difficult to interfere. Long Chen was about to tell Wilder to retreat and have the Drake King handle that winged devil when his expression suddenly changed. From the distance, several terrifying auras were rising. Long Chen saw 7 of those blood-colored winged devils flying over to them. Not good. Long Chen was startled. The Drake King was already injured, and although it had temporarily stopped its injuries from getting any worse, it couldn't beat 7 of those blood-colored winged devils by itself. However, those 7 winged devils didn't even look at the Drake King. They were glaring at Yue Xiaoqian, a crazy killing intent surging out of them. Xiaoqian, retreat, shouted Long Chen. He rushed toward the 7 winged devils. The original devil race was the bane of the winged devil race, and so their first target was Yue Xiaoqian. Evil devils blocked the way, throwing the world into chaos. The divine seal was bestowed upon me to suppress all devils and return the world to peace. Using the combined faith of the original devil race, I asked the cosmos for power. Devil-suppressing divine seal, activate. Just as Long Chen condensed a small flame lotus in his hand and prepared to activate the Nirvana scripture, a chant rang out that made him turn back. He saw a figure standing in the sky, palms pressed together, a devil mark on her forehead blazing with divine light. "Mom," Yue Zioqian let out a delighted cry. This person was Yue Zioqian's mother, the original devil race's leader, Yue Zihan. The divine light from her seal filled the world. Those blood-colored winged devils were actually so terrified that they turned and fled. "Seal." Yue Zihan slowly opened her hands. Her middle finger and ring finger were together, as were her thumb, forefinger, and little finger. Forming that strange hand seal, she let out a cold cry. A blinding ray of light shot out of her forehead, going through her hand seal and striking the blood-colored winged devils. As it passed through her hand seal, the light transformed into a giant seal character. Boom! The ordinary winged devils in range vanished from existence. The only trace of any winged devils in the path of her attack were 7 statues. The 7 blood-colored winged devils had been turned to stone. What a terrifying divine art! Long Chen stared, completely dumbstruck. Chapter 21, 37 Tidying Up. The 7 blood-colored winged devils were destroyed by Yue Zioqian's sword. After being turned to stone, they were brittle and easily destroyed. Yue Zioqian waved her hand, gathering the 7 devil cores. She then flew over to the mother, looking at her worshipfully. "Mom, you're so powerful. After cultivating for a few thousand years, I finally have a chance to slay some devils. I suppose I've finally won some face for our ancestors." Yue Zihan smiled, gratified. The original devil race existed to slay devils, and now she had finally done that. They had inherited the devil-slaying arts for countless years, but hadn't had any targets to use them on. Today, they could finally feel some pride in being members of the original devil race. After those 7 blood-colored winged devils were killed, the other winged devils panicked and began to flee for the exit. "My blood leads the way, my soul opens the path." Yue Zihan formed new hand seals, and the other experts of the original devil race that she had brought along followed, quietly chanting the same thing as her. "Condense." Yue Zihan let out a cry. All the original devil race's experts began to shine. A drop of crystalline liquid floated out of every one of their foreheads, flying toward Yue Zihan. A drop also came out of Yue Zihan's forehead. It sparkled with a pure light, and a supreme will was contained within that one drop. All the drops gathered into a ball of water that dropped onto the ground. That ball of water had no aura. It didn't whistle toward the ground with any speed. But when it fell, the world became still. The only thing moving within the world was that ball of water. Boom! The ball exploded. A ripple spread in every direction, instantly enveloping the battlefield. The ripple didn't harm the magical beasts. It didn't even cause their fur to ripple. However, those fleeing winged devils instantly blew apart. Millions of winged devils were killed by this one attack. Long Chen was shocked. The original devil race's devil-slaying arts were incomparable. This wasn't a fight but a slaughter. It didn't seem to take any effort. Even the magical beasts were shocked. They simply stood there, not daring to move. The Drake King, its mate, and its child stood there, quietly staring at the battlefield that was filled with corpses. Finally, a roar rang out. One of the wild lions bared its fangs at the experts of the original devil race. After all, magical beasts were magical beasts. Their bloodlines were wild, resulting in their intelligence being very low. They mostly acted on instinct. The other magical beasts also began to show hostility toward the original devil race. The experts of the original devil race began to grow nervous. These were terrifying 12th-rank magical beasts, and the original devil race didn't have any special suppressive effect against them. "What do you want to become enemies?" demanded Long Chen, walking forward. However, he didn't need to do any more before the Drake King let out a growl. Those terrifying 12th-rank magical beasts immediately ceased any hostile actions. They just stared. The Drake King came forward with its mate and lowered its head to Long Chen. That posture seemed to be expressing their thanks. The Drake King then made several sounds, seeming to be trying to communicate with Long Chen. But Long Chen was Meng Qi, and he couldn't understand. He suddenly had a thought. He bit his finger, forcing out 3 drops of his essence blood that he sent flying toward the Drake King, its mate, and its child. When those drops of essence blood appeared, all the golden horned drakes present shivered, staring intensely at the blood. This blood contained the azure dragon's essence blood. Anything related to the dragon race would sense the divine aura contained within it. Before this, Long Chen had summoned the azure dragon battle armor, but had been forced to suppress it so that he didn't release any dragon might. If he had, all the magical beasts would have been suppressed by that pressure. Now though, sensing the power within just these 3 drops of blood, the magical beasts stared at Long Chen fearfully. Being instinctual creatures, these magical beasts wouldn't factor in Long Chen's cultivation base, or if he was a match for them. This dragon might was enough to make them afraid. This was why Long Chen dared to enter the depths of the wilderness. The Drake King took the initiative to swallow the drop of blood floating toward it. Marks began to appear on its scales, and its aura vaguely began to transform. As for its mate, it actually sent both drops toward its child, sending them into its body. The tiny drake's body shuddered, and then it fell asleep, not knowing what was going on. Seeing this, Yue Zioqian was once more moved. She looked at her own mother, who was also looking at her with a loving smile. Respected expert, thank you for coming to our aid. The Drake King actually began to communicate mentally with Long Chen. That was because Long Chen had left a spiritual mark within his blood so that he could communicate with the Drake King. No need to be courteous. I possess dragon blood, so we aren't technically outsiders. Are you the ruler of this world? Asked Long Chen. Yes, but also no. This world is split into 2 portions, and I control the eastern portion. The west is controlled by the Blood Phoenix race. We often fight, but neither one of us is able to dominate the other, answered the Drake King. Long Chen was startled, not having expected that this wild world was actually split into 2 factions. Then do you know who I am? Asked Long Chen. You are one of the life forms from the other world who have recently come. We were planning on forcing you back, but then these openings to the devil world appeared here. Powerful winged devils occasionally come out, so we have no choice but to concentrate our attention here. We haven't had time to handle you, said the Drake King after a moment of silence. Long Chen smiled. This Drake King actually did have some thoughts. It even considered whether to answer truthfully to Long Chen. Perhaps you aren't too welcoming toward us, but this could be an opportunity for you. Sometimes a careless investment can have a good return. For example, because you didn't expel us, we were able to help you during your most critical moment. Correct, without all of you we would have died. I have to thank you especially for saving our child. The Drake King nodded. Hearing this, Long Chen was much more confident. It should be easier for him to get the magical beasts to do what he wanted. Can you have your people leave for now so we can clean up the battlefield? It seems that they aren't too friendly toward us, said Long Chen. The Drake King nodded and began to roar at the magical beasts. Those magical beasts glanced at Long Chen, some of them ominously. The Drake King immediately gave a real roar, and those magical beasts scattered. After they left, Yue Zioqian and the others excitedly went through the battlefield. The devil cores of these winged devils were priceless treasures to them. Wilda also swept through the battlefield. There were over 1,000 powerful magical beasts that had been slain during this battle, and their huge corpses were his rations. Long Chen told Wilda not to eat those corpses for now. He wanted to extract their essence blood, crystal cores, and anything useful for alchemy first. In the end, the only magical beast left was the Drake King that accompanied Long Chen. After tidying up the battlefield, Long Chen, Yue Zihan, and the Drake King went to the huge opening from which the winged devils had come. This hole was many miles wide. There were 2 such openings, and they were covered in black chi that made them like gaping mouths. A sinister air came from them. These lead to the devil world, asked Long Chen. Yue Zihan said, not exactly. There are countless devil worlds sprinkled throughout millions of star fields. Every star field has countless worlds like the Martial Heaven continent. This channel can be considered a crack in the chaotic flow of space. The winged devil race is constantly trying to invade other worlds, so when they find one, they will immediately establish a channel to that world. Just like the sects of the Martial Heaven continent, they view other worlds as resources, and we are their prey. They'll normally send a few devil races to attack the various worlds. You defended the Xuanhuan Dao sect's abyss against those devils before. The devil race consists of many different species, said to number in the millions. The winged devils are simply the oldest amongst the devil races, and the majority of the devil race belongs to the winged devil race. Of course, they're also the ones that do the most killing of the human race. Long Chen, if you have this Drake King help, I can seal this channel to keep some peace for now, said Yue Zihan. No, we can't do that. Long Chen hastily waved his hand. Chapter 21, 38 A new collaboration. What is it? Asked Yue Zihan. While the winged devil race was not continuing their attack, this was their chance to seal this channel. For the winged devil race to reopen a new channel was very difficult. Even if they could manage it, the timeline would be several years into the future. We can't. Without the threat of the winged devil race, the magical beasts will turn on us. We have to leave this channel. Only when there is profit can any relationship be steady, said Long Chen. All right, we aren't skilled in this regard, so I'll leave it to you, said Yue Zihan. Perhaps it was because they had been stuck in the skyscraping world for too long, but she wasn't used to plotting like this. Long Chen nodded and began communicating spiritually with the Drake King. He gravely said, "This superior of mine has said that this channel was opened by the winged devil race, and we can't break it. So it'll be hard on you in the future. The winged devils will continue to attack you. You should prepare for a long-term battle." "They'll return?" asked the Drake King. Long Chen nodded. "They won't just return, they'll bring even stronger members." The Drake King fell silent. This was a bolt from the blue to it. It didn't know how to face it. "Ask me for help, please. How am I supposed to start if you don't ask?" Long Chen waited for what felt like half the day, but the Drake King didn't say anything. Finally, Long Chen had to take the initiative. "How about this? We can help you defend this channel. We can protect this world together. However, to protect this channel, we need some underground ores to build some tools. So can you stop these magical beasts from attacking us while we excavate the ores?" That was Long Chen's goal. He wanted the ores, but he also wanted the original devil race defending this location, because by slaying the winged devils, they could obtain devil cores to upgrade their divine seals. With the Drake King's approval, they could explore more of this world and find more ore deposits. They didn't know how old this world was, but it seemed that no one had ever extracted the minerals below the ground. It was unknown just how many resources there were to be found. In comparison, the Martial Heaven continent's resources had been almost exhausted. Any small ore deposit would cause a huge fight. Without the birth of new resources, the large powers were only fighting over what they had as their pockets grew tighter. If they could properly use this wild world, Long Chen would get an endless supply of resources. "That probably won't work," the Drake King shook its head. Long Chen had been in the midst of thinking about how to further develop things when the Drake King's words extinguished those dreams. He felt a chill. "Why not? Do you not want us to guard this channel?" In his view, this was a mutually beneficial agreement. "It's not that. Our bloodlines have regressed too far. To tell the truth, without your blood, my head would still be cloudy. All the magical beasts here are the same, and those who can maintain clear heads are few and far between. Even I am often attacked by others, so I have to kill a few every now and then. Those magical beasts can't control themselves, and I also only rule over half of them. The strongest magical beasts of this world are not permitted to come here by me, because if they do, they won't differentiate between friend or foe. Although I am the king of this place, I can't control those magical beasts. Even if I agreed, it wouldn't work. You saw it just now. Those magical beasts should have thanked you for saving us, but that feeling of gratitude was quickly overwhelmed by their instincts to kill you." Magical beasts were magical beasts, wild and berserk. The Drake King had only managed to become king through slaughter. Although it was able to gather a portion of magical beasts to fight here, one reason was because its own pressure was present as it fought alongside them, while another reason was that magical beasts were warlike, so getting them to fight was comparatively easy. But getting them to not attack Long Chen and the others, impossible. Long Chen sighed with relief. As long as the Drake King agreed, everything else could be handled. "Then how about this? We will guard this channel and mine the ores. We won't take the initiative to provoke any of you, but if your people take the initiative to harm us, can we kill them?" probed Long Chen. "Of course, it would be best if you killed all those disobedient fellows. The thing is, do you have that power?" The Drake King doubted that Long Chen could eliminate those magical beasts that threatened its position. Compared to humans, these magical beasts were dumb. The Drake King didn't even think of the possibility that once all its fellow magical beasts were killed, it would be isolated. Long Chen said, "We can naturally handle them. All we need is your approval. I'll draw out a region where you tell your subordinates not to attack us. As for those who don't listen, I'll help you teach them a lesson, making your position even more stable here. Do you trust me?" "I trust you," said the Drake King. "Why?" "Your bloodline is very noble. We should listen to your orders." Long Chen was a bit startled. He suddenly looked into the Drake King's eyes and saw a faint blood-colored dragon mark. "Oh, you aren't a drake. You should be called a member of the dragon race." That mark was natural. It could not be acquired. It must have true dragons amongst its ancestors, but their bloodline regressed, going from dragon to drake. "This is the consequence of mixing multiple bloodlines," said Yue Zihan. "A serpent could transform into a python. A python could transform into a drake, and a drake could transform into a true dragon. But a dragon could also regress if its bloodline power faded, transforming back into a drake, and even going all the way back into a serpent. How regretful, sighed Long Chen. That's also why its power stands at the peak of the 12th rank, but it cannot take that final step. Its bloodline limits it from breaking through that final barrier, said Yue Zihan. Long Chen nodded. Turning back to the Drake King, he said, "Don't worry, I possess the bloodline of the true dragon. You can sense my sincerity. We won't let you suffer a loss in this cooperation. Later on, I will try to think of some way to stimulate your bloodline and allow you to break your shackles, transforming from a drake to a dragon of the 13th rank." Hearing that, the Drake King trembled with excitement. It immediately thanked Long Chen. It had been stuck at this barrier for many years. It had lost hope of such a thing, but it trusted Long Chen. Perhaps it was because it had never been tricked in its life, or due to the true dragon bloodline, but it didn't doubt Long Chen's words at all. Long Chen had the Drake King deliver its proclamation to its subordinate magical beasts. He and Yue Zihan then returned to the channel. Yue Zihan said, "Youngsters have some interesting ideas. Like this, we'll really be killing two birds with one stone. We're clearly the ones benefiting, but they're grateful to us. It's not like it's not mutually beneficial. Without us, this entire world might have been destroyed by those winged devils," said Long Chen. "Now we can really start mining. I'll send over a portion of the Dragonblood Legion to guard against any attacks from magical beasts. We'll also need to start some large-scale arrangements for these two channels. The Drake King has said that this region will surely be safe from magical beasts' attacks. So we only need to set up some basic protections against them, just in case. The rest should be entirely focused on building devil-slaying formations. Defending against magical beasts isn't our specialty, but when it comes to slaying the devil race, we have our natural talents. There won't be a problem." Yue Zihan smiled. The original devil race finally got a chance to show their glory after being bullied for so many years. The entire original devil race was invigorated after this battle. They had finally experienced just how effective the devil-slaying arts they had practiced and drilled for countless years were. "I'll immediately call over Xuanhuan and Zia Chen to start things off, and you can arrange the elites of your race here. These two channels will be the hope of our future. Have the winged devils die without one being able to return," said Long Chen. These two channels were bait for the devil race's experts to come. As long as the original devil race could slaughter them all before they could return to report, these two channels would be cornucopias for the original devil race. Yue Zihan examined the two channels. The strongest devils that could pass through were the devils of the winged devil king race. No stronger races could enter. Hence, defending this channel shouldn't be very difficult. The only thing that made her worry was the magical beasts. 2 days later, Zia Chen, Xuanhuan, Gu Yang, and 3,000 members of the Dragonblood Legion arrived. Seeing 3,000 people with awakened manifestations made Yue Zihan jump in shock. The current Dragonblood Legion was shockingly powerful. When Xuanhuan and Zia Chen learned that this wild world's ores could be mined as they pleased, they almost went crazy with delight. Without a word, they got to work. This entire wild area immediately became bustling with activity. Long Chen didn't slack off either. He had to start refining pills again. Chapter 21, 39 Life Star Pills. The battle in the wild world filled the original devil race with a newfound passion. They were obtaining a huge number of devil cores, treasures that could strengthen their divine seals. Against the devil race, they had a natural advantage. Although the Martial Heaven continent also had channels to the devil world, they couldn't participate in those battles. Now, this was the original devil race's first battle against the devil race in many years. It possessed significant meaning. Practically, every expert of the original devil race had obtained a portion of the devil cores. The elites had gotten even more. Yue Zihan immediately went into seclusion to refine the devil cores. Yue Zihan had given all the devil cores from the winged devil king race to her. Yue Zihan had only kept 4 of those devil cores. She had returned the rest to her mother, startling her. However, Yue Zihan quickly understood Yue Zihan's intentions. When she had returned those devil cores, she had been completely red. That was because she didn't want to stay in the original devil race. She wanted to be with Long Chen. If she absorbed all the best devil cores, she would become the strongest warrior of the original devil race with the strongest divine seal. As a result, she would be critical to the defense against the winged devils and wouldn't be able to accompany Long Chen. Yue Zihan accepted the remaining devil cores. She herself refined a portion of them and then found suitable experts for the rest. That way, there would be other powerful warriors while Yue Zioqian and Yue Zihan weren't present. The original devil race was filled with joy, but some people were even more excited than them. They were Xuanhuan and Zia Chen. After setting up some defenses, they focused on forging. With the phoenix blood, immortal gold, and other divine materials, they slightly modified their designs once more. They wanted the armor and weapons they made to be even stronger. Last time, the weapons and armor that Xuanhuan had forged only had the power of quasi divine items because the materials and runes weren't strong enough. Having even more options now, he wanted to create even stronger ones. The two of them were filled with anticipation for their final products. As everyone got busy, Wilder stood guard over the mining operation. He was anxiously waiting for magical beasts to send food to him. He and 1,000 Dragonblood warriors had become a roving defense squad. In just 7 days, they killed over 10 12th rank magical beasts, with 2 being at the late 12th rank. Wilder was in charge of facing the magical beasts directly, while the Dragonblood warriors sought the opponent's weaknesses. This world's name had been completely changed to the Wild World. The original devil race was going through it step by step, and in just the preliminary scouting, they found 17 mineral deposits. Those were all extremely precious mineral deposits, with one of them in particular being a very rare spirit stone vein. They were essentially excavating money. The original devil race had sent almost half their manpower into the Wild World. As for Long Chen, he was refining pills. The moon and star refining furnace shook, and a blood-colored liquid flowed out of it and into a bottle in Long Chen's hand. The blue-eye golden toad's essence blood has been refined. Its purity is even greater than expected. Long Chen smiled happily. These peak 12th rank magical beasts were treasures in and of themselves. In particular, the essence blood that could be refined out of their crystal cores was extremely pure. After all, that was where their life's essence was condensed. Long Chen had extracted all the precious parts of over 100 magical beasts that he had gotten from Wilda. Their crystal cores, their skeletons, their venoms, teeth, everything that could be used he extracted. Before this, he only had certain medicinal ingredients. Now that he had these treasures from the bodies of magical beasts, he could refine even more 11th tier pills. I have the golden armor jewel heart, the earth cavern tree demon's demonic heart, the 7-star water vines Needon, flame crystal-colored glass, and heavy earth essence. All 5 elements have been gathered. I can finally refine the life star pill. Long Chen examined the ingredients he had and smiled. The reason his cultivation speed was so slow was because he cultivated the 9-star Hegemon body art. Even after stepping into the life star realm so long ago, he had yet to reach the 2nd heaven stage. Back when he had broken through to the life star realm, his life star tribulation had transformed into a dragonization tribulation. Due to the energy of the dragonization tribulation and his own accumulated energy, he managed to directly charge into the 1st heaven stage. At that time, he consecutively slew the various peak heavenly geniuses and then killed Heavenly Fate Island's master, Jai Wuming, fully destroying Heavenly Fate Island. Since then, his cultivation base had stagnated. It wasn't that he had given up on cultivating, but the amount of energy required to advance was astonishing. Others only had 1 astral space, while Long Chen had 108,000. Although each one was smaller, the amount of energy he needed for each advancement was thousands of times greater than others. If he just relied on normal cultivation methods, he would have to give up on advancing to the Nether Passage realm within the next few thousand years. Due to that, he had been constantly gathering the ingredients necessary for the life star pill. Now, he had finally gathered all of them. Without the help of Ming Qi and the others, he could only rely on himself. He quickly finished the first refinement and it wasn't that bad. He managed to refine 3 top-grade pills. That was already a bit better than he had expected. After all, this was his first time and he lacked experience. The second time, he refined 5 top-grade pills. He refined 10 furnaces of pills without pause, and finally managed to refine 9 top-grade pills in 1 furnace. One reason was due to his own experience with the refinement of this pill, while another reason was because the moon and star refining furnace had memorized the refinement process. Long Chen tried out one of his pills. After consuming one, the 108,000 stars in his body began to rapidly spin, and his divine ring automatically appeared to absorb energy from the world. Long Chen nodded. This life star pill's effect was truly amazing. Even without experiencing the baptism of heavenly lightning, it possessed such a strong effect. Unfortunately, just one pill was not enough to cause any significant growth for his cultivation base. That was within his expectations. If others consumed this life star pill, they could probably advance a whole heaven stage. But for Long Chen, it was far from enough. Long Chen's excitement faded. The 9-star Hegemon body art was a bottomless pit. Who knew how many life star pills he would have to refine? He didn't have much time. Refining on his own, his spiritual strength wasn't able to keep up. He refined for 10 days straight, only managing to refine 3,000 life star pills. He needed to constantly stop and focus on restoring his spiritual strength every now and then, lowering his refining speed. To refine 9 top-grade pills every time was practically cheating. Then he made them into tribulation pills. If that information was leaked, the entire world would go crazy. However, Long Chen was still worried about not having enough time. This wasn't efficient enough. After refining one last furnace of pills, then he left, going to the battlefield. Upon arriving, he saw Yue Zioqian directing experts of the original devil race to clean up the battlefield. Seeing Long Chen, she smiled and ran over, holding his hand. This is the 3rd battle. We've exterminated them every time. Zia Chen's formations are too amazing. We didn't let a single devil escape. Zia Chen's formations allowed the devils to come charging out, but by the time they realized something was wrong and tried to flee, they found layers of restrictions preventing them from escaping. Then they were cut down by the original devil race. In these 3 battles, the winged devil race didn't appear. Instead, there was the Titan devil race, the huge eagle devil race, and the shadow devil race. According to Yue Zihan's analysis, this channel was most likely masterless. The devil race had accidentally found it. Otherwise, the ones attacking would have all been members of the winged devil race. That was extremely beneficial to the original devil race. They could continue reaping the devil cores. In these 3 battles, the original devil race only lost a few hundred people, but they had annihilated armies of billions of devils. Their devil cores only continued to make them stronger. The younger disciples were getting accustomed to battle and making fewer errors. Their casualties were dropping. As they got stronger from refining their devil cores, their advantage over the devils only grew. It went without saying that the original devil race's natural gifts against the devil race were amazing. Even Long Chen was envious. Having to block the invasion of the devil Qi had been a pain for Long Chen, but Yue Zihan said that the divine seal of the original devil race, which repelled the devil Qi, had been bestowed by an heir of the 9 stars. However, he, another so-called 9-star heir, was constantly disturbed by that devil Qi. Long Chen even started to suspect that he was a fake 9-star heir. As for the mining, it was progressing well. Although some magical beasts would occasionally disturb them, everything was under control with Wilda and the Dragonblood Legion present. Long Chen roamed around and returned the corpses of the magical beasts to Wilda. Those were his rations, and Long Chen had taken what he had needed to take. After seeing everything, Long Chen was preparing to go back into seclusion when he heard thunderous roars in the distance. Then, multiple terrifying auras began to rise. Could it be? Startled, Long Chen immediately rushed off in that direction. Chapter 21, 40 Drake against Blood Phoenix. By the time Long Chen rushed over, he saw that millions of magical beasts had charged into the Drake King's territory and started a crazy battle. The Drake race and the other magical beasts were in an intense battle against them. Everything was chaotic, with more magical beasts joining in with each passing moment. At first, Long Chen thought that it was a rebellion, but he quickly noticed that the magical beasts were split into 2 sides, and up in the sky, the Drake King was fighting a giant blood phoenix. It's the Beast King from the other region. Long Chen's heart shook. The Drake King had said that the wild world was split into eastern and western sides. The Drake King controlled the east, while the Blood Phoenix controlled the west. Unexpectedly, the Blood Phoenix had led a sneak attack now. Long Chen examined the Blood Phoenix. Its blood-colored feathers actually had a flame burning within them. Wild runes whirled around it with every move of its body. Astral winds raged, and its sharp claws tore through the void. It was fighting evenly against the Drake King. Boss, not good. One of our mines has been destroyed by the invading magical beasts. There are thousands of casualties amongst the original devil race's disciples. One of the Dragonblood warriors rushed over to him with a report. The target of these magical beasts was the Drake King. They had simply coincidentally passed by one of their mines and destroyed it in passing. Although Wilda and his defense squad had rushed over immediately, there was no way for them to stop this army. They had only been able to save a portion of the people working inside the mine. In his fury, Wilda stayed in the mine region and started fighting some of those magical beasts. The other Dragonblood warriors guarded the original Devil Race's disciples as they retreated, and they sent one person over to report this to Long Chen. A bunch of uncivilized animals don't know what respect is. Then let's start a slaughter. Tell Wilda and the others to come over here once the original Devil Race's disciples have all been evacuated. We'll help the Drake race eliminate them. Killing intent blazed within Long Chen's eyes. In the end, there were always unexpected changes to plans. Yes, that warrior immediately left. Long Chen stepped through the air, charging straight through the battlefield. Masking his aura, he went toward one of the large blood phoenixes. That blood phoenix was currently fighting the Drake King's mate. The blood phoenix raked the Drake's back, ripping out a chunk of scales, but at the same time, it was struck by the Drake's tail, causing feathers to blow away in a wild whirl. Clearly, the Drake and Blood Phoenix races had been fighting for many years and were familiar with each other's fighting styles. As soon as the battle started, it became bloody. Suddenly, Evil Moon came slashing for the Blood Phoenix's neck from behind. The Phoenix's head went flying and blood filled the air. Just now, all its attention had been focused on its opponent, and in truth, although it had also injured the Drake, the tail strike had broken its protective divine light and shaken its insides. That was a more serious injury, and Long Chen had grasped that timing perfectly, striking it during its weakest state. The head flying through the air was struck by a wave of dragon breath from the Drake, which killed it in body and soul. Long Chen flicked a drop of blood at the Drake, feeding it a drop of his essence blood. "You be the main attack, and I'll be the support," transmitted Long Chen spiritually. That drop of blood had contained his spiritual seal, as it was much more convenient to speak spiritually. The Drake roared and charged after another blood phoenix. With it going all out and Long Chen launching sneak attacks at the right moment, another blood phoenix was slain. The Drake King's mate was second only to the Drake King, and it also possessed a certain level of intelligence. The two of them were able to work together well. They picked out the strongest opposing magical beasts as their targets. The Drake would force a scenario where both sides were injured, and Long Chen would take that chance to launch a killing blow. They had no choice but to kill as many enemies as they could. Due to the battle with the winged devils, the Drake race's side had taken many losses, and this sudden attack from the Blood Phoenix race put them at an immense disadvantage. The Drake King and the King of the Blood Phoenixes were busy with each other and couldn't interfere with the others. Due to the vast power discrepancy between the two sides, the Drake King's magical beasts were being slaughtered rapidly. Long Chen and the Drake King's mate ended up drawing quite a bit of attention. As a result, 3 of the Blood Phoenixes charged over. One of them opened its mouth, unleashing a ray of light. A warning came from the Drake, telling Long Chen that this was one of their strongest moves. Even the Drake race didn't like to receive this move head-on. Boom! However, before the attack could be unleashed, the condensing power exploded, blowing apart the Blood Phoenix's head. Its corpse fell to the ground. "Who gave you the courage to open your mouth in front of me?" Xuanhuan. At this moment, Xuanhuan appeared in the sky, holding a new blood-colored crossbow. He was looking disdainfully at the dead Blood Phoenix. Phoenix blood, immortal gold. He actually used such material to create a divine crossbow. Long Chen instantly recognized the material. Suddenly, Xuanhuan's crossbow blazed with runes. Long Chen barely sensed something fly out before he saw another late 12th rank magical beast get killed. Its skull was as weak as paper in front of Xuanhuan's arrow. Even Long Chen was shocked. Another arrow flew, and the second Blood Phoenix that was about to reach Long Chen was slain by Xuanhuan's arrow. This time, Long Chen managed to see the arrow. It also looked to be made of phoenix blood immortal gold, but it was too fast for him to see it clearly. "Xuanhuan, nice job. Keep going. Eliminate all the powerful magical beasts on the other side," called out Long Chen. With Xuanhuan's killing tool present, this battle would become much easier. These magical beasts weren't very intelligent and were just moving targets to Xuanhuan. "Thank you for your praise, boss, but I'm sorry to disappoint you. These demon-slaying, evil-warding, heaven-shaking arrows, I only have 3. Xuanhuan scratched his head with embarrassment. "In the future, can you show off all the way instead of stopping midway?" Long Chen cursed. Seeing Xuanhuan's insufferably arrogant arrival, he had thought that Xuanhuan would be able to turn the tables on his own. But it was just a show that lasted only for a moment. "There wasn't enough time. I had too much to do. There wasn't time to make any more," said Xuanhuan helplessly. All this time, he had been focused on the Dragon Blood warrior's weapons and armor. He barely had time just to create these 3 arrows. Just as Chen was about to respond, the third Blood Phoenix reached him. As its claw reached toward him, it was whipped away by the drake. Boom! Xuanhuan unleashed another arrow, this one being golden. It struck that Blood Phoenix's eye, causing it to explode. The Blood Phoenix let out a mournful cry. "You think without my heaven-shaking arrows you can ignore me?" demanded Xuanhuan. His current crossbow had been upgraded. It was just that he was still using his old arrows. Although they could be used, they weren't as powerful as his new arrows. However, if shot in the eye, there was no way a magical beast could endure it. As that Blood Phoenix writhed in pain, its head was cut off by Chen. "Xuanhuan, watch out!" shouted Chen suddenly. He saw 2 magical beasts charging toward Xuanhuan. "Damn it, time to run." Xuanhuan hastily fled. He didn't dare to directly face these terrifying 12th rank magical beasts. He hadn't finished his new armor, and his old armor would be destroyed in one attack. Just as Xuanhuan was about to flee, a giant bone club whistled down, sending one of those magical beasts flying. Wilda had arrived. Wilda's arrival signified that the original devil race's disciples in the mine had been evacuated. Xuanhuan was delighted and shouted, "Brother, well done. Let's work together." Xuanhuan jumped onto Wilda's shoulder. Wilda had already transformed into a giant, and his power was limitless. He was able to directly face peak 12th rank magical beasts. Being the support, Xuanhuan shot arrows at the eyes, nose, mouths, and throats of the opposing magical beasts. Although he might not be able to slay them, he was able to affect them long enough for Wilda's bone club to kill them. The Dragon Blood warriors had arrived. Forming into groups of dozens of people, they began to pick out their own targets. Their cooperation was seamless, and the targets they picked for themselves were killed one by one. The Drake race's side was originally at an immense disadvantage, but with Chen and the Dragon Blood Legion's arrival, they quickly evened things out and gradually began to gain an advantage. Chen worked with the Drake King's mate, killing over 10 powerful magical beasts. By this point, the Drake King's mate was covered in wounds. There was no way around it. It was picking out the strongest magical beasts for its targets. To give Chen the best chance, every move was practically a suicidal move designed to cause a lot of damage to its opponent at once. "That's about enough, you can rest." Seeing that the tide had been reversed, Chen flew off on his own. More magical beasts had arrived from the Drake King's side, and the other side's defeat was essentially set in stone. "Wilda Xuanhuan, let's kill that big fellow," shouted Chen, stepping into the battle between the Drake King and the Blood Phoenix King. Chapter 2141 Unrivaled Divine Power. Stepping into that region, before even reaching the Drake King and the Blood Phoenix King, Chen was buffeted by astral winds that felt like blades against his skin. Why is it that despite being at the peak of the 12th rank, these two are so much stronger than other peak 12th rank magical beasts? Chen was shocked. Both the Drake King and the Blood Phoenix King far surpassed the power of the other magical beasts here. They could instantly kill other magical beasts of the same rank. As soon as Chen got close, the Blood Phoenix King's feathers stood on end, and rays of divine light shot out at Chen. Those rays of divine light shattered the void, breaking the laws of the heavenly Taos. Chen hastily dodged, but one of those rays struck his shoulder. Even his azure dragon battle armor was unable to block it, and blood splashed. Immense pain came from his shoulder. The wound was deep enough that one could see the bone, and there was some remnant energy trying to wreck his body. Boom! The Drake King's claw smashed down, and the Phoenix Blood King immediately counterattacked. Their huge bodies once more clashed, unleashing terrifying astral winds. Just at this moment, Xuanhuan's arrow flew through the air, but the astral winds blew it away to some unknown spot. "Boss, this one's too powerful, I can't even hit it," shouted Xuanhuan. "Just wait for your chance, don't blindly shoot," called out Chen. Boom! At this moment, Wilda charged his way through the astral winds and reached the Blood Phoenix King. He smashed his club down, only to be smacked away by one of its wings. Wilda was extremely powerful, but he was unable to do anything to this Blood Phoenix King. It was too strong. No wonder it was able to become the king of the beasts in the other region. Split the heavens 8. Eyeing the Drake King's movements, Long Chen unleashed an attack at a time he judged correct. His saber fell just as the Blood Phoenix King was knocked back by the Drake King. His aim was perfect, striking it right on the throat. However, the scene of his saber slicing through its neck and its head flying away never appeared. Only a mass of feathers whirled away. He only managed to break some feathers and just barely scratch its skin. A bit of blood flowed out. There's no way to fight. Long Chen's expression changed. Even a perfectly timed attack at its weakest spot was unable to do anything. Being struck in the neck seemed to enrage the Blood Phoenix King. It actually turned toward Long Chen. All its feathers stood on end, and light passed through all of them, condensing in its eyes. A blood-colored divine arrow shot out. That arrow caused the clouds and wind to change color. Long Chen felt the world around him freeze as he was locked in place. The Drake King immediately opened its mouth and unleashed a wave of dragon breath to interrupt the Blood Phoenix King. However, the Blood Phoenix King seemed to have been infuriated and would rather receive the Drake King's attack if it meant it could kill Long Chen. The divine arrow shot out. This was a terrifying attack. If struck, Long Chen would definitely die. The sky was dyed red. However, Long Chen snorted, and a dragon cry rang throughout the world. The frozen space snapped like a tense bowstring. Bloodline pressure, you're far too lacking for that. Like a bolt of lightning, Long Chen shot away, barely avoiding the arrow. It landed in the distance and exploded, creating a giant cloud on the ground. Its shockwaves blew apart countless mountains. At this moment, the Drake King's dragon breath struck the Blood Phoenix King, sending it tumbling back. But the Drake King had also been affected by Long Chen's sudden dragon pressure, weakening its attack. Long Chen immediately retracted his dragon pressure. The Drake King was affected more than the Blood Phoenix King by it. Wilda once more charged forward, only to be sent flying once more. Fortunately, Wilda's body was truly terrifying, and he wasn't injured. However, Wilda's attacks were also unable to cause any damage to the Blood Phoenix King, making him howl in rage. Drake King, entangle it. I'll give it a hard attack. Long Chen took a deep breath. Putting away Evil Moon, he clasped his right elbow with his left hand, raising his right arm. A flame lotus condensed in his hand, and chanting rang out from both Long Chen's mouth and the air. It was like gods and devils were chanting along. As the Nirvana scripture activated, flame energy gathered from every direction, creating a giant whirlpool around Long Chen. At the center of the whirlpool was the flame lotus. It rapidly grew larger and larger. A Teiji diagram materialized in the center of it, and then a flame sphere appeared. This was the same world extermination flame lotus he had used at the mechanism sect. But this time, it was even stronger because he was using the Nirvana scripture to absorb the wild world's energy. It was already 10 times larger than last time. The world was set ablaze. Heaven and earth twisted like it was the apocalypse. That's about enough. Any more and I won't be able to control it. Long Chen looked at the giant flame lotus in his hand and felt a burst of fear. This thing was too dangerous. One mistake and he would end up being killed by it. Last time he had used Huo Long's power to use it. This time, he used the Nirvana scripture. This was his first time using the Nirvana scripture along with the inverse Tao water spirit flame. Unexpectedly, the inverse Tao water spirit flame crazily absorbed all that flame energy without him being able to control it. It was like a hungry wolf. If he didn't control it, it would continue growing limitlessly, devouring him. Even the entire world might be destroyed. This move that Long Chen had invented should be called a forbidden art, for it truly possessed the power to exterminate worlds. This was also why when he had developed the world extermination flame lotus, a heavenly manifestation had descended. It was because this move was capable of threatening the heavenly Taos. While using the heaven incinerating flame to test this move, just going to the 6-star point had made it almost go out of control. Now that he was using the inverse Tao water spirit flame, it was different. It was like he had been controlling a rabbit at first, only to try controlling a dragon now. Fortunately, this was still Huo Long's power, so Long Chen could control it. But it was starting to grow unruly with the Nirvana scripture's support. Guo ran wild to retreat. He couldn't stop the world extermination flame lotus from continuing to absorb flame energy. In just a few more seconds, it would progress to the 2-star level, but then he would lose his life. Wilda and Guo immediately rushed away. Long Chen flung the flame lotus at the Blood Phoenix King. The Drake King had been warned by Long Chen and was prepared. Its scales lit up, and it suddenly shot into the distance. The giant flame lotus smashed through the air. Cracks appeared in the void as the world was unable to bear this terrifying power. The Phoenix Blood King finally felt fear. Its instincts as a magical beast were telling it that if it was struck by that, it would be doomed. It spread its wings about to flee, but just at this moment, Long Chen's blood chi surged. He activated his dragon might once more, locking it down. In this state, trying to dodge would only quicken its death. The Blood Phoenix King let out a resounding bird cry. Its wings spread open, and its feathers blazed with light. Astral winds surged out of it along with a pillar of light, striking the world extermination flame lotus. This was the Blood Phoenix race's strongest attack. Even the Drake King had to be wary of it. The flame lotus exploded. It was like the explosion of a star. At the same time as the dazzling light spread, it was possible to see a black hole appear in the center, which annihilated everything in its midst before vanishing. Long Chen coughed repeatedly, each time spitting out blood. Although this was his attack and he had immediately fled, the world extermination flame lotus's area of effect was too large, causing him to be injured. This time, he had mostly used the power of the world to strengthen it, not Huo Long's power, so the world extermination flame lotus's flames no longer recognized him as its master. Boom! The earth split open and a huge figure shot out, covered in blood. It was the Blood Phoenix King. Its aura was extremely chaotic now. It no longer had any of its mighty aura. All of its feathers had been destroyed, and one of its wings was almost torn from its body. In its heavily injured state, it no longer had an urge to fight. It fled for its life. However, the Drake King, which had long since been waiting due to Long Chen's instructions, slammed its claw through its head. The Blood Phoenix King let out one final cry as it fell from the sky. With its opponent dead, the Drake King let out a mighty roar. Chapter 21, 42 Hunting Pasture. The Blood Phoenix King died. The Drake King roared, and all the other magical beasts on its side also roared, like troops raising morale. They began a furious assault on the opposing magical beasts. The magical beasts that had come with the Blood Phoenix King retreated after their leader perished, but the other magical beasts refused to let them off. One side fled, one side chased. The battlefield quickly emptied, leaving behind only giant corpses. Thank you for helping me defeat it. Starting today, I am the king of this entire world. The Drake King thanked Long Chen with newfound respect for his power. Boss, that technique of yours is amazing. Even that Blood Phoenix was crushed. Who cares about those geniuses of the ancient era? Boss can still crush them. Xuanhuan ran over, shouting excitedly. Don't be stupid. With such a long cast time, do you think others will just watch me use it? It's not as amazing as you think it is because it's easy to interrupt. People stronger than me won't give me a chance to use it, and people weaker than me aren't worth me using this move, said Long Chen. Perhaps against a dumb magical beast, this technique that took so long to cast was passable. Besides, it wouldn't have hit the Blood Phoenix King if Long Chen hadn't unleashed his dragon might to restrict its movements. If a powerful move couldn't strike its target, then it was nothing more than a flashy firework. Really? Even such a powerful move is useless, Xuanhuan cried his disbelief. Fool, there's no undefeatable move in this world, only undefeatable people. Techniques are dead things, but people are living. If you want to live, you have to learn when to use different moves at different times for the best effects. There's no point explaining this to you. Your path is different from ours. Long Chen avoided saying too much since Xuanhuan's cultivation path was different from everyone else's. Leave behind 500 people here to clean up the battlefield. Everyone else, follow me back to the channels to the devil world. We have to go assist the original devil race, shouted Long Chen. Are they also fighting on that side? Asked Xuanhuan startled. Long Chen scolded, is your head useless for everything other than forging? There was such an intense fight over here, but they didn't come to assist. That means that they couldn't come. Long Chen brought the Dragonblood Legion over, and as expected, they saw the original devil race in a fierce clash against the devil race. This time, several devil races had come. They had both numbers and many powerful experts. Yue Zihan and Yue Zioqian were both using their divine seals to kill them, but there were too many of them. They weren't able to kill all the devils. World Extermination Flame Lotus. Just as the original devil race was starting to be overwhelmed, chanting filled the air, followed by a shout from Long Chen. A giant flame lotus exploded amongst the devil race. The terrifying waves devoured the battlefield. Millions of devils were incinerated, with even the stronger ones only being able to struggle for a while before being burned alive. Long Chen had wiped out the majority of the winged devils in one attack. The original devil race's experts cheered. Their reinforcements had finally arrived. After unleashing that attack, Long Chen turned a bit pale. After using the world extermination flame lotus twice, his spiritual yuan, his spiritual strength, and his yuan spirit were all low on power. He felt empty. However, the tides had instantly turned. The Drake King and the Dragon Blood warriors also joined in, quickly annihilating the rest of the devil race. Chen was covered in sweat and finally sighed with relief. He had been in charge of the formation and making sure that the devils trying to escape didn't get out. Things had been incredibly chaotic just now, and he had exhausted himself, but fortunately, not one devil managed to escape. Long Chen had ordered Chen to make the two channels here become only one way. None of the devils that came out could go back to report what was on the other side. If they knew that this place was a trap, it would cut off one of the paths for the original devil race to get stronger, so Chen's responsibility was quite heavy. "Boss, you're finally back. We almost couldn't hold on any longer." Chen smiled bitterly. Xuanhuan explained what had happened on their side, and only then did everyone realize that the battle here had been even more terrifying than the battle with the magical beasts. Long Chen looked at the mountains of corpses of the devil race. He asked, "What happened? Why would so many of them appear at once?" The attack was extremely sudden and quick. These devils aren't from the same race, but they all appeared at the same time. Most likely, they've sensed something on the other side. After all, several groups have entered, but no one's returned, so it naturally draws suspicion. Those few races probably grouped up and discussed it, deciding to charge in together to see what's going on. We were able to hold on at the start, but as more of the devils appeared, we started to run out of energy, weakening the power of our divine seals. It was truly dangerous, said Xuanhuan. It was incredibly coincidental. Attacks came from both sides at the same time. Despite Long Chen coming in time, over 10,000 of the original devil race's warriors had died. The number of devils that had come this time was dozens of times greater than in the past, and furthermore, there had been many powerful experts amongst them. "This is no good. We cannot allow such a thing to happen again." Chen set up an instant transportation formation. "If things get tight here, make it so that a portion of the devils are instantly sent away," said Long Chen. Being able to talk spiritually with the Drake King, he felt it was no problem. The Blood Phoenix King was dead, and there was no magical beast in this world that could match it. They would all have to listen to it. Moreover, the magical beasts were bloody and warlike. It was fine for these devils to be transported to them to fight. The only reason these magical beasts came out to fight under its orders wasn't because they were loyal, but because of the fierce blood flowing in their veins. They liked to fight and weren't afraid of death. If they didn't have a fight after a long time, they would start fighting amongst themselves. The Drake King didn't care about their deaths. Seeing the Drake King nod, Long Chen had Chen quickly set it up. It wasn't too difficult for Chen because the target location wasn't very far. It was just where some of the magical beasts were concentrated. Those magical beasts would automatically go crazy against invaders. There was no need to have someone control them. Other than that, Long Chen set up several other backups just in case. Although there was a supreme expert like the Drake King on their side, for the often unlucky Long Chen, keeping things in reserve was always best. Seeing Long Chen set up one backup after another, Xuanhuan sighed. When it came to stratagems like this, the original devil race was lacking. If the original devil race had a strategist like Long Chen, perhaps they could have reversed the tides a while ago and soared. After arranging things, everyone got back to work. Long Chen asked the Drake King if it wanted to slaughter the nest of the Western Blood Phoenix race, but its response was a bit surprising. It said that it didn't feel any hatred for the Blood Phoenix race. According to it, this was life. Experts died all the time. If you surrendered, you wouldn't be immediately killed. Magical beasts slaughtered each other for food all the time, but they wouldn't exterminate a whole family or race. This was a law they naturally followed. Only then did Long Chen realize why there were so many magical beasts in this world. However, he still felt that something was off. Why would magical beasts respect this rule? Didn't they just act on instinct? Just as he was pondering this, Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan came over to his seclusion region. Long Chen hastily went to welcome them. "My mom wants to see the Blood Phoenix King's corpse." Xuanhuan went straight to the point. Long Chen was curious, but he simply went to an empty region and plopped out the corpse. Yue Zihan walked over to the corpse and touched its blood. Carefully looking at it and smelling it, she said, "There really is a problem." "What is it?" asked Long Chen. "The blood phoenix race is an ancient species. Although they aren't as famous as the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race, they're still an extremely powerful existence. However, its bloodline has become muddled, making it no more than a mindless magical beast. How can you explain that? It's not just the blood phoenix or the golden drake. Many of the magical beasts in this world are actually very famous Xuan beasts," said Yue Zihan. Xuan beasts? This information was truly shocking to Long Chen. Most of what he knew about magical beasts only pertained to alchemy. He didn't know much else. A surprising proportion of these magical beasts here had reached the peak of the 12th rank. However, due to their impure bloodlines, many of their natural abilities had been lost, and their intelligence was low. However, if they were Xuan beasts, then that would be heaven-defying. The Xuan beasts possessed terrifying innate divine abilities and intelligence on par with humans. If this many 12th-rank Xuan beasts appeared, they would be enough to trample the martial heaven continent. Correct, they should be Xuan beasts. However, their bloodline has lost a few inheritance runes, causing them to lose their innate divine abilities. They will never be able to return to that ancestral level. Furthermore, I've checked their crystal cores. They lack a trace of spirituality, making it so they cannot awaken their latent potential. Have you noticed? Many of the magical beasts have runes for divine abilities on their scales, horns, eyes, tails, etc. However, they are unable to use those divine abilities. Now that you say that, I recall that truly is the case. Long Chen slapped his leg. He had always found the magical beasts of this world to be strange. Now that Yue Zihan brought it up, he realized what it was. "If my guess is correct, this wild world might be a hunting pasture for the devil race," said Yue Zihan gravely. Chapter 21, 43 Yue Zihan's advice. Then the person in charge of this pasture, Long Chen's heart pounded. Correct, it's the devil race. They probably released these magical beasts into this world and will come to slaughter them every now and then. I've investigated the two channels. They were activated once 30,000 years ago. Based on a few marks, I've also come to a hypothesis that there was a large battle at that time, but due to how much time has passed, those marks are too vague to confirm anything. From the Blood Phoenix King's corpse, it is possible to determine that the magical beasts here have been modified by someone. They are like livestock, and once they've grown fat and numerous enough, the devil race will slaughter them. Through this slaughter, they can strengthen their devil chi. The flesh and souls of all creatures are their best supplements. That's why the devil race is like a pack of locusts. Wherever they go, death follows. Through various indications, it's possible to conclude that we've accidentally barged into one of the devil race's pastures, said Yue Zihan. If it's a pasture, then why did different races amongst the devil race come here? Asked Long Chen. Most likely, this world has been lost or forgotten. The devil race probably only noticed it again recently. To them, this is a masterless piece of fat meat, so they all want to take a bite or take possession of it. It's a pity many of the original devil race's resources have been destroyed by the experts of the martial heaven continent. They've attacked the skyscraping world several times, almost destroying it and making us lose many inheritances. We might be able to understand more otherwise. Yue Zihan sighed. I don't understand. Why does the martial heaven continent want you dead? You're clearly capable of suppressing the devil race. You should be allied with the martial heaven continent. Long Chen couldn't help asking this question. This relates to the experts on a higher level. Once you reach that level, I will naturally tell you, or perhaps you will know by then without me saying anything. Telling you now is meaningless and will only rattle your Dao heart, said Yue Zihan. Long Chen sighed helplessly. It seemed that the martial heaven continent was even more complicated than he knew. There were countless secrets hidden in its depths. All right, then, if this wild world is a pasture, then is the martial heaven continent also a pasture for the devil race? Asked Long Chen suddenly. Not just the devil race. Yue Zihan left, leaving behind Long Chen and Yue Zioqian. It seemed she didn't want to say too much. Yue Zioqian said, Long Chen, don't blame my mother. She definitely has a reason why she isn't telling you. Some things can cause unpredictable karma if spoken about. She does this to keep you safe. Of course, I know my mother-in-law is looking out for me, Long Chen smiled. Your skin is really thick. Who agreed to marry you? Demanded Yue Zioqian, blushing. Long Chen arrogantly laughed, making Yue Zioqian blush even harder. Her heart had long since been given to Long Chen. However, her skin wasn't as thick as his, and the slightest teasing got good results. Long Chen knew that Yue Xiaoqian had to focus on upgrading her divine seal right now. With every fight, the original devil race was benefiting immensely from slaying the devils. The devil cores were upgrading the power of their divine seals, making their power against the devil race even greater. The more they fought, the stronger they would become. Regretfully, while they were the bane of the devil race, they wouldn't have that kind of advantage against opponents that weren't from the devil race. For example, the human race. After Yue Xiaoqian left, Long Chen extracted the Blood Phoenix King's crystal core, blood, and bones. Those were all treasures. He extracted everything useful from the magical beasts that had died in battle. Wilda only needed the meat. Many parts of 12th rank magical beasts were treasures that couldn't be bought with money. Hence, it could be said that a huge amount of wealth had fallen into Long Chen's pocket this time. Day after day passed. Long Chen was refining life star pills all day for the future. He didn't just need to refine them for himself, but also the Dragon Blood Legion. It was all in preparation for the Chi Flow eruption. Half a month later, 5 eruptions occurred from the channels to the devil race. There were 3 small skirmishes and 2 immense battles. One of them was an even greater invasion than the last time. However, they were all annihilated by the original devil race. That was because their power had risen crazily, and their divine seals were much stronger. In order to lessen the pressure, they would occasionally activate the formation, transporting a group of devils to the territory of magical beasts. That was like throwing water into boiling oil. The magical beasts went crazy, annihilating the devils. The Drake King said that with the devils constantly invading, there were fewer fights amongst the magical beasts. They now had devils to kill if they were bored. Seeing that everything was under control, Long Chen went over to the Drake King. He asked it to look after the original devil race and gave it a pill. This pill was made of his own essence blood. It was a spirit awakening pill that could raise the intelligence of the Drake King. Hopefully, that would allow the Drake King to awaken some of its talent and advance to the 13th rank. Even magical beasts needed to comprehend the heavenly Taos to cultivate to their peak. Doing that required a certain amount of intelligence. Humans were the most spiritual of all beings, making them closest to the heavenly Taos. Whether it wanted to become a true dragon or simply break through, being able to transform into human form would definitely help. This selfless gesture from Long Chen made it even more grateful, and as its intelligence grew, it became even more thankful. It promised not to let anything happen to the original devil race. Long Chen then told Gu Ran, Xia Chen, Gu Yang, and the others to work hard during this time. Xia Chen especially had to spend the remaining 2 months preparing for the Chi Flow eruption. When the Chi Flow eruption occurred, there would definitely be a competition with countless experts, including those ancient powers. Perhaps there would be a bloody battle. It would all be up to each side's power. Xiaoqian, do you want to go back with me this time? Asked Long Chen. Long Chen wanted to return to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. There was the Drake King here, so everything was under control. Now he was getting a bit worried about that side. After all, with how the mechanism sect had sneak attacked there before, it was telling everyone that if they wanted to find trouble for Long Chen, they could attack the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. I'm listening to my mom. Before the devil race invades the continent, I have to upgrade my devil seal. That's the only way I can help you in the future, Mom also said. Yue Xiaoqian hugged Long Chen, leaning her head against him. Said what? Asked Long Chen, holding onto her tightly. Her fragrance was bewitching. Yue Xiaoqian smiled mischievously. My mom said that all your women are so strong and are of great assistance to you. If I don't have this little bit of power, I won't be loved as much. Nonsense, I love you from my heart. If it weren't for you, I would have been killed by that Yin Luo in the Gli secret realm. You were my savior. If I didn't give my heart to beauty like you, I would be letting down the fate that drew us together. Long Chen kissed Yue Xiaoqian's forehead. Yue Xiaoqian wrinkled her nose cutely and glared at him. Bad person, so it was all based on looks. Long Chen laughed. Of course, isn't everything like that? After being saved, if they weren't good-looking but still wanted your heart, you have to immediately say, Miss, I cannot, for if I were to marry you, it would taint your act of chivalry. It would be like I needed saving from you because I wanted to force you into marrying me. Wouldn't that make everyone look down on us? But if they were a beauty, then it'd be different. You would immediately say, for you to love me like this, I have a responsibility to return your love. If I didn't, wouldn't I be worse than a dog? I will spend this life of mine to protect you for a lifetime. The sanctimonious yet realistic way that Long Chen acted made Yue Xiaoqian laugh. I like seeing you seriously talk nonsense. After talking a bit more, and confirming that Yue Xiaoqian truly wanted to stay behind and wasn't testing his sincerity toward her, Long Chen left. Among all his women, only Tang Wan'er was actually difficult to handle. She played many tricks that made Long Chen feel cautious. Fortunately, if it was just Tang Wan'er, he could handle it. To be careful, Long Chen stealthily left the skyscraping world, covering up not just his aura but also his appearance. He made several loops and confirmed that there was nothing questionable before leaving. He flew for about an incense stick's worth of time over the martial heaven sea ring, before encountering two experts wearing the robes of the ancient family alliance. From a distance, he saw that they were Empyreans and most likely searching for the location of the Chi flow eruption. The entire continent was currently searching and hoping to find it ahead of time so they could get an advantage. Long Chen ignored them, continuing to fly toward the central plains. However, while he ignored them, the two of them suddenly turned back to chase him. "Hold it!" both of them shouted, blocking Long Chen in the sky in a very unfriendly manner. Chapter 21, 44 The Blood Emperor's Descendants. Don't look for trouble. I haven't killed anyone in a few days and it's tough holding myself back. If you are in a hurry to reincarnate, I'll send you on your way, said Long Chen coldly. He didn't know if it was his bad luck flaring up again, but as soon as he left the original devil race, just when he was trying to be low-key to avoid exposing his identity, someone disturbed him. The more he didn't want to cause trouble, the more others wanted to find trouble for him. Flames of fury rose inside him. Why was it that so many idiots ended up finding him instead of finding others? Long Chen was wearing a black cloak with a hood covering most of his face. However, his icy killing intent exuded from his words, causing the two men to jump. "Who are you?" probed one of them. "Who are you to ask? Scram," snorted Long Chen. Ignoring those ancient family alliance experts, he continued forward. "How brazen! You dare to ignore us!" The one who asked him was infuriated. He summoned his manifestation and unleashed a palm at Long Chen. His hand became red like blood, and his blood chi rumbled like thunder. This was Long Chen's first time encountering such a cultivation technique. However, he didn't care about it. He randomly swung his hand, slapping the infuriated man in the face, sending him flying back while coughing up blood. As soon as Long Chen did it, he regretted it. In this world, the only one capable of such a beautiful slap was him. Hadn't he just exposed his identity? "Bastard!" The other expert charged at him, but before he could reach him, Long Chen sent him flying with a kick. They were just two Empyreans whose manifestations hadn't even awakened. They weren't qualified to be arrogant in front of him. Even if they were awakened Empyreans, they wouldn't be qualified. "Who are you?" demanded the one who had been slapped. He knew that he had encountered an expert. "Is it any of your business? You aren't fit to know my name. Hurry up and scram. Take advantage while my mood's still decent," said Long Chen indifferently. "Do you know who we are?" At this moment, Long Chen truly noticed something different about them. Although they were wearing robes of the ancient family alliance, they had another mark on their chests, one that looked like a blood-colored tree. Looking carefully, Long Chen saw that it was a wudong tree. Seeming to notice that Long Chen had finally taken note of that mark, one of them shouted, "We are the Blood Emperor's descendants. You actually dared to attack us. Do you believe me when I say you?" The speaker was once more slapped in the face, causing him to cough up more blood. "Who cares about descendants of the Blood Emperor? Even the Stone Emperors had the crap beat out of them by me, so do you believe me when I say I'll send you to see your ancestor if you keep talking?" snorted Long Chen. You're Long Chen." Those two ancient family alliance experts instantly paled. Even their voices shivered. Long Chen had destroyed the mechanism sect and then charged his way into the stone race, practically beating Shi Lingfeng to the point that he had to kneel and beg for mercy. If Nangong Zuyu hadn't come at that time, Shi Lingfeng would have been killed. So when Long Chen mentioned beating the stone race's descendants, the two of them instantly realized his identity. They also became covered in icy sweat. They might not fear anyone, but Long Chen wasn't just anyone. Others wouldn't dare to kill them, but Long Chen definitely wouldn't mind. Sorry, we were disrespectful." The two of them exchanged a glance and lowered their heads. After all, their lives were more important. There was a homicidal devil king in front of them, and their status couldn't intimidate him. Since you're the Blood Emperor's descendants, does that mean that the heir of the Blood Emperor has also awakened? Asked Long Chen. Yes, the Blood Emperor's own daughter, Zhu Luocha, has inherited all the Blood Emperor's divine abilities. We've come out now to sweep away all the other geniuses on the continent. One of them immediately started to become arrogant again. The other one glared at him and said, "Of course, we won't be enemies with Mr. Long Chen. We won't be sweeping you away for sure." Although they felt great respect for their Zhu Luocha, she wasn't present right now. Facing Long Chen, they couldn't be arrogant. The Peng Emperor, Blood Emperor, and Stone Emperor's heirs had all come out. It was said that Zai Tianzi had an extremely deep relationship with the corrupt emperor, but Zai Tianzi was especially mysterious, and there weren't many rumors about him. On the other hand, there were quite a few legends about the Blood Emperor. It was said that the Blood Emperor had once fought a sovereign but had been suppressed. Of course, too much time had passed to be sure about any such rumors. It was said that the Blood Emperor had created a new cultivation path with blood at its core. Long Chen had truly sensed a strange energy within the two of their attacks just now. Long Chen continued, "Is Zhu Luocha beautiful?" For some reason, the two of them looked at each other oddly and at the same time said, "Beautiful enough to eclipse the moon and shame flowers." All right, it seems that was a useless question. It doesn't have anything to do with me. Long Chen knew he couldn't draw out any useful information from the two of them. He was about to leave when he suddenly recalled something and asked, "Why did the two of you block me in the first place?" That's nothing. We just wanted to ask if you've searched this area yet," said one of them awkwardly. They were currently searching for any questionable signs or traces. If they found any place that could be the location of the Chi Flow eruption, they would need to immediately report it. If their information was correct, they would get a huge reward. Long Chen immediately understood. The two of them had wanted to force out his secrets. If he had found something, the accomplishment would go to them. Based on their conduct, he estimated that Zhu Luocha was no good egg either. The leader was the one who raised the soldiers. "All right, you can scram. Count yourselves lucky today," said Long Chen, flying off. Seeing him fly off, the two of them sighed with relief. They suddenly realized that their backs were covered in icy sweat. Why would he appear here? Don't you see where he's going? It's the opposite of us. He's definitely also looking for the location of the Chi Flow eruption. Everyone's searching for it. We should hurry up too. Let's pick a different path. We won't find anything where Long Chen's already been. Long Chen sped across the martial heaven sea ring. Looking at the endless sea, he suddenly recalled many memories. Back in the day, he had crossed the Eastern Sea on a flying boat to reach the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Years had passed since then. He was no longer the same youth. His cultivation base had grown, but he was growing wearier as well. Perhaps that was the price of growth. Even the memory of when he had left the Phoenix Cry Empire with Little Snow replayed in his mind. "Little Snow, are you all right? Will you be the same you once you're reborn?" Little Snow's soul had merged with that mysterious giant egg, but Long Chen didn't know the origins of that egg. He also didn't know what the final result would be. He thought of when he had been hunted by Marquis Ying back in the wilds of the Phoenix Cry Empire. Little Snow had been only a few months old but had chased after him to find him, ending up covered in wounds and bitten by a toxic vapor. Long Chen had never forgotten that sight. Later on, Little Snow had sacrificed itself to save him. Long Chen had an urge to charge into the yin-yang world right now just to take a look. However, it was just a thought. He couldn't actually do it. He could only wait for the day that Little Snow was reunited with him. Flying over the sea, he saw many other experts flying around rapidly. However, those experts weren't as confident as the other two and didn't stop him. Once he stepped onto land, he quickly found a city. Using the transportation formation, he arrived in the eastern Xuan city. From there, he went to the central Xuan region. His first stop was the Martial Heaven Alliance. As soon as he arrived, Jianing met him. During this time, more powers from the ancient era have come, each stronger than the last. Amongst them are the descendants of the Blood Emperor. Have you heard of them? I encountered two people who said that they were descendants of the Blood Emperor and wanted to rob me, said Long Chen. Did you kill them? Jianing started. Someone dared to rob Long Chen. Just how blind were they? She estimated that the two of them were already on the path to reincarnation. No, I'm not someone who likes causing trouble. After slapping them a couple of times, I told them to scram. Long Chen waved his hand, indicating that he himself was very low-key. Hearing that, Jianing was a bit more at ease. She did not want Long Chen to be surrounded by enemies. Although last time he had managed to shake the martial heaven continent by destroying the mechanism sect and attacking the stone race, forcing the stone race to lower their heads, things were not as quiet as they appeared on the surface. There were countless hidden dangers waiting. Good. Other than that, I should tell you that there's been movement from the danger zone known as the martial heaven sea ring, said Jianying gravely. Chapter 21, 45 News of the Heavenly Netherworld Vermilion Fruit. The martial heaven sea ring was a danger zone, but the experts of the continent had to come into contact with it more than they wished. However, those who knew much about it were few. No one knew for sure what lay in the depths of the sea. All they knew was that the martial heaven sea ring was filled with terrifying sea demons. Furthermore, every now and then, a sea demon tide would come from it. Sea demons would charge onto the continent. Only during that time could the continent's experts slaughter those sea demons without drawing attacks from the stronger sea demons. Normally, when crossing the sea, people would be reserved, and even if they were attacked by sea demons, they wouldn't counterattack. If they disturbed the more terrifying sea demons, that would be troublesome. Has the sea demon race also come out? Asked Long Chen. Yes, the sea demon race has started stepping foot onto the continent. They're searching for the chi flow eruption's location as well. A few conflicts have happened between them and the continent's experts. I feel like they are doing this on purpose as a show of might, and to indicate that they will also have their share of the chi flow eruption, said Jianying. If the sea demon race had come out, that meant that another opponent with unknown potential had appeared. In fact, the sea demon race might even outnumber the cultivators on the continent. Whether it was the righteous path, the corrupt path, even the ancient races or the Xuanhuan beasts, no one dared to provoke the sea demon race. The sea demon race's numbers were absolutely terrifying. They were hidden beneath the sea. No one knew just how many powerful experts they had. If all the large powers fight during the chi flow eruption, rivers of blood will flow, sighed Long Chen. Most likely. Based on historical records, the chi flow will erupt from the depths of the earth and form a well. The martial heaven continent's chi flow will turn into thousands of streams bursting out of the ground. Those who can occupy the larger streams will be able to absorb more chi flow. The smaller streams will get less chi flow. Some won't even be strong enough to occupy a small stream and will only be able to stand in the distance and absorb the leftovers. Legend is that there has always been a bloody battle for the largest stream of chi flow. After all, it will determine who becomes the master of the continent. Moreover, this great era seems to be on a much larger scale than in the past. All the geniuses hidden on the continent are coming out to fight for this era. So this time, the competition for the largest chi flow stream will definitely be exceptionally intense. Actually, the continent's lifeforms should unite against the sea demon race because they don't help us. In the past dark eras, they've hidden themselves and didn't help the continent. Not only can we not depend on them, but we have to give up a portion of our chi flow. That's unacceptable, said Jianying hatefully. The sea demon race could not be counted as an ally, even if they weren't enemies. They didn't seem to care about the fate of the continent, as if the world at the bottom of the sea would always be safe. However, all people felt some fear toward them because who knew just how great the force they had managed to gather over the years were, especially after not participating in the dark eras. In fact, it seemed that the sea demon race had never participated in the chi flow eruption before this. If they had, it wouldn't have been on a large scale. But now there were signs that the entire sea demon race wanted to come out. Did they want an even share of the continent's chi flow? Now it'll be interesting, Long Chen smiled. Interesting? Little fellow, do you know just how terrifying the sea demon race is? Jianying held her head. She had been hoping for Long Chen to reserve himself upon hearing about these terrifying opponents, but it seemed that he didn't care. Whether they're terrifying or not doesn't matter. If we're fated to be enemies, then we'll meet sooner or later. Rather than focusing on them, it's better to focus on ourselves and get stronger. The old man is correct. In front of absolute power, all schemes are useless. Long Chen shrugged. Fine, if you're undaunted, I won't waste my time saying these things. Tell me, do you want to work together with us during the chi flow eruption to occupy a larger stream of chi flow? Asked Jianying. The Martial Heaven Alliance was the continent's largest alliance. They would definitely gather the geniuses of the various sects and occupy a stream of chi flow for themselves. Jianying didn't mind joining forces with Long Chen. That way, they could occupy an even larger stream of chi flow. A supreme expert needed to be present to keep the chi flow stream under control. Otherwise, weak people would simply be sent flying by the burst of power. However, Long Chen was surrounded by enemies. He would definitely have people fighting him during the chi flow eruption. She didn't quite know what to do about this problem. We won't go with you. The Dragon Blood Legion will occupy our own chi flow stream. With how many enemies we have, others who joined us probably wouldn't be able to absorb any chi flow when the time comes, said Long Chen. He was clearest on this. When the chi flow eruption occurred, things would definitely be chaotic. No one would give up on this opportunity that only occurred once every tens of thousands of years. Will you be all right on your own? Do you want the Xuanhuan Dao sect and the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples on your side? Asked Jianying. The Xuanhuan Dao sect and the heaven-splitting battle sect were extremely powerful now. Bao Buping and Chang Hao had awakened their manifestations, and on the side of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, there were Hua Shiyu, Wang Zhen, Mu Qingxuan, Su Mo, and others who had awakened their manifestations as well. Jianying didn't know that the reason Hua Shiyu and the others had awakened their manifestations was thanks to Long Chen. If he hadn't sent them his 100-flower Dao resonation pills, they would have needed a much longer time to awaken their manifestations. He hadn't told Jianying about the 100-flower Dao resonation pills. It wasn't that he didn't trust her, but that he felt there were definitely traitors in the Martial Heaven Alliance. There were definitely traitors in the Xuanhuan Dao sect as well, but just who was Li Tianxuan? He could perfectly control the information their enemies received. There was no need to worry about things there. However, Jianying was unable to do the same. After all, an alliance was different from a sect. She needed to publicly announce things according to the rules of the alliance and discuss things with various elders with authority. Long Chen didn't want to take that risk. There is absolutely no need. In fact, we won't even go with the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Don't worry, I am prepared, said Long Chen. There were less than 2 months now before the chi flow eruption. Although time was a bit tight, he was confident that Xuanhuan would be able to finish things on his side. Long Chen chatted a bit longer with Jianying. He asked about the state of affairs on the continent. More of the ancient era's powers had come out, and amongst them was the fourth everlasting family that had been silent this entire time. The Ximen family had finally come out. It was said that the Ximen family's supreme genius was called Ximen Tianxiong. He had been very famous during his time. He was known for being frank yet also violent. He didn't get along with others very well. The Ximen family didn't seem to have many dealings with the other 3 everlasting families. They seemed antisocial. Other than the Ximen family, there was one other particular person that had appeared. He was a sword cultivator, but he constantly wore a silver mask and had never reported his name. The reason he managed to shake the continent was because he had slain one of the ancient era's geniuses with a single slash of his sword. The person he had slain was someone who had been invited to the gathering of past and present heroes. Hearing that, Long Chen was truly surprised. To be able to kill one of the supreme geniuses of the ancient era with one attack was truly amazing. He had to be a sword cultivator. After getting an update about the current movements on the continent, Long Chen went to the Huyan sect. He saw a radiant Zheng Wenlong. Just as Long Chen had expected, to give a blow to the Dongfeng family's business, the Nangong family and the Beidang family had been more than happy to form a collaboration with the Huyan sect. However, the 2 families were rather conservative. They only traded for things that were useful to them. They wouldn't sell their treasures for something like spirit crystals. In truth, Zheng Wenlong only needed the 2 families to say that they were collaborating with him to achieve his goals. With just being able to say that he was working together with those 2 families, he had the confidence to go to other powers for negotiations. Even without taking out any treasures themselves, the Huyan sect was able to act as the go-between, buying and selling things from their connections to make a profit. It looked very easy, but in truth, it was not so simple. What had been missing was the powerful reputation of the everlasting families. Without that prestige, it would have been impossible. The Huyan sect had their own reputation that had been built up little by little. On the business Dao, no one could instantly soar to the top, and even if they did, it would be short-lived. The Huyan sect had managed to achieve their current level by acting in good faith toward all their clients generation after generation. With that reputation and being able to say that he had the Nangong and Beidang families as clients, Zheng Wenlong managed to form connections with dozens of other powers who said that they also wished to collaborate with him. Brother Long, I really have to thank you this time. Without your referrals, I would have had no chance, said Zheng Wenlong. He had gone to the Nangong and Beidang families before, but they hadn't wanted to collaborate because there was nothing in the Huyan sect's hands that they wanted. Although the Dongfeng family's actions had made them wary, if it had not been for Long Chen's referrals, they probably wouldn't have wanted to start this collaboration. To put it frankly, it was thanks to Nangong Zuyu and Beideng Rushwang giving Long Chen face. Helping you is helping me, so how are things now? Did you get anything I need? Asked Long Chen. Zheng Wenlong had set up a trading platform, and from this, Long Chen could see if there was anything he wanted to trade for. That was truly helping him. Zheng Wenlong suddenly slapped his leg. I almost forgot. The heavenly underworld vermilion fruit that you wanted me to keep an eye out for, there's been some news about it. What? Long Chen almost jumped out of his seat. Chapter 21, 46 The Yin-Yang World Sovereign Seal. Yes, the news is that heavenly underworld vermilion fruit is in Tian Zizi's hands, said Zheng Wenlong. Upon hearing that it was in Tian Zizi's hands, Long Chen's excitement diminished. If that person learned that Long Chen desperately needed the heavenly underworld vermilion fruit, he would rather destroy it than sell it to him. We have a collaboration with the corrupt path as well. Thanks to the Nangong family and the Beiding family's support, we've pooled the resources of dozens of powers and have started to branch out even further. The corrupt path also wants to be part of that collaboration, but right now, many powers are still in a waiting state. They only take out 1 or 2 treasures while merely listing the rest. I saw the heavenly underworld vermilion fruit's name on the list that the corrupt path gave me. I thought I misread it when I first saw it, said Zheng Wenlong. He knew that this matter was very urgent to Long Chen. Every time they met, Long Chen asked about it. Do your best to obtain it. The price doesn't matter, but don't let them know that I'm the one who wants it. Although Long Chen knew that Zheng Wenlong was always steady, Long Chen still said this because the heavenly underworld vermilion fruit was just too important to him. This related to whether or not he would be able to condense the 6th star of the 9-star Hegemon body art. I will do my best to get it for you. Zheng Wenlong nodded. Since the corrupt path had put it on their list of treasures, it meant that they were willing to sell it. However, he couldn't promise anything. The corrupt path and the other powers had wily old foxes amongst them. Without taking out something that moved them, they wouldn't make any rash moves. By only taking out 1 or 2 treasures and listing the rest, they were probing the Huiyun sect's power. If the Huiyun sect thought that they could trick them into a useless investment, they were wrong. If the Huiyun sect wanted to develop this business, they would need to bring out all their capital. Unfortunately, when it came to treasures on this level, they didn't quite have the power to circulate them. It might take a long time before they could reach that level. Good, if it's really impossible for you, I'll simply charge into the corrupt path and take it, said Long Chen. He almost couldn't wait. If he didn't lack the power, he would really charge into the corrupt path to take it. Don't, I feel like there's a high chance of success on my side. It's not worth the risk, said Zheng Wenlong hastily. He was worried about Long Chen getting hot-headed. Fine, I'll leave this matter to you. I also brought some stuff for you. They should be useful. Long Chen took out the materials he had extracted from the corpses of the magical beasts in the wild world as well as the ores they had mined. Heavens, the crystal core of a peak 12th rank heavenly killing beast, the horn of the full moon earth rhinoceros, the essence blood of the deviled earth dragon, and this is phoenix blood immortal gold, glorious star mithril. Zheng Wenlong's eyes almost popped out. Long Chen was once more amazed by Zheng Wenlong's learning. He was able to recognize every item that he took out. Long Chen, where did you get these? Ah, sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. Asking other people's personal secrets was naturally taboo. Zheng Wenlong had been so excited that he forgot, and he immediately apologized. Long Chen smiled. We don't need so many taboos between us. I only struck gold within a minor world. I know that even though those fellows agreed to collaborate, they won't go all out at the beginning. If you don't bring out some of your own money, they won't be swayed. Right now, I only have this much of the materials from the magical beasts. As for the divine ores, I can provide you with more in the future. The parts of the magical beasts that he needed had been kept aside. As for the rest, it was valuable but not usable, so Long Chen gave them to Zheng Wenlong. There were hundreds of crystal cores of 12th rank magical beasts, and a tenth of them had reached the peak of the 12th rank. First, ignoring just how valuable these were, just being able to take them out was enough to shock a group of people to death. There was also the essence blood, skeletons, and divine ores. Each of them was incredibly precious. Adding on the Huiyun sect's own capital, this would be enough for their business collaboration to truly start. The Huiyun sect had felt like the weaker one in the collaboration with all these various powers. But with these resources, he was entirely capable of drawing the powers that were still watching into a full collaboration. Good, I hope you can get the heavenly underworld vermilion fruit. Long Chen patted Zhang Wenlong on the shoulder and then left the Huyun sect. If even Zhang Wenlong was incapable of this, then no one else would have a chance either. Long Chen had already decided. If Zhang Wenlong couldn't get it for him, then once he was stronger, he would charge into the corrupt path to take it. Originally, Long Chen had been planning on going to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, but instead, he changed paths and went straight to the entrance to the yin-yang world. He quickly reached the boundary into the yin-yang world. After that, he took out a special barrier-breaking talisman that Xia Chen had given him and crushed it. Faint ripples merged into his body and then vanished. This was a special talisman used for avoiding the senses of formations. It was a kind of concealing talisman, but it was possible to see the user with the naked eye as it was entirely focused on concealing from formations. Long Chen lowered his hood and silently warned himself that if someone provoked him, he would have to kick them or something instead of slapping them. Otherwise, it would be too easy to recognize him. After concealing his aura, he flew closer. He didn't sense anything odd. This place looked the same as before. However, just as he was a few hundred miles away from the channel, the runes covering his body flickered ever so slightly. He had entered a formation. As expected, there's a problem. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Looking around, he still didn't see anything odd, but the flicker from the runes meant that there was a formation set up by someone here. He wasn't a formation master, so he didn't know anymore. The High Priest really is amazing. He actually knew that this place would be the location of the Chi Flow eruption. So then there's only one possibility for who set this formation up. Long Chen immediately thought of Pill Valley, as well as the strange scene of something trying to extract some of his blood when exiting the Brahma secret realm. Flying around, Long Chen didn't notice anything odd. He knew that whoever had set this formation up had to be a master capable of concealing it from people's eyes. Just as he was about to enter the channel to the yin-yang world, a strange force of repulsion appeared, blocking his path. If he forced his way through, he might be sensed by the master of the formation. Not wasting time, Long Chen took a formation disc that Xia Chen had given him. He sliced his way through the formation and walked closer to the channel. Back then, one of the Martial Heaven Alliance's Grand Elders had sent him and Yi Lingshan through here, giving them a head start. Now the channel was replaced with a murky mass of primal chaos. There was mist in the surroundings, making it impossible to see what was inside. This was the entrance to the yin-yang world. If the Chi Flow eruption occurred here, it might destroy this door. At that time, would the monsters of the yin-yang world be able to charge in through the hole? They secretly stole the essence blood of 1,000,000 geniuses to forcibly change the time and location of the Chi Flow eruption. Pill Valley, just what are you planning? Long Chen was about to leave when he heard the slightest noise from the mass of primal chaos. It was so faint that he thought it was a misperception. Stopping his footsteps, he turned toward the mass of primal chaos. He vaguely began to see a giant seal inside. The seal was very indistinct, and then it became covered in mist once more. Although it was barely discernible, Long Chen's heart pounded wildly. He had seen that seal before. The faint aura he could sense from it was also familiar. Just at that moment, another light sound rang out from inside, and the seal appeared again. A flash of light pierced the mist, allowing Long Chen to see clearer. It was definitely the sovereign seal. It was red as blood. The power it exuded made Long Chen feel like an ant. There was no way he could be mistaken about this pressure. Only a sovereign could do this. Another light sound rang out, and through the sovereign seal, Long Chen saw a blurry scene. Countless lifeforms were attacking the sovereign seal. It's the blood race. Although the scene was extremely blurry, he could see the general shape of those lifeforms. It was the same lifeforms that had hunted him out of the yin-yang world. He saw an endless horde of the blood race's lifeforms attacking the sovereign seal, unleashing various techniques that crashed against it. Although he couldn't sense their auras, based on the scale of their attacks, he estimated that these attacks were probably comparable to Nether Passage experts. Most shocking of all was their numbers. They seemed endless. The sovereign seal shuddered ever so slightly as it silently endured the attacks. The attacks caused bursts of the sovereign seal's power to erupt, rebounding the attacks. Some of the blood race's lifeforms were killed. However, more of them replaced the fallen ones. They continued to attack, wave after wave, keeping up a continuous deluge on the sovereign seal. Long Chen was in the midst of staring closely at that scene when he felt a strange energy pull him up. Shocked, without even thinking about it, he slashed Evil Moon at the air above him. Chapter 21, 47 Sovereign Mo Li. Long Chen's saber missed. There was no one in the direction he was being pulled. Shocked, Long Chen was about to unleash all his power to face some mysterious opponent, only to find that he had been pulled into a strange space. From this strange space, he could see the tranquil state of the martial heaven continent, and also the countless experts of the blood race in the yin-yang world attacking the seal. Most shocking of all, when he turned back, he saw a white-robed handsome man quietly looking at him. Sovereign. Long Chen couldn't help letting out a cry. He didn't recognize this person, but he sensed the same sovereign air as he had from Sovereign Yun Shang. That was something that made people feel an urge to kneel and worship instinctively. He was standing right there, and yet he also seemed to be looking at him through endless time and space. The river of time seemed to flow within his eyes, and he suddenly smiled. Black clothes, interesting. The white-robed man's voice was very gentle. This little one is Long Chen. Greetings, Sovereign. Long Chen hastily cupped his fists. He was actually talking with another sovereign. He would be able to brag even more in the future. Ha ha ha, the man suddenly laughed openly. Long Chen felt like his thoughts had been read and was embarrassed. The man walked forward and warmly patted his shoulder. Junior brother Long Chen, you're very interesting. It's my first time seeing someone as amusing as you. Being called brother by a sovereign, even Long Chen felt overwhelmed. However, he found that he couldn't feel the sovereign's hand on his shoulder. It seemed that they weren't in the same space-time. Sovereign you. For some reason, Long Chen started to feel sad. Don't call me sovereign. I can't accept it. After being blessed by the martial heaven continent, I was unable to change the board, letting down the countless lives of the continent. My name is Mo Li, and you can call me by my name, or if you like, you can also call me Big Brother Mo Li. Hearing his name, Long Chen finally learned that he was talking to the third sovereign from human history, Sovereign Mo Li. Sovereign Mo Li actually wanted Long Chen to call him Big Brother. If others learned that, it would drive them crazy with envy. Big, Sovereign, Long Chen tried, but he couldn't make himself call him Big Brother. He felt like that was a blasphemy to the sovereigns. It's fine, you can get used to it later. From you, I see a different future. Although I can't see the final result, I can see hope. Junior brother, I'm very happy to have seen you. Perhaps what I failed to accomplish, you can do, said Sovereign Mo Li. Sovereign Mo Li, you shouldn't raise me up like that. I'll probably never be able to reach the height that you and Sovereign Yun Shang reached. You are unrivaled, with no opponents in the entire world, while I am surrounded by enemies throughout the world, said Long Chen with a bitter smile. Sovereign Yun Shang had also once said something similar to him. Having no opponents in the world is good, but being surrounded by enemies throughout the world is fine too. That's not important. What's important is the result. We were unrivaled, but we weren't able to accomplish our goals. Perhaps being surrounded by enemies in the world might accomplish something new, said Sovereign Mo Li. Just at this moment, this space shivered. Long Chen looked in the distance to see that hundreds of thousands of the blood race's experts had unleashed a simultaneous attack. At the same time, Long Chen realized where he was. He was within the Sovereign seal. Sovereign Mo Li looked at the blood race's experts and indifferently said, Heaven and earth are like a board. Whether you are in or outside the board, once you are absorbed within, you become nothing more than a game piece. Why be so emotional? Sovereign Mo Li seemed to be giving him some pointers, but Long Chen didn't understand. He asked, Sovereign Mo Li, what's the origin of this blood race? Back when you reached your peak, why didn't you wipe them out? Sovereign Mo Li smiled and looked at him, because I didn't have that power. I don't believe you. Ha ha ha, Sovereign Mo Li was startled at first and then laughed. You really are interesting. It's just a pity that we weren't born in the same generation. It is the truth. Sovereign Yun Shang was unable to find the key to resolving the problem. He handed the problem to Sovereign Qing Su, and Sovereign Qing Su left the problem to me. I also couldn't find the key, so I could only leave it for the person after me. All the way to now, the problem has yet to be resolved. So I can't accept being called sovereign by you. None of us were able to accomplish our mission. Is it really such a difficult problem? Long Chen was befuddled. If even the sovereigns were unable to resolve things, then did that mean that the blood race had even more terrifying existences within them? Once you reach that moment, perhaps you will understand. Different people can see the same problem in different ways. There was a lock, but 5 keys were unable to open it. "We're waiting for the next key," said Mo Li, looking at Long Chen expectantly. "Don't look at me. I'm definitely not that key, and I don't have the kind of nobility of the sovereigns that cared about others. If others refuse to acknowledge me, then I'm not going to risk my life for them." Long Chen hastily shook his hand. The successive generations of sovereigns had managed to win over the whole world to face the enemies from outside the continent. They had protected the entire martial heaven continent and all life on it. It could be said that the sovereigns were the protective gods of the martial heaven continent. Even the corrupt path, the ancient races, and the Xuanhuan beasts didn't dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful to the sovereigns. Even the geniuses of the everlasting families like Nangong Zuyu and Beideng Rushwang worshipped the sovereigns. That was how supreme their existence was. They had not just protected the human race, but all life on the continent. In this world, the only ones capable of obtaining the approval of all races were the sovereigns. Although there were the 3 emperors below the 5 sovereigns, although it was said that the 3 of them possessed the power to challenge the sovereigns, it was only a nod toward their power. Even the emperors were unable to be like the sovereigns, gaining the approval of all the life forms on the continent. They only gained the approval of a portion. That was the difference. Long Chen could never become an existence like the sovereigns, nor did he want to. He had seen sovereign Yun Shang, and now he had seen sovereign Mo Li. He knew he lacked the heart of the sovereigns. If someone messed with him, he might let them mess around if they weren't ugly. But if he found them displeasing, he would send them flying with a slap. He wanted to live a life of freedom, and he would offer up his life for the people who loved him. But as for others, what did they have to do with him? Sovereign Mo Li smiled and didn't retort. He said, "Up to you. Every person has their own path. There is no right or wrong, only different conclusions. My seal has remained up until now, so it can count as having finished its mission. To be able to see you has made me very happy, but my power is running out. Do you have anything else you want to talk about?" Long Chen was startled. Sovereign Mo Li was about to dissipate. He hastily asked, "Sovereign Mo Li, do you have any techniques you can teach me?" If he could learn the techniques of the sovereigns, then that would really be amazing. It was said that every sovereign had created their own unique heaven-shaking divine art, but nothing about them had been transmitted down. Sovereign Mo Li shook his head. "My techniques are only usable by myself. You are the same. You already have a technique on this level, and although it's not fully developed, it will reach perfection sooner or later. If someone else wanted to learn that technique, do you think you could teach it to them?" He already had a technique on that level. Long Chen suddenly thought of the world extermination flame lotus. Would it possess the same level of power as a sovereign's technique once it was perfected? "Sovereign Mo Li, do you know the origins of the 9-star Hegemon body art?" asked Long Chen quickly. Sovereign Mo Li's body was starting to fade. "I do." "Then can you tell me?" "I cannot." "Why?" "I am not qualified." Sovereign Mo Li faded away after that. Long Chen's expression was lifeless. Even a sovereign was not qualified to speak of it. Was it really so exaggerated? Long Chen found himself outside the sovereign's seal once more. He was staring into the mist ahead of him, only vaguely able to see the sovereign's seal within. It was like everything had been an illusion. Long Chen was silent as waves battered his heart. Just what kind of origins did the 9-star Hegemon body art have that even a sovereign was unwilling to expose any of it? Long Chen looked at the sovereign seal and the blood race's experts that were attacking it. A single seal was able to suppress the blood race for who knows how many millennia. The sovereigns were truly existences that could only be looked up to. Long Chen sighed. He had now seen 3 of the 5 sovereigns, but rather than feeling delight at that, he was growing more worried. "Someone's come." Long Chen had taken a few steps in preparation to leave when he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Looking around, he immediately vanished. Chapter 21, 48 Heavens, Soul Manifestation. Long Chen had just vanished when 2 figures materialized. Both of them wore gray robes and masks, and their hair was already white with age. The 2 of them were nether passage experts. They held a gourd, but based on the bulging veins on their hands, it was extremely heavy. After bringing that gourd to the entrance to the yin-yang world, they placed it there and made some hand seals. Then, the runes on the gourd lit up. A torrent of blood burst out of the gourd and struck the sovereign seal. The blood instantly transformed into blood mist upon contact with the sovereign seal. That mist then slowly invaded the sovereign seal. After doing that, the 2 of them took the gourd and left. They didn't say a word from the start to the end. Long Chen slowly walked out from behind a boulder. Looking at the sovereign seal, Long Chen could feel killing intent creep into his eyes. That blood they had just poured out was composed of the essence blood from billions of different entities. Merging it into the sovereign seal would dilute the sovereign's blood seal, weakening it. It really is those bastards from Pill Valley. Although the two of them had concealed their auras, as a fellow alchemist, he could sense the air of alchemists around them. They intentionally drew the chi flow eruption here and are damaging the sovereign seal. Are they colluding with the blood race? Long Chen's expression was dark. If that was the case, Pill Valley might be traitors of the human race, but that also felt wrong. Pill Valley had the inheritance of Lord Brahma and fallen Danite. Why would they collude with other races? Wouldn't that be betraying their gods? It doesn't matter. What matters is power. Don't you want to take advantage of the chi flow eruption? Let's see if you can. Long Chen slowly vanished. Not long after Long Chen vanished, three more figures appeared. Their leader was the Valley Master, Xuanhuan. The other two were incredibly old, doddering elders. Their faces were covered in wrinkles. These two elders lacked any aura. It was like they were already dead. Their eyes were murky. You said there were suspicious fluctuations here, asked Xuanhuan. The two elders nodded. It seemed that they were so old that they didn't have the energy to speak. Xuanhuan pointed and space twisted. Scenes began to appear. They saw a strange figure that was very indistinct. After that, they could see the two masked elders who had appeared with the gourd. The two of them were very clear in comparison. It's Long Chen. Seeing that indistinct figure, Xuanhuan was surprised. It wasn't that he had recognized Long Chen, but that the Brahma divine diagram had sensed his aura. A sense of unease rose in his heart. Why would he appear here? One of the elders made a throat-cutting gesture. It seemed that he wanted to kill Long Chen to keep him quiet. He's too slippery. Without absolute assurance, we can't make a move. If he catches hold of any evidence to use against us, it will be troublesome. Moreover, the formation set up here isn't one from the martial heaven continent. No one would be able to suspect us. If we did react to this, it would be equivalent to admitting that it was us. Let's just observe for 2 days before doing anything. If there is no news from the Martial Heaven Alliance during those 2 days, it means that Long Chen isn't planning on sharing this secret with anyone else. We can think of something to eliminate him then. Xuanhuan left with the two elders. The sovereign seal faintly appeared within the entrance to the yin-yang world, seeming to be an indifferent bystander. Long Chen wasn't able to stay calm as he left the entrance to the yin-yang world. Just what was Pill Valley's goal in doing this? Just how did this benefit them? If he could obtain proof, he could completely destroy Pill Valley and turn them into the continent's enemy. However, Pill Valley had come prepared. There was no evidence for him to use against them. Whether it was the extraction of people's essence blood in the Brahma secret realm or their arrangements in front of the yin-yang world, there was no substantial evidence that would point out that this was done by Pill Valley. The essence blood extraction in the Brahma secret realm had been extremely stealthy. Even Long Chen had barely sensed it, let alone others. As for what was happening in front of the yin-yang world, saying it was done by Pill Valley would just be empty words. Pill Valley wouldn't admit to it. Long Chen stealthily returned to the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race's territory. He then saw that the Dragonblood warriors had managed to awaken their manifestations. Every one of them looked eager for a fight. Boss! The Dragonblood warriors immediately ran over to Long Chen excitedly. What, are you thinking of exchanging a few blows with me? Long Chen smiled as he looked at these brothers of his. How could we dare? Boss, I heard the brothers on that side are busy with work every day. Don't you think it's wrong for us to be lazing over here? We feel bad for them, said one of the squad leaders. Give it up. You're more interested in the daily battles they get to have, right? Said Long Chen, laughing, feeling bad for them. It was clearly jealousy. Don't be impatient. You will also have a chance to go. We'll rotate through people so that everyone gets a chance, said Long Chen. The current wild world was a treasury for Long Chen and also a training ground. Not only were there magical beasts, but there was also the devil race. Good stuff like that naturally had to be shared with everyone. To avoid drawing other people's attention, Long Chen had asked Xia Chen to establish a transportation formation capable of crossing worlds. Naturally, it was expensive to construct a world-crossing transportation formation. When the Xuanhuan Dao sect had been reconstructed, Long Chen had added a world-crossing transportation formation to the spirit world. In truth, The only reason such a formation could be created was because the leader of the spirit race had given him one of the life god tree's leaves that allowed him to connect with the spirit world. The spirit race's leader had to use the energy of the life god tree to create an opening through the barrier between worlds. Long Chen had set up a one-way transportation formation to the spirit world in case the Xuanhuan Dao sect met enemies that it could not resist. Later on, when Zia Chen joined, he had modified the formation to be two-way. This formation had never been used up to now. That was because activating it cost an immense price. However, to the current Long Chen, this price was now bearable. Soon, he would start building a transportation formation from the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race's territory directly to the wild world. Although the price was exorbitant, it would allow them to avoid going through the skyscraping world, reducing the chances of the original devil race being exposed. Hearing that they could go to the wild world later, the Dragon Blood warriors cheered. Thereafter, Long Chen went into the seclusion area. Long Chen. Long Chen had just arrived when Meng Qi jumped into his embrace. Long Chen spun her around a few times happily. Meng Qi, have you awakened your manifestation? Yes, it counts as awakened, said Meng Qi, still holding on to Long Chen with an enchanting smile. Counts as awakened, what does that mean? Asked Long Chen. I can summon my manifestation, but the name of my manifestation has yet to appear in my mind, said Meng Qi. Heavens, Long Chen's jaw dropped. Are you saying that your manifestation is one of those legendary heavens soul manifestations? When a manifestation was fully awakened, its name would automatically appear in the cultivator's mind. However, there was a kind of manifestation that required a second awakening. It was called a heavens soul manifestation. It was said that these manifestations were condensed from the very soul of the heavenly Taos, making them the strongest of all manifestations. He had even heard that these legendary manifestations had rankings. Only the top 100 manifestations were heavens, soul manifestations. Legend had it that people with these manifestations could ascend to become gods or immortals in the future. Long Chen had never imagined that Meng Qi would have such a chance. He fiercely kissed her and praised, Meng Qi, you really are my good wife. You're amazing. Meng Qi blushed but was also proud. This manifestation would become a powerful support for her. Meng Qi said that, although her manifestation had not gone through its second awakening, her spiritual strength had completely transformed. It was said that those who completed the second awakening of a heavens, soul manifestation would comprehend their own unique heavenly Tao divine arts. Those divine arts were capable of shaking heaven and earth, making ghosts and gods weep. But no one knew any details about it because there were very few historical records of anyone possessing a heavens, soul manifestation. What about Chu Yao, Waner, and Jikyu? Have they awakened? Asked Long Chen. Not yet. For them to still not have awakened, it's very likely that they also have heaven's soul manifestations. He, are you happy? Chortled Meng Qi. I'm happy, very happy, Long Chen laughed. This was the best news. You'll have to be more obedient in the future, or Waner will put you in your place and we won't help you, teased Meng Qi. Long Chen laughed. Once Tang Waner became stronger, he would have to behave better around her. Long Chen checked on Chu Yao, Tang Waner, and Yi Jikyu. He only looked at them from a distance to avoid disturbing them. They were surrounded by primal chaos. Light from the heavens blessed them. Long Chen was full of expectations for them. On the 7th day after he returned, the Wild World's transportation formation was set up, and Long Chen was just about to have Meng Qi and the other Dragon Blood warriors enter when a sudden challenge came. Chapter 21, 49 Jian Wuchen. Seeing the challenge, Long Chen stared blankly. Just who would issue a written challenge to him? When he opened it, he found that the challenge wasn't issued toward him but to Yue Zifeng. 3 days from now, in the Central Plains, end of the Heavens Valley, Jian Wuchen of the Heavenly Sword sect challenges Yue Zifeng. Who is Jian Wuchen? Why would he challenge Yue Zifeng? Seeing the challenge, none of the Dragon Blood warriors understood. This Jian Wuchen is that masked sword cultivator who slew a supreme genius from the ancient era with one stroke of his sword, said Long Chen, his expression serious. He had heard of this person from Jianying. A sword cultivator. Was this why he wanted to challenge Yue Zifeng? On the continent, the current brightest star of the junior generation sword cultivators was Yue Zifeng. Will Yue Zifeng accept the challenge? Wondered Meng Qi. Since the other side has issued such a challenge, he must be confident. Perhaps there's some unknown reason behind this. Long Chen clenched his fists. Long Chen, what are you thinking? asked Meng Qi upon seeing Long Chen frown. This matter is coming too suddenly. Why would someone issue a challenge when the Qi flow eruption is right around the corner? Long Chen shook his head, feeling an intense feeling of danger. Then what should we do? Asked Meng Qi. We'll keep acting according to normal. 3 days from now, I'll go take a trip to see what's going on, decided Long Chen. The Dragon Blood warriors were a bit disappointed that they wouldn't be going, but they listened to his decision. Just at this moment, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's transportation formation lit up. 3,000 Dragon Blood warriors appeared on it. Haha, you're finally back. Now it's our turn. The Dragon Blood warriors on this side cheered. The transportation formation had finally been successfully set up. This was all thanks to Xia Chen. Perhaps Xia Chen had worked himself to the point of white foam coming out of his mouth. He was really busy. All right, it's your turn. Hurry and get onto the transportation formation. Activating a double-sided transportation takes up a huge amount of energy. Don't waste time, shouted Long Chen. The Dragon Blood warriors on this side rushed over like a swarm of bees. The transportation formation was starting to shudder, and Long Chen was truly worried it wouldn't work. However, his worries were for naught. After a few seconds, space twisted, and those Dragon Blood warriors vanished. The 3,000 Dragon Blood warriors finally had a chance to rest. They had exhausted themselves, constantly fighting magical beasts or the devil race. Their taut nerves could relax at last. Xia Chen's really amazing. He was able to set up a transportation formation to move so many people, praised Meng Qi. Xia Chen was now someone the Dragon Blood Legion couldn't lose. He was very important to them. The barrier between worlds will need to heal. To activate this formation again will need at least 7 days. Meng Qi, sorry, I wanted you to go too, but I'm a bit worried about the people here. Long Chen looked at Meng Qi apologetically. Originally, he had wanted Meng Qi to go to the wild world and subdue a few magical beasts as housepits. With her powerful spiritual strength, she could control an army of them. That would make her power rise to a terrifying level. However, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, and Yi Zhikyu were all in seclusion, and there were only 3,000 Dragon Blood warriors here. Long Chen wasn't entirely at ease with just them here, so he had Meng Qi stay. Having not discussed this with Meng Qi, or even asked her opinion about it, Long Chen felt himself to be too tyrannical. A few days earlier or later won't make a difference. With Wan'er and the others still in seclusion, I couldn't go even if you wanted me to go. Meng Qi smiled sweetly, knowing that Long Chen did care about her. How is Cloud these days? I haven't seen her in a long time. I even miss that girl. Long Chen smiled. Cloud had been in the myriad spirit diagram for a long time now. She's already in the final stages. However, to comprehend the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race's strongest divine abilities and fully awaken her bloodline will probably take at least a month, said Meng Qi. She was also full of expectations for Cloud. The myriad spirit diagram contained the strongest divine abilities of all kinds of races. Due to absorbing the blue-eye peacock's essence blood, Cloud's blood had transformed, returning to an ancestral state. She was the only one who had a chance to awaken her ancestors' strongest divine abilities. If she did, she would be incomparably powerful. Originally, Long Chen was planning on accompanying Meng Qi during this time and just peacefully passing the days. He rarely had time to accompany her. However, Meng Qi, who understood what he was thinking, took the initiative in asking to refine pills with him. With the two of them working together, Long Chen was shocked to find that Meng Qi's spiritual strength was now several times stronger than his. Furthermore, her spiritual strength was incredibly pure. Even without summoning her manifestation, her power had risen to a shocking level. With Meng Qi's help, his efficiency in refining the Life Star pills soared. He practically didn't have to exhaust any of his own spiritual strength. Meng Qi's spiritual strength was replenishing itself as she used it. With her present, he could refine forever. On this day, Long Chen finally came out of seclusion. Everything within the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race was calm. They were all quietly cultivating. Long Chen told Meng Qi and the others to stay on guard. Although the large powers were unlikely to start any battles with the Qi flow eruption imminent, they still had to be careful. Long Chen left, going straight toward the end of the Heavens Valley. It was a very famous location on the martial Heaven continent because many battles between experts had been fought there throughout history. The end of the Heavens Valley was located in the southern Xuanhuan region and was to the south of the Skywood Divine Palace. When Long Chen flew by the Skywood Divine Palace, he saw the palace master speaking to the disciples about something. Due to the protective formation, he couldn't hear what they were saying, but as he flew by, the disciples all looked up and saw him. Long Chen's flying boat was no longer the one he had plundered from Pill Valley, but a special dragon head flying boat that Xuanhuan had made especially for him. It was like a golden dragon soaring through the sky and was very easy to recognize. Long Chen stopped and bowed to the Skywood Divine Palace's master from a distance. This was a bow and thanks for how she had treated Chu Yao like her own daughter for so many years. The Skywood Divine Palace's disciples all became emotional. Long Chen was the strongest and most famous expert of the current era. He was capable of competing with the heavenly geniuses of the ancient era and even came out on top. Due to various factors, Long Chen could be considered related to the Skywood Divine Palace due to Chu Yao. This bow made the palace master smile slightly. Long Chen was still the old Long Chen. Even the endless slaughter that followed him hadn't changed that wild yet pure heart. After this bow, Long Chen smiled and waved to the disciples before continuing onward. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is so handsome. I feel like we should call him brother-in-law. Doesn't that sound closer? He's big sister Chu Yao's husband after all. With his support, it would be easier for us to roam the continent in the future. The majority of the Skywood Divine Palace's disciples were female, and they immediately began to chatter. Cough. At this point, one of the elders loudly coughed a few times, and only then did the disciples reserve themselves a bit. The palace master smiled looking at the excited disciples. Fortunately, Long Chen wasn't in the Skywood Divine Palace, or these disciples of hers might not even have the desire to keep cultivating. My Skywood Divine Palace does not participate in worldly affairs, but we cannot miss the Chi Flow eruption. Sometimes it's important not to pass on our responsibilities to others. I've gathered you today so you can see a battle between true experts, said the palace master. The disciples immediately began to cheer, causing one of the elders to sternly shout, "Silence! The palace master hasn't finished talking." Once people were quiet, the palace master continued, "Normally, I only ask that you calmly cultivate. I tell you not to cause trouble. This is to cultivate your heart. Being able to control your mental state is beneficial to your advancement. After all, the disciples of the Skywood Divine Palace are wood cultivators, and slaughter is against your cultivation techniques. However, this does not represent that the Skywood Divine Palace can escape battle forever. When the martial heaven continent is in danger, we also have to bring out our own power. We cannot let an opportunity to strengthen ourselves go by. We have no intention of fighting against others, but we will not allow others to take away what is ours. I know some disciples from other sects have been provoking us these days, but I have not permitted you to attack them. That is because experts must know restraint. It is easier to counterattack when you patiently wait for an opportunity. You all saw, Long Chen is going to a battle between two sword cultivators. It is now time for the Skywood Divine Palace to make a collective move as well. We'll show the world our power, or many people will want to bully us when the Chi Flow eruption occurs. The palace master slowly stood. She waved her sleeve, and 18 beautiful women wearing emerald green robes also stood behind her. Move out. Chapter 21, 50 Giant Wuchen's Origins. The end of the Heavens Valley. It was a land of death where nothing grew, and it was all hard stone with countless cuts and scars. These scars were left behind by the various experts that had fought here. Their remnant aura made it so no vegetation could grow here. Let alone vegetation, no insects or beasts would dare to get near here. They would be slain by the broken remnant laws. When Long Chen arrived, he saw a sea of people had gathered around the valley. Experts from various sects and powers had surrounded this place. Clearly, news of Jian Wuchen's challenge of Yue Zifeng had spread throughout the continent. A match between peerless sword cultivators wasn't a show that anyone wanted to miss. Startled cries rang out when Long Chen's golden flying boat appeared. Long Chen's come. Yue Zifeng is the 4th captain of the Dragonblood Legion. I wonder if Long Chen will make a move when the time comes. Unlikely. After all, Jian Wuchen is challenging Yue Zifeng. Unless Yue Zifeng doesn't come, no one will have a valid reason for interfering in their battle. Jiang Wuchen has never faced defeat. He's a genius who dominated a generation. As for Yue Zifeng, he's a brilliant genius, but he's from the junior generation. He hasn't reached the same level of prestige as Long Chen, so why would Jian Wuchen challenge Yue Zifeng? Isn't that a case of bullying the weak? That's true. Yue Zifeng is just a captain of the Dragonblood Legion. Jian Wuchen's challenge is a loss of status. You're all unaware. In truth, Yue Zifeng and Jian Wuchen are from the same sect. An old man suddenly opened his mouth. What? How is that possible? It's true. Jian Wuchen was once a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Gate, said the elder. If they're from the same sect, why would they want to kill each other? Because Jian Wuchen was expelled from the sect as a renegade. The elder's words shocked everyone. Jian Wuchen was actually a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Gate, but then why were there no rumors about it? The Heavenly Sword Gate is rather isolated and rarely interacts with the rest of the continent, entirely immersing itself in the way of the sword. They only have a few disciples and experts, so people don't know much about them. But it is a fact that Jian Wuchen was a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Gate. There is a historical record of it. However, as to why the Heavenly Sword Gate would expel such a genius from their sect, no one knows, said the elder. Hearing that, people came to their own guesses about why Jian Wuchen would challenge Yue Zifeng. Was it to humiliate the Heavenly Sword Gate? If that was the case, Jian Wuchen must feel quite the hatred for the Heavenly Sword Gate. Long Chen, over here. Long Chen's flying boat had just arrived when someone called out to him. Long Chen turned to see the fiery-figured Beiding Xuanhuan. Long Chen flew over and put the flying boat away. Before he could even open his mouth, Beiding Xuanhuan hatefully said, "Let me first warn you not to bring up anything romantic, or I'll shoot you into a sieve." Long Chen laughed. It seems that those words of his truly possessed destructive power. He actually made Beiding Xuanhuan afraid of them. Long Chen, this Jian Wuchen is quite powerful. Do you feel like your subordinate can win? Asked Beiding Xuanhuan. Let's make one thing clear first. Yue Zifeng isn't my subordinate but my brother. As for whether or not he can win, I don't know either. All I know is that Yue Zifeng's comprehension of the sword Dao is the most terrifying of everyone I've known. There shouldn't be a problem, said Long Chen. Do you know how strong Jian Wuchen is? Beiding Xuanhuan told Long Chen about Jian Wuchen's history. Based on what I've heard, the reason Jian Wuchen was expelled is because he didn't listen to his master's orders. He secretly went into the Heavenly Sword Gate's inheritance land and learned the sword god Dao Canon. Why would he do that? As long as he stayed within the Heavenly Sword Gate, wouldn't he have learned it sooner or later? Asked Long Chen. I don't know. This information isn't entirely solid, said Beiding Xuanhuan. Only the Heavenly Sword Gate would know the exact details, but what I heard was that he was still at the Xiantian realm when he was expelled. I don't know if he encountered some miracle or if it was enlightenment from the sword god Dao Canon, but his sword arts suddenly progressed explosively, allowing him to dominate his generation. In his era, he was an unrivaled existence. I heard he went to the Heavenly Sword Gate a second time, begging to be accepted, but the Heavenly Sword Gate locked their doors and refused to see him for 3 days and nights. It is said that in his fury, he swore to kill all the Heavenly Sword Gate's disciples. As a result, the sect master of that time personally went out to kill him in response, but it's unclear what happened afterward. Some say that Jian Wuchen was killed by the Gate Master, while others say that the Gate Master had mercy in the end and decided to accept him into the Heavenly Sword Gate. Either way, there are plenty of stories and no way to verify them. All that can be said is that after that, Jian Wuchen never reappeared in the world until now. I didn't expect that he would also have been sealed. He has regained the arrogance of a sword cultivator and slain quite a few people. It seems that this Jian Wuchen isn't a good egg then, muttered Long Chen. Someone who would betray his sect and then curse the sect that had given him everything he had was definitely garbage. Although he didn't know much about the Heavenly Sword Gate, he knew that Ling Yunzi had joined it, and that Yue Zifeng could be considered Ling Yunzi's disciple, making him also a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Gate. With Long Chen's understanding of Yue Zifeng, he knew that if Yue Zifeng didn't feel any respect for the Heavenly Sword Gate, he wouldn't have accepted going there. I've seen him before. He is incredibly arrogant. It's irritating how he acts like everyone should be beneath his sword. If only I had a reason to, I really would want to test him. Beiding Xuanhuan patted the bow on her back. Clearly, Jian Wuchen hadn't left a good impression on her. However, by patting the bow, waves appeared on her chest. Long Chen took the sight in. Beiding Xuanhuan wore skin-tight black leather armor which clung tightly to her skin. That made Long Chen swallow hard. Brat, you want to die, is that it? Where do you think you're looking with your perverted eyes? Beiding Xuanhuan clenched her fists and waved one of them beneath Long Chen's nose menacingly. Miss Beiding, your body is really amazing. Do you have some kind of secret art you can teach my women? Long Chen ignored Beiding Xuanhuan's threat and praised her. You pervert. Beiding Xuanhuan turned red. Long Chen was absolutely shameless and he didn't bother concealing it at all. Don't curse others. This is innate. Praising a beauty for the truth is better than sweet-talking, right? Don't be so stingy and share, said Long Chen shamelessly. Bastard, this is all natural, raged baiting Rushwang through clenched teeth. Countless experts had secretly drooled over her, but no one had ever come up to her and asked her for advice on such a matter. Fortunately, there wasn't really any pervertedness in Long Chen's eyes, or baiting Rushwang might really bring out her bow and shoot holes through him. How regretful, sighed Long Chen. Bastard, if you keep looking, I'll tear your eyes out, warned baiting Rushwang. Long Chen obediently pulled his gaze back. It was difficult because her body was extremely eye-catching. Looking behind her, Long Chen saw dozens of young disciples from the Beiding family, all of them being awakened Empyreans. Although they concealed their auras, Long Chen could still sense a powerful pressure from them. They were all experts amongst experts. However, most of them were men, and they were glaring at Long Chen coldly with a trace of hostility. Long Chen realized that his teasing had been heard by them. It seemed that they were very dissatisfied with how he treated Beiding Rushwang. On the other hand, the few women didn't show any hostility. Instead, they seemed to be curious. Perhaps they couldn't imagine how this sloppy fellow before them was the Long Chen that had shaken the entire continent. Have you been busy lately? Beiding Rushwang relaxed slightly once Long Chen wasn't looking at her so hotly. Me? I'm not busy. I've repented and mended my eyes. I'm no longer killing people. I read some books and drink some tea. A while ago, I suddenly had an impulse to go chat with a sovereign about life, said Long Chen. The women behind Beiding Rushwang laughed, while the men looked at him disdainfully. You shouldn't brag every time you open your mouth. Good friends don't talk that way, said Beiding Rushwang. What? I'm not bragging, it's the truth. Fine, you don't have to believe it, said Long Chen indifferently. Can a person die from not bragging for a day? Tell me then, which sovereign did you go find for a chat? Asked Beiding Rushwang. It was with. Suddenly, a ruckus occurred in the distance. Long Chen looked over and his jaw dropped. Why would he come here? Chapter 2151, The Corrupt God Cemetery. A handsome man with a bow was walking through the air gracefully. His every move possessed the air of an expert. Unfortunately, the trace of baby fat left on his face and the unconcealable shamelessness in his eyes broke that image. This person was someone that Long Chen hadn't seen in a long time, Mo Nian. Mo Nian swaggered over. Just the way he walked made people feel an urge to slap him. Mo Nian's arrival caused a huge ruckus. It was like cold water had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil. Countless people glared at him while clenching their teeth furiously. They looked like they wanted to tear him apart. 10 years I wandered with my bow, my arrows causing heaven and earth to shake. The 9 heavens, 10 lands, and all the universe will revolve around me. Only I, Mo Nian, will rise to glory. Mo Nian recited his shameless phrase once more. Hearing it gave Long Chen goosebumps. Fuck you, Mo Nian, I'll kill you. One of the ancient family alliance's experts pounced at Mo Nian like a vicious wolf. His eyes were completely red. The experts of the ancient family alliance weren't the only ones infuriated by his appearance. Almost half of the experts present charged toward him. It was a shocking sight. Mo Nian, you irredeemable fiend, how dare you rob my family's ancestral tomb? I'll tear you to pieces. Mo Nian, I'll eat your flesh, drink your blood, and grind your bones to dust. Mo Nian, your evil deeds have brought your death today. Those experts looked so angry that it was a bit frightening. It was like they were seeing the person that had slain their father. He is Mo Nian, asked Beiding Rushwang. I heard the two of you are brothers. You're really just as bad as each other. You're surrounded by enemies throughout the world while he's detested by everyone. You two are a perfect match. Beiding Rushwang had very accurate information about everyone relevant on the Martial Heaven continent. An everlasting family naturally had to be up to date. Mo Nian in particular was a marvel. After all, it could be considered an unprecedented miracle throughout the Martial Heaven continent's history that a person could rob so many people's ancestral tombs without being killed. I feel like I'm a bit better than him. At the very least, I'm not hated to this extent. Long Chen rubbed his chin. Based on the reactions to their arrivals, he should be one level better. At the very least, he hadn't been attacked by half the experts present. HMPH, a wild mob dares to speak such arrogant words. Mo Nian snorted. He waved his hand through the air, and a slender thread appeared in the air like a bowstring. Upon seeing that, Beiding Rushwang's disdainful expression became one of shock. The earth is my bow, the heavens are my string. Has he actually reached this realm? Mo Nian plucked the string. The void shuddered, and a ripple blew back the experts pouncing toward him. With just a wave of his hand, he blew back tens of thousands of experts like they were rotten wood. For a moment, everyone was stuck in stunned silence. Soaking in everyone's shocked gazes, Mo Nian clasped his hands behind him and solemnly said, "I don't want to kill people, so don't force me. As for your ancestors' graves, that's because your ancestors once committed grave sins against my Mo Gate. Enmities naturally have to be avenged, but as an upright person, I don't feel like misplacing blame. Your ancestors are the ones who made mistakes, so I haven't placed any enmity on you. Is getting justice from your ancestors underground wrong? You robbed our tombs, brought the corpses into the sun, and stole all the funerary objects. Mo Nian, how can you be so shameless as to make it sound righteous?" Roars of fury rang out. "Cough, you can't put it like that. Vengeance has interest too. After so much time, I naturally had to get some interest. Taking some of those things was simply correct. As for bringing your ancestors out into the sun, you can't blame me. In the yin-yang world, you shamelessly attacked me. Long Chen might be a pushover, but I'm not. We originally had an agreement that he would kill the living while I dug up the dead, but even after I dug up everyone, Long Chen didn't manage to kill more than a few before stopping. Long Chen, you coward, you were conning me, weren't you?" In the end, Mo Nian shouted at Long Chen, drawing everyone's attention to Long Chen. What? When had he agreed to that? Mo Nian was digging up people's tombs to restore the power of the five-element sun hunting bow, but now he made it sound like it was all for Long Chen. Too shameless. Long Chen, you're also trash. The two of you are scourges of the martial heaven continent, and sooner or later you'll face your miserable deaths. One of the ancient race experts was shouting, but before people could understand what was happening, Mo Nian waved a hand and that expert collapsed, a hole in his head. That person was a powerful Empyrean who, based on his aura, had awakened his manifestation. But in front of Mo Nian, he didn't have any ability to resist. In fact, the experts present didn't even grasp what kind of attack Mo Nian had just launched. The furious experts fell silent, no longer daring to casually curse them. "You can curse me, but you can't insult my brother or you'll die." Mo Nian snorted and walked over to Long Chen. Long Chen clapped his forehead as he suddenly realized that Mo Nian was using him as an excuse to kill someone and show off his power. Furthermore, he actually put Long Chen in his debt by doing so. This fellow's shamelessness far surpassed his combat power. The death of that ancient race expert was done in such a way that the other experts didn't dare to say a word in response, afraid that they would be the next. "Haha, it's been a while." Mo Nian walked over. Long Chen helplessly extended his arms for a hug, but unexpectedly this fellow went right past him and toward Beiteng Rushwang. Long Chen's movement stiffened. "Aya," after being conned, Long Chen silently extended a leg, tripping Mo Nian, causing Mo Nian to tumble toward Beiteng Rushwang. A runic arrow appeared in Beiteng Rushwang's hand. It was pointed straight at Mo Nian's heart. Mo Nian's arms were originally spread for a hug, but now they were raised into the air. "Do I know you?" Beiteng Rushwang looked up and down Mo Nian. "Ah, I've long since heard of Fairy Rushwang's great name, so we can count as friends," said Mo Nian awkwardly, slowly backing up. "What a shifty-eyed fool. Both of you are rotten eggs." Beiteng Rushwang snorted and put away her runic arrow. "Cough serves you right, cough." Long Chen had a sudden coughing fit. "Long Chen, that's where you're wrong. I'm taking a break from my research of archaeology to help you out, but you laugh at my misfortune. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" asked Mo Nian. "Give it up. I feel like if you didn't come, at least half the people here wouldn't make a move against me," said Long Chen. As soon as Mo Nian arrived, he sensed profound hostility from others. Their hatred for Mo Nian had now spread to him. "He, good brothers should share," chortled Mo Nian. He pulled Long Chen to the side and whispered, "Are you interested in doing something big with me?" "What, is there some big business?" asked Long Chen. "Yes, a supreme bit of business. Through my years of grav-robbing cough, I mean archaeology, after so many years of archaeology, I've accumulated experience. I've gone through the tombs of the various large powers. I no longer feel the challenge. That's why I'm planning on something harder, something that will allow my archaeology skills to advance to a new level," said Mo Nian mysteriously. "Stop saying so many useless things and get to the important part. What are you planning?" "I want to go rob the corrupt god cemetery," said Mo Nian. Even Long Chen didn't expect Mo Nian to have set his sights on the corrupt god cemetery. That was the most mysterious of the martial heaven continent's 7 danger zones. It was also the one that people knew the least about. This danger zone was in the corrupt god's world. Legend had it that the experts that obtained the corrupt god's special care were qualified to be buried there, but as for what exactly was inside, no one knew. In fact, it was unknown whether it really existed or not. "Are you being serious? You found the corrupt god cemetery?" asked Long Chen. "Of course I'm serious. I found the entrance to the corrupt god cemetery, but I'm not confident enough to go on my own. I'm thinking that when we all have time, let's go with Zia Chen and Yu Ran. We can go for a stroll in the corrupt god cemetery and see if there's anything good. Even if there isn't anything good, robbing the corrupt god cemetery will definitely shake the entire world. I'll become the #1 figure in the archaeology world's history," said Mo Nian excitedly. "I feel like your thinking is too imaginative. That place is filled with dangers. Let me put it to you this way. I could be enticed," said Long Chen. "Haha, I knew it. Once you have time we can discuss the details," said Mo Nian. "Hey, do you two even care about your lives?" asked Beiding Xuanhuan. Are you eavesdropping?" asked Mo Nian. "Eavesdropping? You don't have a sound-blocking screen up. Who can't hear it?" said Beiding Xuanhuan. Only then did Mo Nian realize that the people nearby weren't the Dragonblood Legion, but the Beitang family's disciples. "Don't worry, my subordinates aren't talkative. But I should warn you, if you do go to that place, you will definitely die," said Beiding Xuanhuan.